So that works. Test that. What time is it? We kicking off at 9, yeah?
Yeah.
Is it telly on? Is that bigger?
How much was the program you're selling?
No, 9. But it was 9 for just basic and then 11 done for you. And that's funnel. It's just the funnel done for you. That was September. And then, where? I should take all them off really.
If they notice.
That'd be funny. I'm gonna get off this now.
You're just on last. You're gonna talk to Steven. Steven Fortis.
He's a fucking nightmare, he is. He's always like that, isn't he? Just, got Mary and Jenny as well. I'm good to go.
Hi, gents.
Morning.
Sleep. That's all right.
Yeah. It's all right.
It's all right.
You need some caffeine in your eyeballs. Or do you need some Monster brand?
That's true.
It's all about. Flagging, I'm just gonna have a label of it.
I guess that they're back to I'm gonna make you make I'm gonna go first. I was doing it. You know, that's what I'm doing here, and just sharing experiences. He's not gonna say just too much. Or they actually do need.
us. Time means it was that, use done.
And what's supposed to be paying for.
That was what they were wrong.
They first they were gonna pay me for that, and then when I had the surgery, they're like, oh, this is a little weird. They put it through their insurance. Now the insurance was really investigating. We find it.
No. That's
I went on Audible and the very far able. Listen to 13 chapters this morning.
Well, what's the message about your first two chapters? Very fast.
I don't know, actually, it's funny you said it, so I was going to see like where it is, but I don't know what page it is, but I don't know.
It's after you finish the zero section. So I think there's at least.
I don't think I'm anywhere.
Yes. That's a long section.
Like the first chapter is really just like high level, all their coded sort of things on the page. And then the second chapter is about floating. So I really do thought this.
Well, I want to kill the anger. Once you read it, it's good.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's good. Like it's, I think the beauty of it is, and he really gives you the framework for taking from as a movie. You know, it's not like really big institution. Like we said, I notice it's probably like there's almost some craft and coach. You can do that. Really that entire. It's not like when people such long, like how people to get it to really yeah, he's like he's kind of like after your first movie, then you work out the other stuff.
Mark, it's saying Mark. Okay. Perfect.
You would
Yes, Mark. He's saying here's the.
basketball. Yeah, I mean, it's like.
He's.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun movie. Especially if you get it. It was fun. But that's actually where we end up with our comments. They figured out their kind of unique product and sell it, and they started at scale and they like the seeds of their business starts splitting. And now they're sort of selling it and then building that they don't have to build a lot of houses. So I can see them. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to leave for it. And go back. Leave for it, you don't see it.
Once a week.
We're gonna have that one, we're gonna have that one.
Oh, thank you. Nobody's ever said that to me before, so. How do you hit it on That's good. Oh, yeah. I can't believe it's not- or, okay, not so many people. Wait a minute, no, oh, right.
So it's about that.
As a side. Like a meme this morning that said that. What food group would you eliminate out of your? American, Chinese, Thai, Mexican. This doesn't add up. It's harder than it is. Yeah, I know. This is, you know, yeah. Oh, I don't. Five. Well, it's almost like, I don't mind a little bit of spice cake. Eliminating the other three is not. It's lesser of the two evils, right? Yeah. Beat them on evil, right? Yeah. Eliminate what? Do some?
Wow.
It's basically what they do is, make it a so not boiled. Yeah, they're all the west. California. There's some still get all of it. Some restaurants. Okay. Well, it's different. Some are they like cinnamon, like like a dessert type of thing, like not so no, it's oh, really? Yeah. People still do but wow, just that's but get it's different some flavors. Yeah, but different flavors. For it. Okay. It's like a bread. Oh, it's right. No, it's like a.
You know, it's get Boston.
Okay. Oh. I'm not on yeah, right, exactly. So the nearest. Oh, yes. What do you order? Ribeye, non-bite. Yeah. You got the price. Have you read it before? No. What's that? Left home. So grew up in LA. Government services. Oh, you didn't? How long you been? Or are you doing? I'm in San Jose. So I've never been to. So how far are you going? Oh, you are, right, so. San Jose, yes. Okay. So attached. Suburb. Oh, I see, like they, like your gang. Oh. We're still. But it's pretty decent. They haven't. And they told us barbecues on the weekend. Like community bar. Yes, community bar. On the lake. Yeah. Right in front of the. Then when you don't like. And then you'll have like people that want to. Good. Just kind of just like what bands I want to. No. So it's like going third time. Like, and you probably drove 20 miles. You know, to tell them that they don't want to. Anywhere you're going at night and around here, it's that. Yeah, I mean, even in Iowa, right? You're in the wrong area. Be very specific. I'm from Minnesota, it's like Iowa, they're like. You don't like people from Iowa. And it's just like it's a joke. The other thing is, if you're from Iowa or grew up in Iowa, live in Minnesota, like you might like getting Minnesota sports. Well, yeah, big college. Oh, cool. Right, not, yeah, no. Oh. Iowa football. University. Yeah. Very, very, very deep with being a
Taking your time, for your time,
Survey. Let's see by the time that it's so don't want to say it's wrong. You know, I'm not in the lot of food. It's wrong. I said, I'm not. It's near that help me enjoy it. And see what I was about to speak. But by the time they do that survey, say that the foot or whatever. I don't want them to be bad. So how do I say that? You know, but for us to show.
So married kids. That's the game. Wow. A shot towards no, because I'm on the good side of that. Oh, I initially. And but I have been drinking. This is day 37, yeah, I'm 75. Yeah, 75 for 2 days.
You can get me a little shit. It was pretty chill. Deal with them, they both going to
yeah, but it's, you know, I actually met somebody who's doing that, you know, it's from the chief from
they come to an option
as a kid, Thursday, right? 25 to 30. She's a singer and she well, you've been to LA, that's what no idea. It's open to by the new. It's US Bank there. There's it's kind of by between Airs and C. But there's huge murals of like, and shoes right next to me. So I'll say it. We're at Mastermind in Tucson, or not Tucson. Yes. Yeah, all of a sudden, we got to know each other and like, all told my story that I was going to do. Give me two trousers. Yeah, we're now at decent chin. Yeah, we do. Some posts showing that. Really? What did she do? All the negativity and. I have detailed plans to leave. Because I do things that are over the. And then I settled it. So the last 10%. Yes, yes, that was the answer to that. Yes, is the answer. Really? Well, there you go. The things are just going well. I mean, I don't. 4 years ago, I started a charity that. I eliminated every single negative person. It's a loan. But it was just, it's just been an amazing. I mean, again, very lonely, small guys. But thinking that you're all alone, it should not. There's no more people positive peace like so which is still going to come to last year we were in years. I work on I'm very popular in mathematics to level up and grow. She's done nothing. And so that was just so yeah, it's very good. Last year we went I asked her like what do you want to do? Well, I'm moving along, really want to it sounds it comes to the three, she goes, okay, there we go. Jeff, what about you? I said, well, for the last 3.5 years, I've spent every single person in my life. And I'm done with it. 2 hours later, we were separated. Yeah. The drive home wasn't so fun because it was an hour away from home. Yeah, you gotta separate I mean, they want to just draw people lose their negativity and draw. My dad says. Yeah, you don't need negative force control. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Well, just eliminating the expense. So, I know people that won't just put in mom or dad for these degrees, but they're, it's not that they're bad people, you know, even like, that, it's just that we're not right for me. I talked to them, you know, you got a stuff that touch me on stuff for the kids or whatever. Something that you understand. Other than that, it's crazy stuff. And then stuff is all about getting. All of this changes. Yeah. More few of the big, because we're watching the college. I'm scared. Yeah. What did you eat? Well. Oh, is that good? What's the flavor? Got the carrots. Yeah, that's cool. But then I ended up, that's awesome. Regular writing the body. It was very uninspiring compared to the body. So when it's tomorrow night, free for all time. It's gonna be fun. Why would it say it's? Yeah, they have not. There was somebody page. The fake last maybe it's fake last. They're waiting on a few others, they're on their way. As soon as they get rid of the problem. You know what I was doing? Burpees is worse than locking the door. Burpee. One. This guy on the floor. Oh. Okay. I figured I'd go back straight to the airport. Yeah, you gotta burpee to the airport. Yeah. If it was burpees or whatever, I could just figure out go to the airport. I've done way too many of those in my life. We call those things. Do you have a burpee? No food, Jason. Perhaps you can demonstrate. Oh, I would. Just not inspired enough to do that. We would be inspired to laugh. Okay, Carl.
Huh? Not bad, actually, yeah. I went down about 11. And then I woke up about 6. Naturally, so 7 hours, I guess 7 hours. Anything under 6 and 7's like my sweet spot.
Anywhere between 6 and 7, but 5, 6 months ago, I was well for 3 years. I got food at work.
And not good for that.
My dad gets to work every night, and he's still eating. Like he's done it for 60 years. But I need. Well, a little more. Yeah. I guess you can say it's maximized to living. Well, he's still rich full time. Oh, he's way better than us. Way better than someone of them. We'd be divorced right now. Good citizen in our head. Pretty cool. Yeah. She lives up in East Boy. Oh, it's still six. What's it up? Seventeen. My dad might go back to the farm. That's great.
Has to show that. Yes, I can watch my hair in 3 minutes. and 46 seconds.
Congratulations.
That's-
I'm oh, I'm just gonna. It's a lot already here.
You did?
There we go.
Wait, what's for a month?
Oh, yeah, my, it's all. My watch. So I didn't have to start doing stuff.
What is it?
I had it like this,
That's crazy.
but I didn't have to go back to this. But I had. But I didn't have.
Oh, I see.
So it was first. Nice, oh, that's good, good. I know, it's good to do it that way. Great. Hey, guys, let's grab a seat. We're gonna kick this off. All those rolling. Yeah, yeah.
Over here.
Oh, yes, it is. Yeah. So impressive, right? Wow.
What should we do?
That's,
First time.
that's me every day, so I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
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 One for this head, one for this button, one for the other.
Crazy.
Like Alex.
No, I agree. Marketing, well, I'm the marketing. Nice, good, okay. So how's everyone feeling after last night's spectacular meal? I just want to thank the great restaurant, well, really good choice of restaurant. I had the bison steak, which was delicious. Anyone else have that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm really good.
Yeah.
People, huh?
We tried.
Yeah, it's really nice. So really great restaurant. So thanks for that, Jess. Nat, thank you for the breakfast once again this morning. Beautiful. And thank you to you guys again, for showing up, even though some of you are a little bit late. Some. Yeah.
Well, let us know what you want us to say.
Yeah, and before we kick off.
Okay.
I love the burgers.
Well,
So that was on the photos we got from last night. Which I think is pretty cool.
Oh, beautiful picture.
So that was the waiter.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Just a filter on the phone. Yeah, the bear picture. So yeah, I'll get that into the group so you can all use that. It's a great picture, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really, really great picture. So anyway. Yeah, there was a big pillar. It didn't look very good. Yeah, so it's a good waiter as well. Really nice guy, wasn't he? The waiter, really helpful. Enjoyed that guy's help. Okay, so what we're going to go into today is obviously more sales stuff. And how did you enjoy yesterday? Did you feel as though you got a lot from yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like take everything you take from the next. Well, yesterday and today, like you need to take one or two little things and go and implement them. It's going to help you a lot. So
what we're going to go through today is storytelling. Now, I spoke to a few of you about this over the last 24 hours. And for me, the way I do sales, it works brilliantly for me. And like I said, you can take away what you want from this. I prefer doing it this way because you can kind of subtly drop little things in to handle objections and to weave stories in all the way through your call so that objections, sometimes don't even show up when you do it that way. But as individuals, you'll have your own styles of doing things. So take what you will from this, take what you will from Alex's, and put them together and you do what works best for you. We're all different, right? So I just want to tell you a little story before Clients in Abundance. This here is when Alex came back to Cardiff back in, was this 2016 or 17? 17. So I think it was like May 17. And he called me up. He's got 4 agreements on his desk. Anyone read the book 4 Agreements? Yeah. I remember you saying like how good the book was. It's on the desk there. But this was an office in Cardiff. There was like seagulls outside on the veranda. It was just like going from California to this little like office in Cardiff. It must have been tough for him to come back to it. And he invited me down. So I was watching Alex on the phone, no idea what it was. I had no clue like what. I was in the army. I was like literally just soldier through and through. And I came down and started working with Alex, going through all the notes, going through all of the objections, going through all of the reams and reams of paper, so much. So I mean, I had no idea. And he's like, just go through it, pull out all the good bits, put it into workflow. I was there for like a week, nearly 2 weeks, just going through it all. So I'm watching Alex on the phone, and that little white thing you can see, that's a microphone. And I'm like new to all of this, so I'm just watching like people calling, like he's ringing people on the phone, they're answering. He's speaking for an hour and they're giving him 10K over the phone. I'm just like, what the, like, seriously, what's going on here? And that was just continuing all the way through. It's like and then like the first thing I saw on the board was like 41,000. So you collected 41,000 in cash in one day. So that was like my army salary. So think about that, just sat down and looked at them. I can't get my head around it. It's just like a bucket of water in the face, just like, don't understand, like whatever it is that you're doing, I want to do that. Like this, I want to know what you're doing. I'm inquisitive. I want to know how this is working. So there was no ego around it at all. It was just like, show me what you're doing. I need to know what this is. So I went around to the laptop. He opened it up. He was showing me the funnel, landing page, how they book in, all the other stuff. And I was like, I need to be involved in this somehow. So that was back in 17. What was he talking about? Yeah, high ticket selling system. Yeah, so similar sort of thing. It was Adam and Alex's business before CIA. So this is before that. So with everything I was learning, but what I'm going to share with you here is what I'm teaching today, it was able to help me make 93.5K on the phone in the second month. So think about that, like never done sales before, never knew anything about this. In the second month, this is the exact numbers. I'll show you in a sec how and why that was happening. But that didn't happen in the first month. I mean, how many of you love getting no's on the phone and then not closing the deal?
Amazing.
There's so much to learn. Yeah, well, that's the thing.
I know my.
You say, David? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, yes. You want to get
So
That's enough.
this is what happened. So I started taking calls for Adam and Alex on the phone. I think it was September 17. And it's like, well, this is the script. I've watched Alex do it. I've listened to some of Adam's calls as well, recordings. I can do this. I'm going to do this because the thing is with sales, it's really about us as the individual. We've got to be aware of that. It's about us taking the call and going in and not making it about us. When you first get into that role, you don't know that. I didn't know that. It's just like, I'm going to take a call. And it was very difficult to ask the hard questions. It was difficult. And I didn't understand why I'm uncomfortable asking that question. It was me, my stuff. We have to remember that it's not them, it's us. So we have to level ourselves up. And I remember I got on the phone and I want to show you this. This is the actual Hopefully it opens. So that's my sales tracker for month 1. Yeah, no, like this here. Bear in mind, I'm just transitioning out of the army and just like, I got all this stuff going on. I got to move, I got to do all this stuff. And I'm on the phone getting no. I'm like, oh God, this is horrible. This is not nice. I don't like this. So I'm like speaking with Adam, speaking with Alex. I'm like, yeah, we got to do this, we got to do this. I'm just like feeling unworthy. I'm not feeling very good about this. I don't feel like maybe this is not for me. Maybe I'm not cut out for this. Maybe I should just like stay in the army. Really, all these thoughts going to my head. What if this doesn't work? What if I fail? What if this carries on? And that's where you have the whole like chat with yourself in the mirror. You know, it's like screw this. I'm not doing this. What do I need to do to make this work? What do I need to do? It's not their fault. It's not Adam's fault. It's not Alex's fault. It's my shit. I need to work this out. What do I need to do? So what did I do? Anyone? What do I do? Anyone?
Kept making sales.
Kept going.
Use the- ask for help.
Yeah. Hey, Alex.
You learn from every call. Learn from every call.
Go to a train?
He's there to tell them stories.
You got your shit together.
Got better. That's it. I got better. It was my responsibility to get better at what I was doing. I immersed myself in everything to do with sales because I'm on the phone. If I don't learn how to sell, there's no money coming in. So my responsibility. Now, a lot of people would look outside of themselves. You know, it's not, this is because of this, that, and the other. It's not me. But it's always us. We have to take full ownership of everything that happens to us. Everything. We have to. And if we don't, and we keep blaming, you're always giving your power away. Every single day. So if at the moment your sales are not great, it's you. Well, this is information, this is training, this is education for you to take away and implement. But the bottom line is always us. It's always us who nobody else can do it for you. We have to level up, we have to get better. Okay, so this is what happened. This here, that's me. Bit bigger there with no head. And this is on the sidewalk in Cardiff, in the boot of my car, listening to sales calls that have been successful sales calls from the past. And this was just before I drove back to just outside of London from Wales. So this was on the way back from spending time with Alex in Cardiff. And I pulled over, got in the car, opened up my laptop, put the headphones on. I was listening to sales calls over and over again, writing notes. I still have my notes.
Your sales calls?
No,
Yes,
this is one of Adam's sales calls. Got it. And I'm listening to it. I'm stopping it. I'm writing the notes, and then I'm rehearsing it. I literally sat in the car all day, listening to the call, writing it down, going back, rehearsing it, saying it out loud. Just immersion, like total immersion. Listen to another call, immersion. So don't ask me why I took a bloody photo of myself in the boot of the car. I'm like, maybe one day I'll be in Colorado sharing it on the screen. I don't know. And here we are. So there's a use. I take photos of everything, and they always come in handy at some point because everyone has a journey. Everyone's on their own journey and their own story. This is a true story. So I also started listening to just audios, and this is like whether you like, you know, Grant Cardone or you don't like, and I know David's not a big fan. This.
Wait. I'm not a big fan of this.
Okay,
I'm
gotcha.
a huge fan of this sales.
Yeah, got it. So, okay. Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that. And I really love the fact, and this is this audio, if you've not listened to it, highly recommend it. Not so much for the strategy of the sales, because like some of the sales strategy is good, some of it is just, I would not do that myself. More for the tenacity of himself and his work ethic and having the belief in what you do. That's what this audio is about. And the other picture on the right was this is like 5 a.m. It's pitch black. It's winter in Cardiff. I'm walking around the woods. I got my audio on and I'm listening to this. I did that every single morning, just every day for like a month, the whole month of September when I was getting no's on the phone. So I've got to get better. Got to get better at this. So I'm listening and listening and listening. And the big thing was this. It was my belief in what I was selling, and I didn't know how to get behind it because it was new to me. It was me. I was in the way. Totally put my hand up to that. And when I accepted that and got better and listened to the calls and immersed myself, things got better. So September was, as you saw on the tracker, the red. It was a tough month. And I was going to bed at night like, my word, this is hard, man. Maybe I've done the wrong thing. Maybe I should just like not do this anymore. How many of you have felt that way before? You wake up in the morning, it's like, ah, screw this. This is too hard. This entrepreneur stuff. It's like, this is ninja. That's me again, just in a hotel room, in a travel lodge, taking a call, and listening to audios, listening to other people's calls, and immersion for the whole, like every day for the whole month of September, I was getting these no's. And there was one thing that I learned which really helped me, and that was what we're going to go through. And this happened when I was doing that. So went into to October, after spending that month of September, just immersion, leveling myself up, listening to the audios. I'm going to go back in. So that was September. So what is that? It's like $6,000 taken. It wasn't great. And then October. So the first call in October closed there on the 2nd, right? For 2,500 down. So what happens when you get it closed? How does it feel? Yes, great, isn't it? It's good. Me and Alex got this thing when we put a Stripe payment through, we go, when it goes through. Anyway, it's locking it in. It's like, that's a good feeling. You got to anchor that in. It's like, that's a good feeling. Sales is good. If you don't sell them, you can't help them. So it's like, it's a locked in feeling. Get good at that. Get good at that feeling. Get it in there because it's a good thing. Sales is good. Money is good. I want lots of money. Anyone else want lots of money? Good. And if there's a blockage around that, that's our stuff. If you have more, it's not saying I want to make loads of money to just be rich. It's like if you have lots of money, you can take care of a lot of problems, and you can help a lot more people and you can give back more. This is just the bottom line. And it makes sure you get more freedom, because lack of money is, I believe, a passport to misery. It is, because it helps with everything. It really does. And you've got to, if you have any blockages around, you've got to really change that. And when you make a sale, lock it in, anchor it in, because it's a good thing. You're selling someone, because everyone here, your programs are all amazing. You can help a lot of people with what you do. You really can. While we're speaking on the balcony, you can help a lot of people and change people's lives. You have to get good at selling, and you've got to lock it in when you make that sale. It's like, this is a good thing. Because I know I've been there and it's feeling like, oh, I'm asking for all this money. Geez, that's a lot of money. Are they going to pay? I didn't believe it could be done. I watched Alex do it on the phone. I heard Adam do it on the phone. It's like, well, I'm doing it. So that was the first call. Second call. Close. 2 from 2. I'm like, oh my God, this is it. This is working. 9K pay up front. Rang Adam, text out. I think I rang. In fact, I done a Zoom with you. I just took 9K. You're like, yeah. It's like, yeah. Come on, this is it. What's going on? This is the one. This is good. So now it's becoming real. And this was what was happening. I was living in, just transitioning out of the army at the time. I had like a month or 2 left. I'm living in this house. I'm up in the loft with a laptop and a microphone doing these calls. I'm just up there on my own, just doing these calls. And when this happened, the first 2 calls, what do you think happened then to me? Something changed. I don't know. Confidence might not, but what the word we spoke about yesterday. Believe. This is the issue with most people, where people don't sell, people don't make the deal or close. It's their own belief. Alex mentioned it yesterday. Whoever's on the phone with the strongest belief and frame will win. It's as simple as that. If you're on the phone and you don't believe 100% in what you're selling, you're not going to sell it. You have to address that. So if there's an issue with that, that's the first thing we have to address, is the belief in your program and what it does for people and how it helps them. Bless you. Third call, 11,000, paying full. So the first 3 calls of October, second, and the third, 20, 22,500 cash collected. From nothing, from like, well, 6. So those first 3 days, I'm on cloud 9. I'm like, this works, I can do it, people are listening, I know what I'm doing now, I'm getting the hang of this. Doesn't mean I was the best salesperson in the world, that far from it, but I had that belief that I could sell this now. And I could refine it. So I'm not going to go through everyone, there's a few, but then this is what happened. So there was like a no and a no, straight after that, another close, a 9, some no shows and no fits, $1,000 deposit, 11K paying full, 11K paying full, 11K paying full, 11K paying full, 12K, 5K, 1 month, 93,500 in a month in October 2017. And yeah, you can clap, it's mega. Now, going through that, because this is the thing, the month after that wasn't so good. I was moving, I had to move back to the UK, back to Cardiff, there was a lot of chaos going on, it wasn't so good. So it's not always, you know, plain sailing, always on top. But what I changed in this month compared to September was what we're going to go through today. Storytelling. That's all I changed. I didn't have, the first month, I didn't put stories into my sales script. No stories. Just read the script, read it verbatim without really thinking about what I was saying, not listening, lack of belief in what I'm doing. And then on month 2, after going through all of the stuff and listening to the training and listening to the calls, writing my scripts, writing my stories, that's what changed because I weaved in these stories. Now, storytelling, let's talk about storytelling. What is it about stories like that people, why stories with the people?
It connects their emotions. Their stories around their own stories.
Yeah. What else?
Another human world, same.
Yeah, totally, 100%.
It eliminates.
Yeah, but all good answers. But what before that, like underneath all of that, as from a human like nature perspective, like a psychology perspective, why a story? So we go back to like tribe days. Everyone used to get around the campfire and be around the campfire. People would tell stories. It's like it's woven into our biology. But children being on the carpet at the school, story time, sit and listen to the story. So whether we believe it or not, when a story is told, we unconsciously just listen. You may have all just listened to that little story then without realizing you were listening. Yeah. So storytelling is built into us. We listen rather than just telling someone. You tell the story, people listen to the story because everyone wants to know what that story is about, what happened. Okay, so what we're going to go through this morning, and I'm telling you guys, you put this in play, it changes the game. It really does. It just changes the whole dynamic of the phone call because there's no pressure there. Because I was speaking to Jenny about this on the balcony this morning. You're handling all of their stuff through someone else by telling the story of someone else before he even shows up. So this is my outcome for you guys, is to have the formula so we can craft your own story to handle objections and just be 10 times more confident going into your calls. Who would like that? Yeah. Going into the call, like, I am confident. Like in October, when I had all of my stuff lined up, my confidence was high, and that's probably why I was closing most of my deals, because my confidence was high with what I was going in. You go into a call unprepared, you're just going to get run over. I tried it once in a car. I had a call with a lady called Teresa. She joined later when I got on the call with her again and used my script. But I tried to close in my car. I just pulled over, three-wheeled it, ball, and now I can close anything. You need something to follow. You need a structure because you miss things. You can't remember it all. And the stories as well, all that stuff. So I just three-wheeled it. Didn't use my bless you. Didn't use a script. Lost the deal. Luckily, I followed up with her, got her back on the phone when I was at my desk, read my script, she joined. First, let's talk about objections. Like, in fact, let's do this, because I want you to do this exercise. I want you to write down the top 5 objections that you've received on the phone when working or just about to speak to someone, or any objections you've come across, but the ones you get in your industry. I don't know if you can, anybody else.
No, they can.
We're going to go through in a sec, once we got these, how to kind of navigate those. They don't even show up. The reality is most of these will be very similar. The reality is all objections are equal. Okay, so let's go around the room. Chuck us an objection, Jason. Just what do you hear a lot?
I think I can figure it out myself.
Great. So what I'd like to do, guys, just when everyone's saying their objection, just write them down. So like write that down, like what Jason just said, because they're all the same, like they're all equal objections, they're all just things that are going to come at you. And their beliefs, we mentioned yesterday, the beliefs, so you need to shift the beliefs. But now we're going to go into how you can story tell to handle all these objections. So that's a good one. That's I can do this on my own. I can work this out. So knowing that information from Jason now, you're already a step ahead of prospecting, because that's something that could show up when you get on the phone. I can work this out on my own. So it's like you're a fortune teller, you're ahead. So you be smart with that. You can use that now to get ahead of the prospect saying, I'll tell you how to do it. So what about you, Rob?
That might work for someone else, but they don't think it'll work for them.
Brilliant. It's okay for you. It can work for you, but I know this can't work for me. I'm special. This is different for me. So another one, it's very common. Jack?
Looks awesome, but we're just not the right time. We got so much stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that's another good one. That's not the right time. Too much going on. Yeah. Mary?
They can get therapy that's covered by insurance, so they don't know this.
Okay. You get that one a lot? Good. Kai?
Kind of force program. I don't have that. I don't have this kind of-
That's right. Yeah, that's the big one.
Yeah, that's my top. I can't afford this program. I don't have this kind of money right now.
Love that one. No, I just think about this. That's bullshit. It is. That's not seeing the value. Really, like, be honest now. Don't be honest. If there was a brand new Ferrari downstairs on the drive, brand new, just shipped in from Italy, bright red, like 400 brake horsepower, it's worth $500,000. It's on the drive now, it's just downstairs. I'm like, guys, first person to give me 50K takes the Ferrari. Do you think anyone would go, I can't afford it? No. If you didn't have that, you'd be like, I need 50K, quick, quick, quick. You'd be getting the bloody money to go and get that 500 grand car. Why?
That's the value.
You know the value. You know the value of that car. So it's not, that's not the objection. Remember, you have to remember, it's not that. It's the value of what you've presented, usually. If that's not, it doesn't match up and all the other things are not like ticked in the box, that objection will show up. And they're never going to say, I don't see the value in what you've just said. Some might, rare, but not many people would say that. It's usually, yeah, it sounds good, but I don't really have the money for this. But if you explained it correctly and you were able to show them the value, what it's going to do, then the money wouldn't be an issue. Chad?
Fear of others knowing my stuff, so one-on-one coaching, group coaching does work for me.
All these are great because you have power now because you know what people say, you know what they're saying, so you can handle it. I'll show you how to do that in a sec. So make sure you write those down. So I'm a bit scared that other people are gonna see what I do. Group coaching kind of doesn't work for what I do. I need one-to-one tuition. Avery, Tanya?
I don't think I would be good at it, but
Don't think I'll be good at it or I'll enjoy it. Okay. Is that an objection or is that just, like, if that's,
it's usually I don't know.
okay. Because if they're not gonna enjoy it, it's like, why you start this anyway? So if it's like, I don't think I'll be good at it. Okay, so that's fine. Good. Geraldine?
Another program. I bought so many and I kind of know this stuff, but I'm really curious about yours. But
Oh my God, I hate health. Huh? Yeah, they're all the same. There's people who say that, there may be an element of genuinity there. They're genuinely in another program. Why are they on the phone?
I waste your time.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If we don't address that, they will jump on and waste the time. And they're literally just kicking the tires.
Yeah.
Jess, you must have had some objections with your final work.
I'm doing all right on my own.
Yeah, which is a lie, isn't it? Yeah. So. Oh, you said it's in the same. Oh, it's just. Yes, sorry. Come on, throw them at me.
So the one that hasn't been said yet is, I'm still doing my due diligence, but
Yeah. Yeah. Big one. Hate that one.
I hate that.
But you look like everyone write these down because they're all the same. Like everyone gets the same objections because they're not true. Usually, it's not that. It's a good way out. That it's an easy way out. It's like their lives. They're all lives, really. It's not. I say lies in a light-hearted way, but I'm doing my due diligence. Like the next person they go to, I'm doing my due diligence, and the next person I'm just doing my, and they never take action on any of it. So it's all like a smoke screen to get out of the real situation that's in the briefcase. It's like a Ferrari downstairs, it's worth 500K, 50K now it's yours. They get the money. I'm just gonna do my due diligence around, other places, and maybe wouldn't work with that because the value is too high for them to say no to it. We all remember that. So they're all the same. Objections are all equal. Good. Okay, so here, like these are the top 5 that I think. I need to go think about this. This is everyone always says this.
Yeah.
Yeah. We spoke about this morning. Sometimes that's genuine, and sometimes people say this and they're not even married. They don't even have a partner.
You know what my objection is? What's to talk about? They get to come in.
Yeah.
Would your spouse be upset if you could about this transformation?
Yeah, it's a big one, but again, it doesn't mean it can be a genuine. It can be.
They're not gonna make a decision.
It can be. I know Alex is going to go into more detail on this afternoon and how to handle this in different ways. But I know people have said this to me in the past, and they don't even have a partner or spouse. They don't just, it's an easy way out. It's an easy way out. Or they all are. I need to think about it. Really. I don't really have the finances for this. I haven't budgeted this. But no one budgets this. Like, well, what do you mean? It's like there's no budget for it. Don't budget stuff like this. It's, again, they're all equal. This is another one I used to get. I don't really make decisions like this on the phone. I need to go like do my due diligence about this. I don't want to make a snap decision. I don't want to be pressured into making a decision now. I want to go and do some more research. And I think this was, you know, Jeff, like now's not the right time. So why the heck are you on the phone with me? True. So again, that word true. So all these are the kind of smoke screens. So as I just said, the smoke screens and unspoken truths and beliefs. They're the easiest way to get out of saying, I don't trust you. I don't believe I can do it. I don't believe this will work for me. I don't think you can help me with this. The smoke screens, I need to think about it, which is really, I need all the other stuff. Just unspoken truth. That's why the belief changing and the belief shifting is so important before the call. Okay, so write this down. This every time an objection comes at you, it's not the objection, it's a lack of belief in one or more areas, usually. Truthfully, it's our job to uncover that. We have to uncover what that is, what that lack of belief is. And the more you can implement everything that you're learning from people on the phone, and the more you can implement all of these things that your marketplace is saying, you can handle it before it comes up. So, want to know how to disarm these?
Yes.
Up front. Okay. So there's two ways to do it. Depending on skill level, confidence level, they're all factors into how you handle the objections. Depending on your belief in your program, depending on your belief in you, depending on who you are as a person is the truth. Okay? Because if somebody comes at you with an objection on the phone and you lack belief in what you do and you lack belief in you, they're going to run over you with the objection. You'll accept them. You'll accept the objections. Mm-hmm. And and Alex mentioned yesterday, you're there to level them and negotiate on their behalf. So there are ways of doing it. You can do it when they show up and then use skill to overcome it. Or with what we're going to go through now is handling them before they even get said. And you don't have to do it this way. You can merge and mix and try them out because this just works for me. I prefer doing it this way. Okay, so handling objections. How do we do that before they even show up? Storytelling, which is the idea of this presentation. Now, these are the steps to the story, because all of those objections you just mentioned, all of the beliefs we went through yesterday, you can handle all of them, obviously pre-call with emails, text, power content videos, Q&A videos, just to tick some of those beliefs, but some of them are going to slip through the cracks. They're not going to get them all, so they show up and they just hand you the card. There's going to be some you have to handle on the phone. Okay. And how we craft the story, this is going to be the formula now for you to craft the story. And the story that I used every single call was the same story I used, and I didn't even work with that person. It was one of Alex's clients. I didn't know even know who it was. I just told the story about him because it's a story, but it worked. So all you need is one good story, bless you, where you can handle all of them. One good story. And that's what we're going to do now. once we go through these steps, the exercise is going to be you're going to craft the story that you can use in your sales script. And you've got to find, and a lot of people say, well, where do I tell that story? Where do I slot it in? And it's, you can't, there's no set place, but it's usually just before the pitch. I used to do it just before I make an offer, just to give them that level of confidence, like, if it can work for them, it can work for me. So these are the steps of a story. So just show of hands, who's helped a lot of people, who's helped clients get results here? I hope so. Yeah, good. So you will have people in your ecosystem, you will have people in your arena where you help them. So you choose one. You say, right, who is, and this has got to be, you can't make stories up and pull them out of thin air and just make stuff up, because that's really unethical. It's like lying. Don't do that. Don't just go, hey, I help this guy called John who doesn't exist, and make it up. Don't do that. Right? It's got to be a real story. So the first thing you do is, this is the first piece. This is the step one of the formula. You remind me of, and again, there's a bit of acting involved and a bit of like showmanship in here. You can't just get the script and go, you remind me of Chad. Chad was one of our clients, and you know, think like, what's this guy doing? You've got to practice it, like really, like you're in a show. I used to read my script out loud and record myself reading it, and then play it back and go, oh, that sounded awful. That sounded like I read it, and do that again. Especially the story, because you have to make it convincing. You have to get them to buy into that story and believe in it. If you don't tell the story correctly, they won't buy into it. Okay, so the first thing is, you remind me of, and it goes like this. So this is like the part of the script chopped out. So we're talking, let's just say I'm talking to Geraldine, and Geraldine's telling me everything about what she's doing, all her pains, everything she's going through, how she hasn't got the results, and everything that's not working and what's going on. Actually, Geraldine, you actually remind me of a lot of one of our clients, Marley. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about that actually. So it's like okay, well, tell me, I want to know who this Marley is, because if I remind you of her, then maybe there's something here for me as well. Because if you remind me of someone, then let me listen. So we start to listen.
Yeah, you got my attention.
There we go, that's all we're doing. It's a story. Actually, you remind me a lot, you know, one of our clients, Marley. And you're like, why there? Why do I remind you of that person? So you'll have clients who you can use, like, who are your good clients? Who are your people who stepped up? Who are your people who committed? Who got the results? Okay, so that's the first step. And you'll have clients. We have a lot, and I built a script, and you can have this. I'll give you the Word documents of all the stories that I wrote of some of our clients, because each story can handle different objections and different beliefs. Like, and this is an example. Who was this won't work for me because I need one-to-one coaching. You actually remind me a lot of Jason. When Jason came to me, you know, he was he thought he needed like one-to-one coaching. You know, he didn't believe in group coaching. I can handle it now, just like weaving it into there. That's the belief I had. But you already know someone's said that, so you've got an advantage to weave that in. It's going to show up. If they're thinking it, someone else is going to think it. All right, we'll go into that. Okay, so step 2, pain points. Remember, relief of pain sells more than potential gain, always. So the relief of pain sells more than potential gain. So the pain points go first. You remind me of Marley. So when Marley came to us, you know, she had the idea to, you know, coach women and, you know, coach women to have the best year of their lives. You know, she's a life coach, and, you know, she was just stuck. She was like all over the place, confused, overwhelmed. And basically she was really underselling herself for only $300 a client. But she actually wasn't getting any clients at that price point anyway. And she didn't have any predictable way of getting them. So, you know, she was doing all the usual stuff that we see people do. You know, she was jumping from webinar to webinar. She was doing course after course, like not getting anywhere, lots of confusion, lots of overwhelm. You know what I'm talking about, right, Gerald? So now like, well, I'm like in that place, but this will be your, and this can be anything that's a pain point in your niche. This one is a pain point of not charging what she thought she was worth. She didn't know how to raise prices. She didn't know how to communicate the value. She didn't know how to raise the price for $300. She thought that's all people would pay. That's a belief. So there's the pain point. The person on the phone is like, well, that's like me. I'm only charging X amount for my service. So they're still listening. It's like, well, what did you do? Like, what happened? Like, so it's a story. We're telling a story. So now we insert the solution and how it specifically helped them. So the first step is you remind me of, then we throw in the pain points. Now you're going to say how your solution specifically helped them. And this is not freewheeled. It's not just randomly spoken. It's written out and in front of you when you're on your call. So that when you need to tap into them, which you will, it's on the screen and you can just scroll to the actual story you want to use. Because there'll be lots of different pain points for different people, different clients. But just so you know, you only need one. I use this the whole of that month of October, the same story on every call. And, with Marley, after, talking with us, she knew she needed a lot of help. So see, that first line is what they're thinking. They know they need help. But you don't say, you need help. Talking about Marley here. You buy into it. It's like she knew she needed a lot of help. So she made, the wise decision to join us. Wise decision. I want to be wise. I don't want to be stupid. That's going on unconsciously as you tell the story. She made the wise decision to join us. You can really throw some other things in. She was smart. Marley was smart. Real smart lady. Because she knew that if she didn't get the help, she'd just be in exactly the same spot 12 months down the line. Still stuck, still guessing, still overwhelmed, still in confusion, still throwing mud at the wall. So she stepped up and she committed, to working with us, and we immediately got to work on the business. And within the first week, Marley actually got to see the light and started to charge what she's worth. And, we do this in the program. This is one of the sections Alex goes through with all of our clients, and it's called, it's priceless training. It's called value proposition, and it's really seeing the value in the eyes of your client, not from where you value yourself. Can you see the difference there, gentlemen? No. So I'm handling an objection and a belief of yours, which is I can't charge high fees. People won't pay it. Marley didn't believe that people would pay it, but when she went through the training, she was very quickly able to raise the prices. And she started to see the light and the value in herself. She just couldn't see it herself. She needed to have it extracted out of her. And we did that very quickly. And then next piece, big piece now. So they're my pains. This is what you did. The solution came in and just like fixed those pains. And then this is the piece now where this is what they want. This is what the prospect wants, the glory. So we work closely with her to help her overcome some of the fears, because everyone has fears around what they're doing, things that they're scared of. And she was very quickly able to charge, $6,000 per client for a program. The price she knew she wanted to charge, and she knew she was worth that. And over the course of several weeks, with our system, she started to enroll client after client into a program until she actually filled up her first group coaching program of 10 women over a space of 2 months. And you can say that she made 60,000 in this time frame, or you can say something like, so do the math. So it's raise the prices, 10 clients at 6,000 in 2 months. What's that? It's It's not bad, is it? Then they start to believe, and it's like, well, if Marley did that, maybe I could do that too. This next piece is the big one. This is where you can now really start to handle objections. So we've done pain. Your solution comes in. This is the glory. Marley now has a program with 6,000 a pop to a client. We're able to help her fill that program up with 10 women quite quickly. She made 60,000 in 2 months with that. Now we're going to put in objection handling. With all the stuff that you just said, you can throw it in here. All of those objections. I can work this out on my own. Jason's. What was yours, Robert?
That they'll work with someone else that won't work for them.
Yep. That can go in here as well. All of them can. You can actually put every single objection into this piece. All of them in one hit and call them all out in like literally 20 seconds.
We are champion.
Huh?
Marley is going to be our champion.
There's a running joke that we use this story. I've used this story so many times. I've never even met Marley. I don't know who she is. I don't know if she exists. I think she does exist. Jack, you have a question?
But maybe that's not the really.
How long is the story going on?
It seems like it's going on long because I'm starting. It takes a minute to go through. It's all done subtly. I'll tell it like in full in a sec. So if we go back to that, so she filled up. She made 60,000 this time frame and filled up 10 women in just 2 months. So and she even went on to charge a lot more, change a lot more women's lives. I think she even runs retreats now, and she fills them up with amazing women all over the world wanting a program. See, Marley, she made a strong decision. She made a strong decision to do something about it versus staying stuck and confused. Because here's the thing, Jared, a lot of people, they say they want success, but they always let excuses get in the way. But with Marley, she didn't make excuses. She knew that if she didn't take action, none of this was going to change. She didn't have to go think about it. She didn't have to, she didn't believe she could go and work it out on her own because she knew that was silly and that would never work. She knew that the help that she needed was here in the program, and she knew it was going to work for her because she had this belief that, this wasn't for her. But when she came in, she realized that it was, and she'd done a lot of good work with it. And she didn't have to make excuses about the time, and timing wasn't right, because let's face it, all of those things are just excuses. Like if you really want success, you have to take action. And Marley was one of those people who took action. And they're usually the best clients, the ones who take action, the ones who step up. She didn't have to go and ask a spouse, she didn't have to go think about things or procrastinate or meditate on it or pray on it or go and check out other programs and do due diligence, anything like that. Marley was strong. She stepped up, she was smart, she made a strong decision, and she threw all those excuses out the window. And in fact, Marley didn't even have any money to invest. She knew the benefit of leveraging good debt. She put this on a credit card and she just came in and nailed it. And now she has a program with lots and lots of people in, 2,000 a client, 6,000 a client, has lots and lots of clients. So she has a system in place. It's working for her around the clock, bringing in perfect clients, every day, finally doing what she loves. She didn't get in her own way. See how I handled like every single objection there in one bit. Now what that does, whether you believe it or not, it works. It's kind of like calling out all the stuff that they're thinking. And people don't want to let you down like that. They just don't. It's hard for them to lose face. It's one of the laws of influence, the consistency law. They don't want to go against that. So if you say something like she didn't have to think about it, chances are pretty high they're not going to say I need to think about it at the end. It's never going to work 100% all the time. Definitely lowers the chance of them saying that. And you want to practice reading it so it sounds good. Okay. And then the last piece is now you're going to ask a question. preferably a no question. Said all that. And we end on a question. And, you know, Geraldine, with the right offer and support, do you think this would be out of reach for you? As you help people get great results, right? Do you think this would be out of reach with our help?
I have to consider it. That's sound very.
So see that there, I wouldn't move on now. You said that to me, I would not move on. Because that's the thing. When you're going through your script, if these little suitcases are all closed up and all these little tiny pieces, like consider, I want to know what you want to consider. And that's before moving into me pitching. What is that? I need to get to the roots of that. So, you know, I would then say,
So, it was like, I really like this, I know I need it, I agree with you. But I'm not quite sure how the financial part would work. But doesn't mean I don't want to do it.
mhm,
What would you say that to them about? Fire?
Yeah, that's kind of, you know, being in that situation, that's exactly where I was. So,
Yeah, it might, I mean, you might say, because you said it's out of reach for you. No one's gonna, I, the nothing's out of reach for me, but it might be. The answer might be, no, but it would depend on what the costs. Depending on the program, I would see.
okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's a,
But I like the question, because like it definitely gets people,
if
like it's out of reach for you.
well, with this, when the story is told in full. You kind of put someone in a state of like belief of like, wow, it's like, because we just broke that up. And there's time to think about everything as you know, as we're doing it. When it's in a call situation where it's done pretty quickly and impactfully. People are in the story, all they're thinking about is, wow, Marley's got this retreat, she's got all these women in, that's what I want. And then when you say, would this be outreach? It's like, no, I've got value, I know I got value, but again, if somebody doesn't, and it's that belief issue that they don't, we've got to get to that as well, because it's going to show up somewhere. You know, so we have to, this is where you have to be like courageous, and you'll hear it on people's voices on the phone. You'll hear the hesitation, the lack of commitment. Like when I asked the question, how committed are you to fixing this? If it's like, yeah, I'm committed, I don't, that's like, no, that's not a good answer. It's like, I can't move forward into the next slot. And the way I used to teach is like, if you think of a submarine, you go in through each part of the call in different sections of the submarine. And once you come out of one section, you don't move into the next one and shut the door into the next section of the submarine until you've covered everything in there. And then go to the next one and shut that door. And then the end is like closed, but if you leave those doors open and you're not shutting them off, you get to the end and you're going to walk away, like literally, because you miss things like that, like the belief. What's the commitment level? There's always got to be, how committed are you to fixing this? Or you ask the question, which is, this is something, again, should be written in the script. Okay, so what is it right now, Geraldine? That's like, you can weave in objections, you weave them in everywhere. So what is it right now, Geraldine, that's, you know, really like stopping you from, you know, saying, let's do this, let's put this system in place, let's raise my prices, let's start getting people through the door, let's start getting paid what I'm worth, and helping these women and having a system in place, having clients come to you, and, you know, just really building a great, successful business. What is it right now that's stopping you from that?
I just need to know how I can do it,
Okay,
how I can set up the financial part to do it.
okay. So when you say finance, what you mean for you investing?
Right.
Okay, well, we can get to that, you know, we'll get to that at the end, but more than that, like what else is in your way right now? Is there anything else stopping you right now?
No, I really want this.
Perfect. So the reason for that is I can shut the door off now because I know it's like, she really wants it. And again, people can just say these things. They may be just saying that, but I'm not shutting the doors off until I get to the next, until I've closed everything off in that section of the submarine. So that's why I asked the question before shutting that door, what else is stopping you? You didn't mention anything else, well, no, nothing, I really want this, it's just, how do I do this, like, how do I do this financially? That's fine, I've got that now. Move on, close the door, and move into the next section, because now I know it's like, you seem to want this. It's a financial thing. But it doesn't mean I can't do it, I can't afford it, it's like, I just need to know how it works. So that would be written down, ready for that. So we want scholarship, scarcity, you know, all of those things will come into play now to get you to make a decision. Right?
I see this question, if you not pre-frame them sooner in your marketing to know what the price is, that this would bring up a price suggestion almost every time.
What do you mean? Like which
Well,
part?
you say, is this outreach to you?
Okay, so it doesn't have to say that. It doesn't have to say, is this outreach? Like outreach meaning the results of the client. It could, you can,
Right,
you,
that's what I mean, it means.
yeah, you can change that. That doesn't have to say that. Yeah, you don't have to say outreach.
I'm gonna say like, is there anything going like that may distract you? When it's planning to reach you or worry?
So you could change, you know, would be outreach. You just say, and with the right offer and support, do you think that this is possible for you, Geraldine, with our help?
I like that.
And I'm not trying to
No, it's good.
shut this down, because this would be perfect in part of this, if we do reprint stuff.
Yeah, no, that's
Just
it's
take
fine.
Can you say what you said?
Send it right off.
And with right offer support, do you think this is possible for you?
Yeah. With the right offer and support, do you think this would be possible for you, Geraldine?
Yes, exactly what I'm. Do my life. for. I just need the right.
Mm, okay,
And what if they do say? I don't know that I can do this.
then I don't close the door. We move to the next piece. I want to address that.
Address.
Yeah, so let's do it. Let's do a role play. I've just said that. So Chad, with this, with the right support and the right offer, do you think this would be possible for you?
I'm still not sure if it would actually, if I can actually do this. I don't have enough time. I don't feel like, and I'm overwhelmed. And honestly, I just don't believe. I don't probably believe in myself enough.
Okay. No, but
I'm just throwing something out.
But this is the thing, this is a real thing, it's a belief. And if we don't address it and we just charge off down to the pitch, never gonna work, never gonna close the deal, because there's an issue there that's not been addressed. It's the belief issue. So we need to go into that a bit deeper and start probing a bit more. And then we need to either raise Chad up or say, I don't think this is gonna work. And have the confidence and the power to say, well, based on what you've said there, I don't think this will help you, because I think you are not at the right place for you personally to be in a program like this. You know, there seems to be some belief issues. There seems to be some things that are holding you back right now. I mean, we can help you with that, but are you prepared to step into that and get help with those belief issues?
So this is the thing that I actually help people with, and so that's the problem, right? You know, so they're kind of like,
Like, can you use them like,
this,
how long do you want to continue doing this?
yeah,
Exactly what-
Yeah,
This is-
that's me. You stay there. You don't move on.
Yeah.
You don't close that door. You can't move on. And I've just listened to, we used to do,
it's a story constructed.
you can throw another story in there. I mean, that's why if you've got more
Yeah.
stories, throw another one in there. Yeah, you know, there was a guy called Steve who was a little bit like that, Chad, actually, you know, he came to us, a lot of belief issues, you know, he'd really help people. He was in his own way. You know, he was always in his own way, self-sabotaging, just doing all these things and just really not getting to the core of the issue of why he wasn't making sales and he wasn't doing well in his business. It was him. But the difference was Steve wanted to get out of that. He didn't want to hang out there. He didn't want to stay in his own BS. So now I'm getting you to be like Steve now.
Yep.
You know, so you know, he committed and he went for it. You know, it was scary for him. It was like a leap of faith for him, you know, but he made that leap of faith because he knew that if he didn't, he would just go back to his normal life, going around in circles, stuck in his fear, procrastinating, doing all those things. So, you know, with Steve, he came in and he realized quickly that all the stuff he was doing was just, it was all in his head. We were quickly able to remove that, give him some accountability, get him on the right path, give him some structure and clarity, and he was off to the races. You know, he made his first sale in 4 weeks, first $5,000 client. But I don't know if that's available or good for you, Chad, because of what you just said. I don't know, you tell me, what do you think? Back to you. So see, I boxed it off. And if he's like, fuck, I can do this. Let's go. Close the door. I'm gonna go to the next stage. If I can't get that, I can't move on. And I've done it where I've just like bypassed it and paid lip service to it. And you know the cues and you just know it's happening because you can tell by the tonality, you can tell by what people are saying. And if you don't address them and you just go into the next door, the water's gonna chuck you out. You won't close it.
Could you repeat that, but I don't know if this is right for you, Chad.
I can't remember what I just said.
Just read on that.
I don't,
Yeah, so I
I
don't,
don't know if this, yeah, I don't know if this is good for you. You tell me.
yeah.
You tell,
Yeah.
So have there ever been times where you're like, where you felt like, okay, I want to handle this after pitch? So I'm not gonna like close this objection.
You personally, you really have to handle all of this before you tell anyone a price. That's what I think. Because like, let's say the belief is, I don't believe I can do it. Really, that's the suitcase. It's like, I don't believe I can charge high ticket. It's in the suitcase. And then you get to the end and you say the investment is, 15,000. Everything else doesn't matter. It's what's in that suitcase is, well, I don't believe I can do it anyway, so that's going to be a waste of money. It could be any investment, but the belief has not been held or dealt with. So whether you do it at the end, before, it's got to, wherever it is in the system, in the sequence of your call, you've got to say it before the pitch, really, because if you don't, that is then a green light for them to just like bail out because the real issue hasn't been dealt with. So then it's like, it's 15,000, then an objection is going to come out.
And then their guards up.
Yeah, guards, I gotta think about this, it's not, I don't have that much money. All that, you don't believe it.
Could you insert the story, like, set it here in the pre-call video and then just tell it again?
Yeah, like you can put, we have stories in as testimonials. They're not as long as this story. It's the same formula. So, hey, this is Jane. When Jane come to us, she didn't believe she could do Facebook ads. So it didn't work in her industry. She's a psychologist. She came in, did Facebook ads. In the first day, she had a client book in with her for Facebook ads and closed the first $8,000 deal with one advert. Now Jane is like bringing people in a psychology practice using Facebook adverts. So the belief there is, oh, Facebook ads doesn't work in my industry. Well, we just crushed that belief on the power content. I mean, so it's always going to adapt and change. But if you imagine, I wish I had a whiteboard to draw on. If you imagine the chambers of the submarine, every time you're on a call, and you'll know that it's not the right time to move to the next one because of the things that they're saying, you'll know. And if you know and you still move on, you deserve to get flushed away.
Yeah. They usually bring it up. They usually like, okay, close. So how does this work? Now they want to know.
Yeah.
How to do it, right?
That can happen,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And then.
But you'll
How
know,
much is this?
you got to listen to the subtle cues. Jess, what time are you on break? Is in there? 4 past? Or,
Okay, ready, so when
all right, we'll have a break in 2 minutes and we'll have a break and get some coffee in. Because there's going to be work in a sec. So those chambers of passing someone through the process of your script. Those beliefs, obviously you're trying to check as many of those beliefs as possible. All the objections the orders mentioned, they're all equal, they're all the same, they're all the same ones. But when you ask certain questions like, how committed are you to fixing this problem? Because this is an issue. Like what you just told me there, it sounds awful. How committed are you to fixing it? Because we can fix it, we can help, but it only works for people who are really committed to making this work. We enroll the best clients. Our best clients get the best results. They're decisive and they're strong-minded. Like, so how committed are you, Dave? Then you can listen to the answer, and the tonality will tell you everything. Everything. Like if I was to say, how committed are you, Jason, to fixing this problem? How would you say, respond?
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
I'm committed.
that wouldn't sell
Oh
me.
my God.
I bet Jason will have to shut the door.
That's when you have to listen to the words they say.
I'll give you the money. Period.
Yeah, different from like, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, and you've got to pay attention to that. You have to, and if you're going through your script and you get to that and you ask that question, you're how committed, and they don't give you a real strong answer. And it's not like, you know, Carl, like, I've been doing this for like 2 years now and banging my head off the wall. I'm so fed up of it. They're like, I want to do anything to make this work. Yeah, I'm committed. I'm 100% committed. How do we do it? Like, what do we have to do? I want to be like Steve. Yeah, and here's the other thing. Don't be lured into that false sense of security when you get someone on the phone and you think, this guy's in. Never do that. I did that so many times and I bypassed all of the stuff. This guy's in, and you get to the end, it's like, well, this has been great. I'm doing due diligence. I'm going to go and it's like, what the heck just happened? This guy was like in at the beginning. Now he's not.
Yeah.
Never, like regardless of what they're telling you. Whatever people are saying on the phone, don't listen to them.
That's 3 words I get on the phone call. What's the next step?
That's yeah.
yes, it's not guaranteed money in it, but it's.
Yeah. But don't until you've shut the doors. Do not go in there. I'm telling you, you get washed away because there's still things that haven't been taken care of in those chambers. If you try and shut the last door, malfunction, you're out. So you've got to shut them, have the confidence to shut each door. So you get to the end, the commitment's not there. Let's just say it's not. So how committed are you, Jake? The tonality, yeah. Committed. Yeah. So I don't believe you. I'm not going to say that though.
How do you handle that kind of?
Well, this is where the courage comes in now, and the truth comes in, because this is just the truth and the reality of it.
We're not sounding too.
You can say that, but you want to avoid that feeling of pressure and that, feeling of I'm being pushy or I'm trying to like headlock someone in. You can then tell another story to alleviate that.
The story about commitment.
Yes. Or you can just do what Alex does and just flood him over the head.
Well,
But
But then that works that way as well. It depends on how you want to handle it.
the question is, do you always tell stories that end up with the glory, or you can also tell stories about people that, took the decision, like not being fully committed, saying with words that they were committed, but not with their actions, and
Yeah.
then through the program, they realize, we realize that, this isn't working, something is not well.
Yeah, you can tell whatever, as long as it's a true story.
Yeah, it happened to me.
Yeah, and the reality of this, what's the outcome of the story? What are you trying to do? You're trying to change beliefs, and you're using psychology to change the belief of the prospect. So let's say Jason, for example. How committed are you, Jason, to fixing this?
I still am committed.
Yeah, just like you
Yeah.
just did.
Yeah, I'm committed.
Because here's the thing, so that he doesn't know that I'm doing that based on that, but I am. Because here's the thing, without a commitment from you, and I mean a solid commitment, like you've got to be all in for this, you've got to be 100%. Because we've had clients before who have not gone all in, and they've said they're committed, but they're not really committed. They just say it, like to make me feel happy, but I don't care about that. I want to know how committed you are to fixing this. Because the ones who get the best results, they go all in, they take a leap of faith, they don't make excuses, and they go all in, they get the bloody results. So as long as you're one of those, then I think we can make this work. But I don't know, you tell me, because the way you just said it there, it doesn't seem like you are. Am I wrong? I don't know. You tell me. Step back. Now I want you to tell me. It's the truth. So it's not so much of a, it's more of a gentle.
so they don't actually believe that they are people.
Yeah, but that's what you get into now. It's like,
Right, because I mean, there are people that just.
Yeah.
And And so if you said that, and they're like, well, maybe don't,
Yeah, the belief thing's I think the biggest one. Because if somebody has something like a skill set, and they really believe they're good at it, and they really believe that you can bridge the gap to where they want to go, because that's all people do. They're here at point A with the right tools for themselves to deliver a service or help people. They want to get to point B. You're the gap. You're the bridge the gap person. You bridge the gap for them to get to point B. But they've got to believe that they can get to point B, not just with your help, but when they get there, they can do what they're meant to be doing as a person, their belief. So with that, you can even say that, because here's the thing. A lot of people come on calls with us, and the reality is they don't really believe in themselves. And sometimes I get to the end of my calls and I can tell that's the case, because they get reluctant and they try and back out, they make excuses, they throw all these objections around, and it's like, we don't do that here. I'm just handling it before I go into the next chamber, because I'm handling all these objections before I pitch. So the reason I asked that question, Jason, is because for this to work, you are going to be doing the work, and you have to be committed. We've got people lined up ready to come in with us. Committed people who want to make this happen.
Say what you just said again. The reason why I asked this is, or referring to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the reason I asked this is because for this to work, you have to be committed. You have to do the work. You could even ask them, is there any reason you wouldn't do the work, Jason?
No, like not to get to where I want to go.
Good. That's what it boils down to. It's like we have the system, we have the team, we have endless success stories. We have this worked for us, it's worked for hundreds of clients, and it will work for you too if you do the work and follow what we teach you. So I'm glad you're committed to making this happen. So would you like me to share with you, Jason, how we can help you with this?
Yeah.
I'm 100% confident we can help you. This is what we do. There's no one out there better than us with what we do here. We're experts at this stuff. And if you want to be getting Serve Glory, I don't know if there's anyone else out there on planet Earth who can help you like we can. So if you have a pen and paper there,
Yeah.
right, write this down. What was the number you wanted to get to each month?
20,000.
Okay, so put 20,000 at the top of the page.
Okay.
Here's how we're going to do it. So I'm just confident we're going to go in now. This is how we're doing it. I'm holding you in my submarine. Doors are shut. No, listen, you're not going to get to the end every time and they're going to go, I'm in, every objection's handled, it's a perfect. It's like, no, but it definitely locks off those doors for you to get to the end, and be confident in pitching. Because if you know there's like underlying stuff that hasn't been brought up and you're pitching, you'll just half-ass the pitch.
Yeah.
This situation that I'm about somebody that get do all this. Do you ever take it back to the pain?
Yeah. 100%. And you can even you can write a script for that. We wrote a script in La Jolla. It was like a raise them up script. And that would be the last resort. And it's hardcore. Where it's like, just stand there. They're like, and it worked.
That's the knock you over your head script.
Yeah. Because it's like it's like, right, we've tried all this hasn't worked, they're still not doing it, this is like a last resort, not to make them feel bad, just to get them to realize like you're in the shit. Your life's gonna be the same if you don't take action and get help. If you're not getting help with us, go find help with someone. Go and get help with us, because you're not gonna do it. Or stop booking calls with people and wasting people's time, go get a fucking job. Yeah, well, that's the truth. It's the truth, because you have people just coming on wasting your time. But it's our job to get to the root and the core, like the onion, peel it all the way down. What is that thing? Get to the core of it, highlight it, bring it up. Do they want to fix it? Really? Are they committed? Really? Because if they're not, then don't go to the pitch.
Yeah.
And be strong enough in your frame to say, listen, I'll be honest with you, you haven't showed me on this call the commitment I was looking for. And we don't take everyone on here. We want good people in this program. We want committed people. And you haven't showed that today. Jason. So, you know, unfortunately, as much as I know we can help you, I don't think that you're gonna be able to do this. I don't think you're ready for it. So I'd like to say, you know, thanks for the call. And I think we should part ways. And if our paths cross again in the future, then, you know, maybe you'll be ready to step up and do this. But right now, I don't think it's for you. That's it. And I've done that, to be honest, I've only done that once or twice. And if they agree, then it's definitely not just not for that. It's like, you can arm lock them and headlock, kick them in. And
You have
then,
the net result?
no, that's if some, that's like, I'm in the last door to go into the pitch.
Okay.
And if they don't give me that strong, because sometimes it can take you like 20 minutes, 30 minutes to read the pitch. And you're going through your pitch, telling them what you're gonna do. And what the, like, how you're gonna help them fix their problem with your solution. And you're there, you're telling them how this, that, and at the end, like, no, and they're not committed. They weren't committed before you told them about this. So you've got to get that. Got to get all these pain points and make them believe that this is the path for them.
And I've done that probably 10 times over the last 12 months. And I can honestly say 50% come back and say, oh, wait, here's my credit card.
There we go.
Seriously,
What's
about 50% of them, like, oh, I'm committed.
So
Here's the thing.
I'm on the opposite side of that, where I tried to overhelp them in, and then they want their reimbursement the next day.
Well, that's the thing. If you're, and you know, Alex alluded to this yesterday, if you're dragging people in,
Yeah.
and you're headlocking them in, right, they'll at some point like blame you in the program why they're not getting results, and it's nothing to do with you. It's all to do with how they entered, how they stepped into their selves in the program.
I wanted to add something because when I first used the script that you guys taught at CIA, I didn't think it would work. I'm like, the script is so long, it takes so long to get through, you know. But I followed it, and I think one of the times where I really felt like, wow, this script is a magic script was when I did one of my sales calls, and I went through, I told the stories, you know, I even had a few loops in the back ready, and the guy was like, how do you know me so well? I'm like, this dude's a truck driver, you know, and I'm like, I don't know you, but like, I asked all the questions and I told the stories, and at the end, he was just like all the stories that I had built handled all the objections, so that at the end, he was just like, yeah, I'm in. But like, I do remember like there were points in the beginning where like I could tell that his tonality was shifting as I told each story. And it was just really cool to see.
And they work.
Yeah.
They work with it. Absolutely. Thanks for sharing that. I mean, it's a good thing. When you're not prepared going into a call, you won't win. It's like a judo match, let's say. And if you go into a judo match with somebody who's well trained, somebody who's disciplined and trained in the art of judo, and you go in with like no preparation whatsoever, you've been out on the drink the night before, go in, it's like, come on, let's go, you're just gonna get slammed. You just get slammed with those. You will, and you'll get hurt. And going into a call prepared, that was like the mentality. It's my preparation for this is on my screen, and I'd have two screens. You don't have to have that, that's what I had. On one screen, I'd have my main script. On the second screen, I'd have stories and my, like, if you fuck around, there's my last script. So it's like, there's my script, stories. So I could sit there with my headphones on, read, engage, ask questions, make the notes, and then go to the stories on the other screen when they were required. So I could just read it how I would speak. So my story, the way it's written, if I give it to somebody else, they would go, I need to change that a bit. It's not my wording, my verbiage. I say things differently. So you write them how you talk. So when you read them, it sounds like you're not reading the script. You get so good at it, it's like you just remember them. You don't even need scripts then.
Like tell them to jump, right? You gotta say it right or else.
Oh, yeah.
it sounds stupid.
Absolutely. So it's being prepared. Okay, so enjoying that, guys? Yeah? Well,
Absolutely.
brilliant. Right, grab a break, like 15 minutes, and then we'll go into the exercise, and then we're going to go through. So you all have a story that's written out and you can use in your script.
If it, okay, questions, we have a other presentation, how to put a question, that's the moment when we can ask.
Yes,
questions.
Q&A.
Q&A. Sorry, I was listening to my words. Sometimes the English goes away from my head. It's like, oh, it's not. Now.
Wow. Something get together, so Jason's talk through last week. Yeah, that sounds good. Text in. Got some ideas. We need to get together and figure out how we can help them better.
I see shared his tracking with you.
So that's why I started thinking about it. Because he had.
Oh, I see.
And so I told him, I said, okay. I said, hey, if you could give me your trackers, or if you give me your numbers, I can help you make better decisions. With that.
Yeah, so,
He said, yeah, I'll send, he said, he'll send them to me.
so have you done it yet?
No.
Okay, fine. Put it up here.
He did say, well, go ahead.
Right, so here's what I. Right, so, he has a template to track his product. Okay, yep. And he likes it a lot. And he's just, so these are the people that he has, these are all of his painting projects, basically. Right, so every time they'll go in and make a duplicate of the template, build it,
Okay.
take it, make it, go to aggregate here. And then this is essentially his financial statement. Okay. Where he can start doing else. And over here, you can allow the time. For further analysis. So you can really. See, the type of project, money spending in it, labor costs, fuel costs, total costs. Each of the products. And then this is a question for him on how to use forces. This isn't enough. This isn't maybe what's the. Right, so he just built it out. So if, you know.
I'm sorry.
Because we didn't want. So you can go here. I don't want
Time we have one of these, does that raise numbers automatically?
No, so no, these two. That has program, additional program. That
That is beyond the scope.
Does he know how to do that?
Oh, no.
Or does?
He won't know how to- because I have the team. And. Yeah,
So we can do once the month.
yeah, it's not like these last two is what he had.
Yeah.
Right, so he knows how to do it.
Right.
It's so, it's not, so now it's beyond the worst. He needs to.
This is-
Yeah.
We didn't push him. That's not a big deal. I just realized.
I thought I might have left them in here last minute.
You know, if you're not using.
They're not in my bedroom.
Right.
But it's not, no big deal, it's just, yeah. So it does go ahead and count as revenues and all this stuff.
Right.
Each-
Up on the top.
Each.
So, so this is total so far. You know, he's just starting off.
Yeah.
Right? And this is those are templates, right? So in the future, as he increases his ability to manipulate technology.
I think I'm off in your room, by
Then
chance.
he can filter this
Maybe.
and export stuff. So I taught him how to.
It's raining Birkenstocks, like plastic Birkenstocks.
But he doesn't know how to do that for another.
So, yeah, so he was talking this to me, I didn't understand what he was looking at or anything, this
Right,
helps me understand. how to-
Right. So he should share that.
Yeah, he said he was going to.
Right. The biggest concern that we had, and we brought it up, was what's going on here.
I looked.
Yes. He's not, he doesn't know how to really get leads, I mean, he's doing, these were almost like given to him, but now he's needing to learn how to do it. his own.
Right. and at least we talked about it. Offer them the sales guy. And we told them to bring it up. and say,
Right.
Oh, baby, good job.
It's either way, it's fine, same way, you know, it's like, I thought they really work together better probably. to help them.
Right.
Okay, so marketing share.
Well, it's not from the president. So,
Oh, is it?
yeah,
Okay.
so it's.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. But, you know, I want to get him wins.
Right.
What's, I just have noticed the last several weeks. He's been going back to either not really wanting to look at needing to leads himself. Or he is in, I can't decide whether I should have two teams.
Oh, he's traveling.
I know, just so, like in a week, he just grabbed one, and I was just like, whoa, what happened?
Yeah, I asked him about that. I'm like, oh, why did you do this? Right? He's like, it was hard. Because like, it wasn't even hard. Like the profit he was getting from that. So he said, it did. And I responded.
Yeah, which is great, that's why we need these numbers, right?
Right,
To
right.
help them.
Yeah,
Make good decisions.
right. So he's fully scrapped that to me.
Yes.
Yeah, he's like.
I talked to, I got them set right before he started, because he was kind of everywhere.
Right.
So. You just get ready to have a conversation. with him about Oh, yeah, no, me too.
Yeah, which I think is great. Yeah.
He's making decisions, he has ownership, and he's adding that he's got maybe a little bit too much for brought too fast, because he really needs to be going down, because he's trying to sell this business. And I'm like, the reality is, this is a business, you can sell that business, you can improve this business, you know, but it's like, he was trying to decide if it worth it. He doesn't like, he really was trying to. He's thinking,
Yeah, he wants to have it.
where he wants to pass it in.
Right. He wants 100. Okay, sure.
Yes.
You know, I mean.
That's what Mark, I look at you. But I think and he does and will, and I hope, I'm really good at coaching. Good laser. With them. But it's, you know, this helps. I said, just, I need this information. This is the stuff I don't do well. This is the stuff I don't do well. I don't like. I don't put these trackers together.
Oh, I love those. It's like.
Yeah, I know you. I love it. I do more of you and that. No, I like, this is not.
Right.
No problem. Here's what we need to do. Let's make these decisions. Now, what's keeping you from making those decisions, or why, you know, of all the things you want to do? So actually, last thing, he ended up deciding he needed $1,500 more effectively.
Oh.
And he wasn't seeing it in his business. So he is doing an Airbnb in his house, and it's actually really good. And he was looking about doing a tour. Oh, the car. What he wanted to do was an Amazon.
Yeah, yes. I think it's like looking at his numbers, I honestly feel. It's fun.
It would be great, but it's not happening. Right, until he needs to get. He needs to invest in himself, essentially, to learn how to lead better and how to get sales. Or leads.
So.
In this particular. Yeah. You would like that.
Yeah. Every time I wonder.
Build them what?
Or machine, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he wants that, and he's aware of that.
So. From the specific.
Yes,
So learn how to do. Oh, yeah.
yes.
And then.
Yes. Yes, me too. And he wasn't, so he finally got it in my last, I'm trying to hear on the phone. Coaching, my last coaching session, and it was, so I was really glad to hear him say it. The first time he said, okay, maybe I really need to document what I do. I already did that for you. No, I mean. Well, let me clear it.
But I guess. How, like, what exactly does on the dated.
No, here's. Yeah, this is awesome. You put this together for him?
Yeah.
Let me see the detail. I told him the same thing. I said, hey, if you want to start it out, I do like systems. I love systems. I just don't like the technology. That I don't know the life to put together the technology and to get the numbers and to get the flow and all of that stuff.
Right.
I know the benefits of it, and I like to put the first one together. And then I listen to the other one. Yes, yeah, I love it.
Right, so.
It's just look so good.
So you see how it's already parallel.
So here's some things, yeah.
Purely on the data.
Yeah.
Right, so the data is. Accurate, then.
No, this is the description.
Yes.
That's not good. So, you know what I mean? So, he needs to How do you do teleport? It's because he doesn't want to do it, right? But he has to be there to make sure they're doing it the way his way. Correct. He doesn't like their way, so he gets rid of that whole group, right? Correct. I like this group, it's because he's there, they can see what he's doing. He thinks intuitively, because he's really good at it, right? But he needs to document all those little things that he does intuitively, correct? So he can pass that on to somebody else to do all of that for him in the future. Yes. So that's why I'm so excited to hear him say, these things right here. So I think I need to start documenting. Right. What I do. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, one week. I really think we're great. Serious. I just, but the thing is, I think we need to get him real fast, right? So you can get paid. Or the people want to continue to be paid. Yeah. Yeah, and he doesn't want to change the board. Like we all do. I don't know, I don't know. Yeah. No, I know. Yes. Exactly. Well, it's like, see, he ramped up so fast. I mean, I don't even know, which is amazing. He went from converting his job, right, to getting his first real estate house, and getting passive income to getting two different groups of people on his team, right? And now he's trying to think of a third. Now that's the problem. He's trying to think of a third. Well, you look at it. And he was expecting his account shows that he's probably looking at a $150,000 for the year. Right. Yes, but it's not, yes. So that's the problem. So what he does is he worries, so he wants that, he wants those, that money coming, so he doesn't have to worry. He can start working. I think you look at so that, I'm like, that's fine. Right, so I'll give you records. He already got the Airbnb completely done, so everybody else in town, everybody's as an Airbnb, and I said, okay, that's fine. I'll do that, and then he said, I need to start getting back and working on. Right, and that's fair. That's fair. Let's make sure. Yeah. But again, he's going to be focusing on trying to get all this done so he can
It's just a little,
do it, but not be weird. So that's the thing. I think he. Like just keep it. Right. Because it's people.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. Yeah. Yeah. He thinks that there's another said another plane is going to solve it, so he doesn't have to do that. That's a hard work. It's a hard work. We both. Yeah, I think. But the two of them. Yeah. Yeah. So he's been thinking, I've been starting to think over this. Now it's gonna take away from this. So. You know. So he doesn't come to learning, so we can get it started, like somebody else, you know. You know, there's some guys out there that are. Jobs, right, but that it's like a 46. So you lose the profit, which is why I was like, think people. Would you like to learn how to use it? Maybe it's making it. But, you know, I didn't know the numbers, I just.
Yeah,
So that's why I just. No, it's fine, I'll talk. Cause well, maybe not be. Then be responsible. So like I typically. And I really want to get into that. But I know there's all of that mindset. We can be for the type of thing that choices. Right. So that we can do. We don't put I love that. That's why I think we're such a good thought I think it's maybe what I didn't get into. I'm trying to test it this week. He said,
okay. Take a seat, John, please. Take a seat, everyone.
That's the whole point. He's gonna tell a story with them.
So. Yeah.
I think we have like 4 or 5 streets of different.
Yeah, that's me and I just, we just, I mean, we both were very pleasant. That's good. See, this, these are all of them. Yeah, we got that. The big appearance. I would say everything from those.
I did.
It's for the first house. And to get to the people, and we got rid of one of them already, but to get into. But now we need to figure out.
Then it's in my
Good
notes.
decision.
Well, but no, I'm doing the. I'm doing it. Then. And,
All right, let's kick this off. Let's go. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is each of you are gonna craft a story of your own based on a true story of someone you've helped using the formula that we went through. So you remind me of, in fact, you let me know what they are. What are they? So you remind me of, what's next?
Insert the pain point.
Yeah,
insert solution
yeah,
and how we can help you.
yeah.
Insert the glory.
So the glory,
Waving the victims and loss of difference in story.
yeah. And then ask a question.
And the question is, with the right offer and support, do you think this would be possible for you?
Yeah, that's one question, but yours could be, you know, with the right, yeah, similar, but it would
But you
be,
have also the other question, the question that needs to know, is that before this one?
if you can, it does, as long as it's a question that's gonna be relevant to what you do, it can be anything. It's like, it's just to get them to give you an answer, like, do you think this is possible? Do you think this is outreach for you? Do you think this is not possible for you? Do you think with the right offer or help, this is gonna help you? Can you see how this would help you? Just as long as it's a question for them to go, yes, or no, I don't think think that's possible.
Are you aiming for a no in that part?
Either or, really, as long as they acknowledge that. Guys, this here now with a story, if you practice correctly. And we're gonna go through them and like tweak them. You can leave here with a story that you can use every day on the phone. If it's done correctly, just read it and be a powerful tool. So don't pay lip service to us, really think about rejections, think about pain, what they're going through. See.
Yeah, but go through the steps. Yeah.
We need to get some of, synthetic. That's what we.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It's right. National. It's ready.
No, you got that.
You garbled it and you drain two strips of it, and you can also do some finishings with it. So you can take it from, yeah, so you just straw, you put the straw here and you put it, you open your mouth a little. So you can just like going from the nose onto your.
I used to stroll with my nose.
So they're possible, optional, they're possible. So. Optional, but it's really the most simple, because you do the.
Oh, it's not optional.
No, if you're not going to get your mouth, you're gonna get.
Not yet. I might gargle it and take 2 sips. I'm not sure about that. I think we need some space.
You can. It's like, you know, they want to put the. And just do like this. I do whatever you want. But I think,
I think it's gargle it and then take 2 little sips then.
yes. Really.
Gargle, 2 sips, optional straw.
Oh, so we fix and swallow it?
If it all goes for.
I just gargle.
You can take one of them.
I did.
And then 2 sips is.
Oh, I didn't do that.
This morning, I was sitting there, playing in my throat a lot, in my bed. Whatever, whatever, you want, it's all the same. I did like 3 turns in each, you know, in my throat, and had more. Yes, rather than being. Yes.
Guys, we are going to go through each story with each of you, and I'm going to be the prospect. So you've got to have it ready.
It's so good.
It's not that possible.
Maybe now you want to start.
Jenny,
Yes.
even though my throat's still a little thing, it definitely feels better straight away.
I'm telling you, it really works, really.
Wait till you do the straw thing.
I didn't put straw, but that's what I had. You should get one with a little syringe.
Yeah.
The important thing is that you don't feel nose when you open your nose, so you can feel what through your mouth and into your throat.
Yeah.
That really kills all the bacteria. But if you have sea salt,
Yeah.
if you want to talk about the side.
Sorry.
I'll reach out.
Wanted you to know that you're there, so.
Are we micro?
I like them.
Are we microdosing?
Oh, that's golden.
That's tomorrow.
No, I'm gonna sit on the bus and imagine that I'm like.
Maybe when I stuck it last night. This is all, you know.
The last couple of minutes, guys, and then we'll have a listen.
Sometimes it seems that too good to be true. It happens.
What do you mean? Say again?
Well, I can sometimes see that it's too good to be true.
There's a reason they're saying that, or they're thinking that. We need to find out why they think that, really. If they actually say this sounds too good to be true, you could say, "Oh, perfect, tell me more about that. Why do you think that? What's happened in the past?" Just there's a reason they've said it, so you need to find out what that is.
Operation.
They'll let it on. Need a bit longer?
Yes. Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, it's good. It's only this. Actually, no, it's not. It's still on the sides. Okay. That's just.
Who's finished, guys? No, sorry, you carry on. You're gonna start going through them.
Yeah, thank you guys. It's been appreciated. The one-off call.
I want a one-on-one.
Oh, what about me? Thank you for the time to be able to get this done. How about this?
Right, move along. We want to be able to rattle through it in like a minute. 2 minutes.
I was using your example.
I think I need to shave mine down.
Yeah. That's what you do.
Huh?
So, it looks like it's a story. I actually have like, that. I got to do like a 3-minute transformation song video. When would you, so I do Zoom cell call?
Yeah.
Like, when for you, do you think, would you or would you not like leave in this shared screen video testimonial? Like, can I just show the video or tell the story and then at the end stop on the video?
Yeah, because you can tell the story, and if you can back it up with the person giving their story, it takes it to a higher level of influence. Because it's,
You have the story pre-marketed. And then you give details of the story.
During or the pre-market?
So that's all you can ask. Like, oh,
you don't want to do it during the call. Really. You don't want to do it during the call. You want to do it before,
if they didn't.
because then you can say, oh, you must have seen the story in the, in the email or the presentation.
Show you my.
Yeah, let me have a read.
It's getting long. I'm reading it. It's taking me like 3 minutes to check this.
Yeah, we'll chop them down now. Yeah, we can chop them down. Okay. You remind me of Mark. You remind me of Mark. Yeah, Mark Ames only goes into 3 million to 10 million revenue. Nice. It's good foundation there.
I just need to like, I think I just need to make it shorter.
Well, what we'll do now,
Press it a bit.
we're going to read them, and if you can read it and it flows and you feel good reading it, it sounds right, then it's good. But if you're reading it, it's like clunky and it's like that doesn't flow. It might be like in your words, you can read that and it flows. I was reading it, I was having to like go back and read to make sense of it because it's not my words. Does that make sense? So as long as you can read it and it sounds good, we can chop a bit off and play with it now.
Yeah, like I read it to myself a few times and I made a few edits. I think I could clean it up a bit more.
Yeah, we'll look at that now. Yeah, it's too long.
5 pages.
Right, guys, if you're not finished, you can kind of carry on in the background. Once we get into this, but what I want to do now is I'm going to quickly just tell you a story of. Let's use someone here. Let's use someone here. So it's volunteer. I would, but I don't know enough about you or what you do. Yeah. So it's maybe Jeff. I'm just trying to. Only just to give you an idea of the length of the story and how it should flow. We can do it.
Because before, when my mom was on call, very first time. First time. I was like, this is a scam. Here she,
Like, and then she phoned her brother, yeah, she phones her brother and sister. Mom's getting scammed.
mom's getting pulled into a pool. I was like, there's no way. This guy is so good at talking to her. And that's what I say. Yeah. So, yeah, this is.
Too slick.
That's way too much money. There's no way we're gonna get to the top.
What else?
I was like, there's no way we're gonna get out of it, like the price, like, why would you spend that much money? When we can, I said we could figure this out on our. Yeah, I said, just give me time when we just like focus on it, I'll be able to get it done on my own.
And eventually, like,
And it wasn't until the mastermind that I was like, my own mastermind, that I was like, okay, shit, this
Legit.
Fuck, that took a while.
is. Yeah.
No, but you see what you're having to deal with in the marketplace, like that there's gonna be a lot of people who are like that. And it's protection. That's all. You're protecting your mum, you know, it's like, well, what if this is a scam? What if my mum gets scammed out of money? Like,
I was like, how did you find these people? Like, how?
did you not say, hey, one of the guys sent me a Jim Rohn video? Like, come on, like, that's what done it.
And then she told me that you talked to a bunch of different people. And I was like, yeah, because if you're gonna be taking that much money off of someone, you have to have the back of your store. Like, you can't just do it solo sometimes, really, you gotta have other people that are also like, you know, hyping it up, so I was like, yeah, this whole group is just.
Okay, perfect. So it's, so we got that. So this is perfect, actually. So with you then, Tanya, what were the problems you were having in the business before you come in? So just be specific, so we can, yeah, so problems you had before joining this.
well, the reason that is people that expand. Like, an added bunch of space, and I was like, okay, what am I gonna make that investment that I just did? And so, now, like, I was first thing. By second time, when we revamped the presentation, that made more sense to me. And then over the year, so it just.
Okay. So what were the problems?
Problems were, I just needed to know how to make more money. Yeah, with. What the existing business I had. Yeah, I tried to talk about it.
Yep.
I tried everything, I was like, I don't know, and then I also said, I'm not really committed to this, like. She tried to back out, $30,000, like, I'm not really committed to that, like, I really want me to step up in like so many ways I don't. So there was a lot of like, I'm not every single one of the.
Okay. So what were the glories now?
Was increased revenue.
Specifically, and any,
Well, I mean, the goal is $100,000.
Yeah.
And then being able to take that real estate skills and apply it to my other businesses. And to be able to teach those things to my kids, that's my biggest one.
brilliant.
And it was like, we were so, I was so frustrated with just running around and doing stuff running. And now, like after the first mastermind, it just completely changed my whole view on business. Like I was getting burnt out, didn't even want to do it anymore. I was like, we should just sell the business. Let's just get it. And then after my own testing, holy shit, we didn't realize that how much potential was actually. So it completely just, it took me from literally wanting to sell the business to like, this is gonna make us so much money. This is like automatic.
Brilliant. Okay. So can you see all of those things there will now make, because I got them there, will make a brilliant story for objection handling in your script.
Do you
So-
have like a specific amount of documentation needed for that hours?
You can, but it's not essential, but you can get specific. You don't have to be, it just, as long as it's a glory, which is an increase in revenue.
Okay.
So. Scammed, it's a cult, you know. This is good because people are thinking that.
She called my best friend. And was like, what's going on? She's going through like some serious mental illness. Yeah, because I was like, how did someone, she's a smart woman, she doesn't get like pulled into things very easily, and she doesn't get like, yeah, it's hard to convince her on something, especially when she's paying that much money, so like, she's really going through something, she must be. These guys are promising her things that they'll never be able to.
Can't believe you're here.
And she's a baby fan.
She's my baby sister. They're not really doing it. I got
Oh
her.
my God.
Obviously.
It's like anything, but it's the same, they're told you're dead.
You guys not. Tell her she can't do something. Forget about it.
Yeah. That's why you're here, yeah, so it's going against the grain. All right. So just like now with that, I can create a story, short, punchy story to handle some objections. So these objections, like they thought it was a scam, you know, a cult. Like we were doing our ceremony at the river tomorrow for the cults or something.
Drinking blood.
And we get to the, yeah.
No, but it's.
Isn't it a baptism?
It's a fire. So it's too much money. There's no way we're going to get out of this. We're going to be in so much debt, and we can do this on our own. You know, why are you doing this? This is nuts. This is insane. We shouldn't be doing this. So they're kind of the objections. So the story would go, and let's just bear in mind this is freewheeling without any writing it down. So the story would go. So yeah, actually, Sue, you remind me a little bit of Tanya. Actually, you know, Tanya came to us, and you know, Tanya had a daughter who was very protective of her, and she was, you know, very aware of some of the scams that go on out there, and then you know, there's cults and all sorts of things going out there. And Avery, her daughter, was really looking out for her, like because they said it was too much money. You know, they were going to get into debt doing it, and they actually thought they could do it on their own. And you know, after some thought, you know, Tanya made a very smart decision that they wouldn't be able to do this on their own. You know, even though Avery had her best interests, the wise thing to do would get help from mentors and experts who actually know what they're doing. You know, Avery was acting in emotion, and you know, she was just looking out for a mum, which is a good thing. But you know, after that, you know, when she worked with us and we were able to, you know, quickly increase her revenue, and she was able to put her skills into her other businesses as well with what we were teaching her. And not only that, she was able to teach Avery these skills and get Avery to start increasing the revenue in her business, because Avery was going to sell her business. She was burning out and she almost sold the business. But when we taught her all these new skills in leverage, they were able to apply these in other areas of the business too. And, you know, they were almost going to sell their business. So, you know, I'm just glad that they did. And, you know, now they have a business, they come to all the masterminds, and they almost didn't join, but, you know, they had a skill set. So I'm going off on a little bit here because I'm just trying to weave it all in. But can you see the idea behind it? I'm talking about Avery was the objection, the daughter, and they're all relevant, you know, because there's so much out there that could scam you and could like take all your money and not do things for you. But you want to present that to the prospect to let them feel like, well, they wouldn't say that. They wouldn't call that out if it was a scam. They wouldn't tell me that, you know, it's like, so there's weaving it in. So the pains, you know, the burnout, didn't know how to make more money, time management. We almost sold the business. We were able to come in, really, you know, quickly get rid of those things. They just didn't know how to do it with the time management. And then, you know, they increased their revenue in all businesses, and they were applying it to all their other businesses as well. So I'm just glad they didn't, you know, think it was a scam and talk themselves out of it, because if they didn't,
they wouldn't be able to, take their business to another level, and they potentially could have sold it and gone out of business. So I'm excited for, for you, Sue, because you sound very similar to what Tanya was. So do you think that would be possible for you to, get to that level if you were to make a strong decision and we were able to help you? So freewheeled, but that's the idea of it. Okay, so it's using the same formula. You remind me of, these are the pains they had. This is what we did. I think I missed that. We came in, I missed it. And that's what I meant by not, because I haven't worked with you much. It's difficult for me to, like, if I were to do it with like Jason or Chad, I'd know exactly what to say in there with a freewheel. If I was to write it all down, it'd be fun. So let's go through your stories, guys. Let's start with Chad.
Okay.
Right, I'm your prospect. So I'm the prospect, I'm on the phone. And
Sell. Okay, I'm ready. I've got to play Imagine Dragons Warriors first. Can we do that real quick?
so, right, I'm just a prospect, and like, tell me the story.
You remind me a lot about Oscar. Oscar, how do I actually start that? I don't think I actually. You remind me about.
Yeah, you remind me of.
Oh, yeah. You remind me a lot about Oscar. Oscar came to us with this idea to slow down his life and do more of what was important to him. He wanted to take more time for his daughter. He wanted to be able to have to help people in his life, especially in the world of financial freedom. But usually what happens is a person begins to move toward what they want. And then they believe that they can do, okay, forget that. Skip it. In Oscar's case, he really wanted to slow down and he wanted to get out of his job. He wanted to start a business that would make him over $100K a year and start investing in ways to have passive income. But he was completely stuck. And when he first started working with us, he was working way too hard, usually for everyone else. And he was overwhelmed and he wasn't considering himself. He had some limiting beliefs keeping him back, and he overthought his decisions. He was lacking clarity on where he wanted to get started, and he was lacking confidence in himself. A lot of repetition.
Okay. Yep, there is.
He was doing all the usual stuff that everyone was doing, but nothing was working. Things like listening to videos and webinars, talking himself up, joining cheap programs, hoping to get results. He was learning more and more. He was working harder and harder, but he wasn't really getting anywhere. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Mm.
After talking with him, he knew he needed a lot of help. So he made a good decision to join us. He knew he would be in the exact same place in 12 months if he didn't. He had been dreaming for 5 years. He had lots of ideas, but not really getting the results that he wanted. So he stepped up and committed to working with us. And we immediately got to work on him. He immediately got to work on himself and his business. And the first week, we got Oscar clarity and changed his belief that was holding him back. He had some laser clarity about what he really wanted and confidence to start moving in that direction. A lot of times, again, same thing over and over again. But can you see the difference? Can you see the difference, Carl?
Okay.
Maybe
Yeah,
need a
stop
little
there.
work on that.
Yeah, it needs a lot of work.
Yeah.
And you've got to get these stories to the point where you don't need to read them. But that takes a bit of time. And that would be chopped down. Like that took 2.5 minutes to read. That's not too bad, but
Yeah.
you want to get it down to about a minute.
I can probably do it without looking at it, but I do want to get a script.
Yeah, you've got to have a
I want
script.
Read through my script.
And
until it's working.
you want to really like just highlight the biggest points. And there wasn't enough objection handling in there. I would say that you could have threw a few more in. But the good thing is that you've got a foundation, you have a structure. So now it's really just about chopping that up and chipping it down, just so it's punchier. So it's like, you remind me of Oscar. When Oscar first came to me, this is what he was doing. Bang. He was doing all the wrong things, all the things we see people doing, focusing on all these things, and then pain. What the solution was, how you helped him fix it, the glory he had, bang, and then objection weaving. Like that's a very important thing to handle.
Yeah.
Right. So not a bad effort. You know, you've got structure and foundation now. Just chop some things off. Don't repeat so many things, and keep it short and simple with the biggest, highest level things and the things you hear the most. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Nice one. Jenny,
Oh,
good
me?
effort, chat. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure about this sentence, but.
So I just read it out because the main, this is not for me really, it's for you guys to read it and understand it and actually start to revamp it yourself, because you're the one who's going to be reading it. It's got to flow naturally. All the scripts, I can give you more stories fully written out in a Word doc. I have them on here, I'll put it into the group, and I've got about 5, and they're all different people with different objection handlings and different, so you can use those and just revamp them as well. So this is for you to get used to reading a story in your words. So you're not going to get it right first time. Like the amount of times I just reread it in between calls and in the evening to go on the call, knowing that I could just, like, it's like acting. Like actors, they get given their script and they go away and they learn it. They don't just accidentally fall on script on set and start rattling off all these powerful lines. They've got it in there, and it's acting, which has an impact on the audience.
I think the powerful visual connection would be like as you read the story, you really remember that client. You really remember what they're trying to make.
Yeah. 100%. Absolutely. Like I always use the example of have you all seen Braveheart? Yeah. The scene where Mel Gibson's like getting all riled up to go into battle on his horse, and he's like going up and down and they charge. Like that was rehearsed. He didn't just pull out of his ass and okay, I'm just going to say this, and his impact. It's like it's a rehearsed script in order to elicit a response from the audience. People in the cinema are like, yeah, we don't. John Hamilton especially. So, he puts his kills on that movie. So
Okay.
it's important to rehearse it like you're an actress or an actor.
So here I'm talking to a prospect that is scared of the lack of money because they had low paying jobs, surfboard is low, procrastination, and they have different things like.
Okay.
So that's the type of person that I'm talking to. So, okay, so let's say Mary. So Mary, you remind me a lot of one of my clients, Frederick. She had so much mental clutter that it started reflecting on her surroundings and objects were piling in. She was having huge anxiety from it and was losing self-esteem by seeing herself not able to get on top of things. She's a really smart woman and she has a lot of self-awareness and knew she needed help, but wasn't able to find one where she was not led on her own until we had a call. She was fed up of trying to do it alone and needed so much credibility and support to be able to clean the mental mess. We had a call, she didn't make any excuses, even if she was a student and money was tight and she had a lot of debt. She got resourceful and told me that she couldn't afford to keep going like this. She was so committed and determined to change things that I took her into the FBC program, and she started hitting the ground from the first day. We worked together and she started declaring her mind, letting go of the old Frederick that procrastinated, was afraid of saying no, and had self-worth issues. And she was able to find who she really wanted to be. I guided her on how to work on herself day by day, week by week, and with small little steps, she was able to get accountable with our accountability team. And she got things done. In only 4 weeks, she was thriving. She was able to take action every week and clear a huge part of her mental clutter that caused her anxiety. She realized that her biggest problem was clutter relationships. People that always drained her from her precious time and energy, but never were there for her when she needed them the most. She let go of fear, choose herself first, and started saying no and setting healthy boundaries. She got confident, asked her boss for the raise that she was willing to have for so long, and she got finally her permanency at her job. She was willing to have this stable income that she didn't have before going to FBC. She got it. She got what she asked her boss, and she was finally able to have money coming in to pay her debts, all the debts that was flowing in. And yesterday she told me, Jenny, if someone had told me 4 weeks ago that I was going to be this confident, proactive and feeling so much less anxiety in just 4 weeks, I would have not believed it. I even had an offer to buy this, to have this rental house that I can buy after. And before that, I had so little confidence in myself that I would say no, because I'm a student, and I didn't have a steady income before. But now I'm confident. I already have my job permanency. I have the money coming in, and that allowed myself to take that leap of faith and seize the opportunity. Now, Mary Frederick, she moved from her apartment to the house that she was offered to, and she's on her way to buying the house of her dreams.
Okay, good, good
I
effort.
find that long.
It is long, it's long, it's long, it's 3 minutes 30, so it's quite long. But it's a good effort because you've pretty much got out of your head all of the stuff on there. Now what we've got to just go to sculpt it into something that's like a minute. And a lot of the stuff we can remove,
Yes.
because a lot of it is, it's like you're trying to cover everything.
Mhm.
I would say every single thing, when you need to do the things that they're probably thinking about.
Yes.
Also, what I think was missing was a specific piece of your program that helped them get there. So it's saying, when Frederick joined, she went through one of the first modules in my program, or she went through my piece of training in my program, which shows people how to insert the benefit.
Mhm.
And she followed that and was able to then insert the glory. So it's like, what on this one, it's the specific piece is. This one. No, there's the proposition here, this one. So if you look at the second paragraph. So within the first week, we got Marley to see the light and start charging what she's worth. And we do this in the program. It's priceless training. And let them know it's in the program. It's like it's priceless training. We call it our value proposition. It's something Alex goes through with clients, and it's basically seeing the value in the eyes of your client, not from where you value yourself. You see the difference there, Sue? Yeah, I can, because it's an objection. They don't see that they can charge or sell their product for high ticket. So it's being specific with something in there, which lets them know that what you have is something they need. Make sense?
And at the end, I don't have also questions. I don't know how to end that. So I think that I need to work on it first, and after that have the question to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, this will happen for everyone. No one's going to just go bang straight away and get a perfect story. It's going to take time to sculpt it and practice it. And it's got to roll off the tongue. It's got to like really flow. Because otherwise, if someone knows you're reading it, they're going to, this is like, she's reading a book here, or reading a script, and you don't want that. It wants to be really fluent and not like you're reading. Okay, so that takes practice, and that's why it's imperative to practice what you're going to say before you go in. You're better off spending time doing that than wasting time messing it up on the call and saying the wrong thing, making it sound unauthentic, and also just like messing it up. Then the whole call's messed, and you're going to spend a few minutes before reading it. There's the practice is what makes it better. When you practice reading, how you're going to have it. All right, that's good effort. Like first attempt, you got everything there. You got like a foundation, like Chad. Chop it up now. We can revisit these at some point during the next 2 days if you want to reread them to me. Yeah, nice, good work, Johnny. Come in, Kai. Yeah, do it.
Rajani, you really remind me of one of my recent graduates, Emily. When she first showed up to a call like this, she was a bloody mess. She was a raised people pleaser. She was the weird one in her family. And she could never say no to her mom, her sister, and she didn't feel so guilty even thinking about it. On top of all this, she was dealing with her emotionally mature husband, who she divorced in 6 months. She was still babying and rescuing him, tolerating his irresponsibility, like leaving their daughter waiting at school for hours. And she was even trying to find him a job. The really sad part was respecting their 9-year-old daughter, who was having panic attacks and missing school and trying to take care of the mom. So when Emily stumbled upon a TikTok live, she instantly felt relief with her anxiety, and she quickly booked a clarity call like this one right away. So she took a leap of faith and she instantly joined my Founders of Freedom program and she learned the butterfly method. And now, Johnny, let me tell you, even just after working with me for 1 month, she transformed personally and also in relationships. So by the end of the program, she was a totally different woman, a different mom. She was now truly confident, self-loving, and self-respecting role model for herself and her daughter. She finally had the tools and healing practices she could use on a daily basis to manage and regulate her kids' guilt, self-doubt, the self-judgment, the self-sacrificing, and the people-pleasing tendencies she learned from her parents. So she mastered her emotions, she became emotionally mature, and she began to create a healthy relationship with her sister, her mom, her daughter, and her ex-husband. Ex-husband. So the big reason why she was so successful in her transformation, she trusted her gut, she didn't wait, and took a leap of faith. And she didn't want to waste any more time because her own well-being, her daughter's, and was in mind. So she didn't wait to ask permission from her mom, her ex-husband, because she knew this was the best and healthiest choice for her. But she's taking a stand that she's investing in herself, she's doing this for herself, and her confidence. So Johnny, I'm very confident the same step-by-step guidance, hand-holding, powerful tools, and the healing practices and support that I offered Emily to help her heal and transform in just 5 months, you will really see the very similar transformation. So Johnny, do you think this too will be a possibility for you?
Yeah, I can see that.
So great effort. All right, really good.
It's 2 minutes and 30.
Yeah, 235.56. I think it's good. Some really good pieces in it. It could definitely be shorter.
Yeah.
I think that butterfly method, is that what it is?
Yeah.
That's a good piece. I think that needs to go before it where it is. It needs to be a bit earlier on. And the thing is with these stories, you don't want to make them sound too scripted. It's like kind of blasé the way you say it. So what was her name again, the lady? Emily. You know, so like Emily, Emily, joined the program and, very quickly. And what are the glories? Just a couple, just give me 2. Self-worth.
Be more confident.
So let's go with them too. Just because we get too much, there's a lot of like, well, which one? Like there's so much coming at them. So this is where you have to be aware of what they're saying to you on the phone. And if they're talking about confidence a lot and how they're lacking it and their self-worth is lacking, they're the 2 you want to use more than just all of them, because it's like giving them stuff I'm not bothered by that. I'm not bothered.
Kind of want to they're at it, almost like after the beginning of the sales call, you can highlight what is a pain point, what is the transformation.
Yeah.
As you use the story,
Just drop them in, or pull them out. Yeah, absolutely. So, when Emily came to me, she was going through all these things, and it's all the stuff you just mentioned. And, she made a smart move. She didn't mess around. She didn't have to go ask her husband or ask for permission. She was a smart lady and wanted to fix this. She didn't want to hang around any longer. She knew time was of the essence. So she stepped up. She invested with me. And very quickly, I go through a thing in my program. I call it my butterfly method. But within a couple of weeks going through that, her confidence went through the roof, her self-worth went through the roof, and XYZ. That's it. And then stop it.
Yeah.
So it kind of matches then whatever they were thinking, because otherwise you'd like telling a big story that's irrelevant to them. Make sense?
Yeah,
but that was really great effort. You got some good bits in there.
Yeah.
Nice. Mary, you are good to go. I think yours is going to be great.
Give it a shot.
Give it a shot.
I do have gaps.
Now they've all been good so far. They just all need chiseling.
Definitely I need to when Okay, so you remind me of Victoria, just like you, she'd exhausted all of her resources. Nothing she tried was working. She wasn't sure how this was gonna be different than anything else, and she didn't believe that she had the money to get her son healthy. So she was trying out different calming strategies with him that were given to her by the school social worker, his occupational therapist, his speech therapist. She tried feedback, medicines, doctors, diet, supplements. She tried everything, and he's even working with 2 counselors virtually, and he wasn't cooperating at all. So Victoria felt that all these resources were just putting another Band-Aid on the solution. Or I'm sorry, Victoria felt that all these resources were just putting another Band-Aid on the problem. So Nicholas had given up, and Victoria wasn't letting go, and she kept pushing solutions to try to reach his goal. He was talking about suicide, running away from home, verbally abusive and aggressive. He was getting in his mother's face, and he had been kicked out of every school that he'd been in. She was researching military school. She wasn't sure what else to do, but she found that she couldn't afford them. So when Victoria booked a call with me, Nicholas had run off, and Victoria was driving through the neighborhood for a time. He was laying on the road hoping to get run over. Stop that. So Victoria joined Family SOS Roadmap program. And I worked with Victoria and Nicholas, and we got to the root of Nicholas's anger. And we looked at the strategies that Victoria was using that were not working, and we found a huge missing piece that had never been identified, and that changed everything. We untangled so many beliefs that Victoria had that she wasn't even aware that she had, that was triggering Nicholas and holding on too tight. And the more she tried to control, the more incompetent Nicholas felt. So in healing that root cause of mom's behavior, she was able to let go and teach Nicholas the skills to rebuild his confidence. And we got to the root of the problems that were creating the behaviors. We stopped all the Band-Aid solutions. We empowered mom and Nicholas with new skills and strategies, and she was able to reach Nicholas. And now her son is not only excelling in school, he's advocating for himself. He's in the mainstream school. He's taking on new challenges of confidence. He's setting goals, and he's gone from seeing himself as broken and invaluable with no voice, no skill or purpose, to deciding what he wants in life. He's finding his voice and using it. He's breaking down walls that were keeping him from opportunities. He's now in control of himself, capable and ready. He got his first job. His mother told me that he got an award at his job. He got his driver's license, and his mother is just in such gratitude, Victoria, that she didn't allow the money or the fear to stop her from doing this program with us. And she said it was literally a godsend. It helped them create a family that's now peaceful and intentional with their value system, guiding vision statement, goals, and they have peace. So she felt she made a wise decision for her family. And now with the right steps in the right order and strategies that will give you exactly what you need to reach your team and feel supported, do you think that this is possible?
Nice. 3.5 minutes.
Too long.
Yeah, it's too long, but some of the stuff you've got in there, some of the real like pieces, there's about you can create like 5 stories out of that, like, because there's so many pieces, like, you know, lying in the road, like wanting to be run over, you know, that's big. Like all of the other things are in there. There's so much. There was like a massive stack of different things you were talking about. It's like pulling out the relevant ones, like with Kai and with Jenny. Well, what's the relevant one to the person on the phone? Because it's like you like all of them in one, and there's a lot of stuff there. So what I would do with that is that script, just create multiple different stories using, and even like with what I wouldn't do is name your program in the story. It sounds too salesy. Do you know what I mean? And when they join my SOS Parent Roadmap program, it's like salesy, in my opinion. What do you think? It's like you know, and you know, it's blasé. It's like you're just brushing over it in a really clever way, where it's like, you know, and she knew she needed help. There was no way she was going to do this on her own. She couldn't see her son in this much pain anymore. So, you know, she made a very smart move, strong decision to join. You know, it's not cheap what I do, but you know, I asked the question, is her son's life worth an investment? And she was like, yes, of course. You see how it's like, you're not going to say it's the money now, because I've called that out. You're not going to get to the end and go, well, my son's life is worth it, or my daughter's life is worth it. So, you know, so she joined the program, and very quickly when she came in, we went through one of the sections in the program, which I call whatever it is. And you're just sprinkling it. It's sprinkling, you know, you're not throwing the whole kitchen sink. It's like just sprinkling little bits in. And then at the end, it's like the glory is, and, you know, what was the son's name? Nicholas. And, you know, Nicholas, after, you know, getting the help and his mum stepping up and supporting him with everything that I taught, you know, he's now got a great job. and then a couple of the glory bits, you know, he's loving life. He's turning into a really well-rounded young man. And I would hate to think what would happen if they didn't, you know, join. So I'm really glad that they did. So just a quick question for you, Sue. What do you think that would be possible for you with the right help? I mean, or, you know, is that out of reach for you, do you think, right now? Like, let's discuss that. What do you think? And then just see where they are with that, because all of the story prior to that is just to handle all the stuff that's going on in their head. And again, it's the first attempt, so practice it. Now, honestly, I can't stress enough, practice this, reading it, so you can rattle it off in like 40 seconds, and it's just like sprinkling it, and it's a very fine art of just sprinkling it in, but it has a massive impact when it's too much.
I've never written it out. It's like I've used the story on a cell phone. I just said, well, totally happy what I said. Never written it out.
Yeah, when you write it out and you read it, you can sit. And then when you read it out to an audience like this, you can say it was 3.5 minutes long. And it's you've got so much great stuff in there, but when it's all thrown in one hit, it feels like a lot, and you miss the power of it. Like you're missing things because I'm listening to too much stuff. So you've got to remove all of the other things and make it very specific to them. Like, what's the big issue they're having? What's the big pain? What is it they're struggling with the most?
That connects to the person talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if let's say as an example, like the confidence, let's say confidence was the biggest issue for the person you were speaking with, that would be the glory you would talk about, because they're after that. It's like the Sandler painting. You could have a painting that somebody really loves, the painting, and then somebody paints a seagull in the top right corner. So I don't like it anymore. I was going to buy that, but why is the seagull there? It's like you telling them stuff they don't need to know. So don't add stuff in they don't really need to know, right?
You gotta remember.
Yeah, and you can
They're gonna get older.
absolutely. Yeah. But it will.
Well, I say like.
Yeah, aim for under a minute, nice and gentle, just breeze it in, just sprinkle it in, blase.
Well, what I would do, Mary, is I would go through with a highlighter and I would just highlight now the pieces that are poignant.
Yeah.
And I would just look at the whole thing. She's got 3.5 minutes. That needs to be less than 90 seconds. So I just want to look at what are the highlights. And I would just then read it again with just the highlights. And that should take it down, you know. It was too long. There was some really good stuff in there, but you know, it was 2 minutes too long.
So that means, and I realize what you're saying, but even if we just have one amazing customer that has had amazing results, we can take only that person and make like 5 different stories with 5 different things that we help them in objections and stuff.
Yeah.
Only one amazing customer.
Yeah, but it's got to be relevant to whoever's on the phone.
Yeah, exactly. With the point that you're talking.
Yeah, of course.
So I go through probably multiple objections through that story too, which I think is what made it too long.
Mhm.
So maybe if I just looked at each objection and what was relevant to each objection.
Yeah, we,
like that.
without all the business, we had 3 testimonials and that was it. And I started off with 1 testimonial, but then we ended up building 3. So they covered different people. They related to different people. And our sales reps were always like, can we have different testimonials? We're sick of telling Mark's story.
Marley.
Or we're sick of telling Marley's story. It's like, no, because it works. But I've never thought about it until you just raise it here that you could actually have the same story and just make 3 different versions of it. And it's like when, what's her name?
Victoria.
When Victoria come to me, she was lacking confidence. When Victoria come to me, she was struggling with the children out of control. When Victoria come to me, her and her husband were not on the same page. Whatever they're going through, you say it like that. If you remind me of Victoria, Victoria come to me, her, and now you can say it. You have a few different.
Totally. It's
Gonna be, can we tell the story of somebody else but Victoria, please? We
Yeah.
just have Victoria.
Well, what you gotta remember as well is like that's the first time the person on the phone's hearing the story,
Yeah.
even though the salesperson's told it 20 million times. I used to love telling the Marley story because it worked.
Mhm.
So here we go. Here's Marley again. I don't know who Marley is. Jeff, let's do it.
Carl, you so remind me of Alex. Talking about- No, I just love it. No, it really is. Alex. Don't worry about it. So he owns a firm in Wisconsin. He very much had the same challenges as you. At the time, Alex had 23 employees wanting to grow, but had a lot of turnover. His HR person is also brand new with very little experience. Alex's last HR person did an okay job before she retired, but the processes and procedures were all in her head. So they are starting really from ground zero, as you are, with all the policies and procedures. She also did not hold employees accountable, and because of this, company culture went down. Because of the lack of accountability, there was also more turnover than you would normally have in a company. The HR department was just not in a good place. Alex was at his wit's end with nothing else was working. He tried new HR software, had a spouse help out, and even doing the HR himself. You know what I'm talking about, Carl?
Yeah, nightmare.
After talking with us, Carl knew he needed, or Alex knew he needed somebody with years of experience, someone up on the latest HR tips and tricks, and that also knew how to keep your company safe from lawsuits, knows the compliance issues and what are hampering companies like his. He made the wise decision to partner with us because he knew he would be in the exact same spot in 6 to 12 months without our help. So he stepped up and committed to working with us, and immediately got to work on his business. He knew that if he let even more time go by, he would lose more employees and the company culture would go down even more. Within the first week, we got Alex and his company to see the light and to start the change internally with process and procedures, and hold his employees accountable to his core values and culture. So we work closely with him to help his company overcome the fears of an outsider coming in to change the company. We integrated into his existing HR department as one of them, not an outsider. Then we put tight systems, process, procedures in place to make this happen. And the change of culture was absolutely astonishing. Over the course of the next several weeks with our system, he started to see the power of the HR department and have on company culture and holding people accountable. We started doing exit interviews of employees that had actually left the company. We did 90-day onboarding interviews. We also interviewed some veteran employees. From this information, we gave him a state of the company report. Also, immediately, turnover was at its lowest in years. Employees were happy, and Alex started hiring the right employees for their culture. Very simply put, our program allows us to be the mom and dad and let Alex, so Alex could be the cool cousin who's employees. Can you see the difference here? With the right offer and support, do you think that this would be out of your reach, Carl, to get your company up and running like a fine-tuned enterprise? Alex experienced less company turnover and retained way more employees, improved company culture, new HR department has increased confidence, and the owner is not trying to solve the issues himself with less stress and better time management for all. You tell me, is it for you?
I gotta speak to my wife.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
3.5.
No, good. Yeah, it's 3.5 minutes. Fine. It's some good stuff in there, Jeff. Same like detail as everyone else. Really, it's like you've now got all of that out onto the screen, and now it's about right. What can you pull out? And I think the other thing is you were getting quite specific with like the 90-day review, the 90-day plan. I don't think you need to go into that much depth. It's more a case of, you know, and after X amount of weeks working with us and us helping them put in some systems, you don't really need to tell them what they are. Within 4 weeks, Alex's company's revenue increased by 20%, just by some of the systems we implemented. You don't have to go into what they are. Don't even have to talk about the culture and all that. It's all of that falls under the systems. They don't need to know what they are. It's just like, so after a few weeks working with us and after working through some of our HR specialty systems we put in place, you know, Alex's company increased by 20% in 4 weeks because all these things were missing. They didn't know. They didn't know what they didn't know. So we had to come in and plug the gaps. Came in, put all these systems in place, and the revenue went through the roof. You know, but Alex wanted to grow the business. He was because he was getting in his own way. You know, he was making excuses and he was hiring the wrong people. He was doing all these things that we see most people do, and it wasn't his fault. He just didn't know. You know, but we came in, put the systems in place, and very quickly that changed. So tell me, you know, do you think that's possible for you with the right help? So just short and punchy, keeping it high level without going into the specifics of each thing. Like we did 90-day reports, we did this. It's just the systems.
Yeah.
After putting our special HR systems in place. Because otherwise it gets too much for them. They want to know then what's the systems you have. Right. So again, just nice, good, lots of great stuff in there. Just chip away, keep it very like high level without bringing in too much. And then it's specific pains to whoever's on the phone. Yeah, good stuff. Nice work, Jeff. Lovely. And you can work on these over the next like 24 hours. I'm happy to have another read, like you maybe tomorrow after rafting or something, tomorrow evening. I'm happy if you want to work on them and I can look at, or you can even send them to me and I can have a look at them. Happy to do that. And then we can really craft them and tweak them. And then what I'll do as well, I've got about 5 written stories of clients of ours, previous clients, all written out. So I'll just give you that. And then you can, yeah, just they're all in there, like lots of different ones.
Also, earlier you said that when you're into a call and, you know, there you have your doing all those things and saying the stories and stuff, and people still not going, there's like the last resource thing that you like.
Yeah.
Into the, do you have?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Can we get?
No. Yeah, yeah, you can. Of course you can. Yeah, you can have all that.
Take a note.
Remind me.
Okay,
Hang on.
I will send this.
I won't forget. I won't forget. It's in. It's locked in.
I will send this.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. So Robert, are yours and Jason's set the same or right?
Yeah, mine's.
Okay, we've got like 5 minutes, so let's
Yeah.
blast them.
All right, yeah, then I'll go. All right, you know, Carl, you remind me of Mark. You know, when Mark first came to me, he was overwhelmed in his business and just not happy where his business was headed. So before we met, he was able to grow his architecture firm to 14 employees. But he realized there's some of those things in his company that got it where it was, like it didn't work anymore. His operations marketing strategies were done on the fly and they barely got the job done. So he tried to fix this by hiring a bunch of other people to fix his operations and marketing. But it was a lot of money down the drain. So finally, he realized like what got him here wouldn't get him there, and he needed a new strategy for his business. So, you know, Carl, what I really appreciate about Mark though, was that he was a wise man and he couldn't do it himself and decided to work with us in setting up integrated marketing and operations strategy for his business. And he was committed. And after understanding what his business needed, he invested right away. In fact, he knew how to use good debt to grow his business and leverage a credit card. He didn't have to think about it. And because he knew that business foundations we used worked for any business and of any size, he trusted our strategy in customizing it to his business. At the time, he even was working with other marketing agencies and a business coach even, but they weren't getting him the results. So, you know, he made the smart move, even though he was on with them still, just to start with us right away because his goals weren't getting any closer. Right. So, you know, after we started working together, we immediately got his team on the same page with him, started to craft the systems needed custom to his business. And in a matter of 2 months, his leadership team was all on the same page, working way more smoothly together, aligned to where the company was headed. And he even closed 2 of his biggest commercial projects, hotels, in that time. You know, and now he's got an operations growth plan for his business to grow to 10 million and a team that can confidently implement it to him. And it's great, man. Like, so what do you think, Carl? Would you be opposed to getting the same results as Mark?
Nice. That was good. That was
Wasn't too long.
no, that was good. That was
How long did I get?
I didn't time it. You're the only one I didn't time.
But I sent an email to Carl at 26 and now it's 27. So you are around. 96.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was good. That was.
And I love when basically accuse of wise.
Yeah, that's good. Like weaving it in, and you weren't specific. Like you weren't like saying, you just said operations and systems. So it's always good to be not totally like saying exactly your thing. It's like, so, you know, he worked with us, we quickly came in, customized his operations and systems to him bespokely. Then you got the results. So that's what the prospect wants to know. Like, it's not the ins and outs of what that is. Like, you know, we came in and we put in the very, like, whatever one of your operations is, you wouldn't go into that. They don't care about that. It's like, so we came in, customized his operations and systems, and he was able to go to 10 million very quickly. That's it. So I want to know. It's like, don't care about all the ins and outs. It's like, how did you get them to B from A? The gap was their systems were all messed up.
So I can make that like what we did part even shorter.
Yeah, like the shorter the better, really. It's just like very quick, very punchy, handles everything that's going on in their mind. And that's it. If you can get it to that and create a lot of them, then you've just got like a ninja proof script where somebody comes on and it's like, this person's lacking confidence, read this. This person's lacking clarity, read this. This person doesn't believe in themselves, read this. And it's all there. So it's like, that's what I mean by leveling up your confidence going into the call, because you know you have those ready to go.
Makes sense.
Right. So Robert, did you want to do yours?
That's what we should pay for that.
We got. Okay, so we got Robert, Tanya, and David and Tyler to go, and Geraldine is to go as well. So
I mean, down to wait.
yeah, is everyone happy to wait while people do their stories for lunch? Let's do it. Okay, let's go.
So, yeah, so for mine, it's usually talking to more of an ops related person. So it's the person after the C. Okay. So you remind me of Ed and his company. Ed owns and operates a construction company that is about 20 years old now. Ed came also with the idea to grow his business and set up the system so he can spend more time with his wife and pass the company to the son. Fortunately, the entire company was stuck putting out day-to-day fires where they didn't even have the capacity to, nor the expertise to think about, you know, how to work more efficiently and how to prepare the company to pass on to his son. He did the usual stuff, trying to figure it out himself and trying to use cutter solutions. But things just got worse from there. And ended up need to ask his wife to volunteer at the company because everyone was so stressed out. He lost sleep. You know, he felt things were falling apart and no one could help him. And his business was falling. He felt like his business was falling apart even faster with his failing health conditions. The state of the company wasn't entirely his fault. He just didn't know what he didn't know, which was costing him hundreds of thousands of dollars for each wrong strategic move. After talking to us and remembering the struggles he faced since the start of his company, Ed wisely and bravely committed his whole company to working with us. And over the course of 6 months, with the right support and changes, they had documented systems and a built pipeline. Their day-to-day fires decreased and each person worked 8 hours and could spend more time with family. And most importantly for Ed, the business systems were optimized and documented so his son could more easily take over the business and he could retire with his wife. Do you want the same systemized and built pipeline?
Nice. Yeah, good.
1 minute 48.
Yeah, so you got good stuff in there, Robert. There's some nice stuff in there. The big one there is the fill pipeline. I like that. Like that's the outcome. It's like the business was falling apart, had no pipeline, didn't know what to do, no systems, had to bring his wife in to like manage all the other things. When we helped them, all that was fixed, had a filled pipeline, and he was able to move towards his dream of retiring. So see how we can just like condense that down. That's like the pathway, but really good. Nice. Just chip it away, chip it down, and you got some good basis there. I will do Geraldine, David, Tanya, or Tyler. Who's doing it? Geraldine?
Yeah, it reminded me a lot of one of my favorite clients. Cindy, she's very smart, she's very determined, and she's her own champion.
Nice. Nice.
Her life was disrupted and she was determined to heal holistically and live her life without that endless pain constantly interrupting the flow. Like you, she was insistent. She did it without using painkillers, without endless expensive treatment. She definitely didn't want to have surgery, but that to find another way to get out of pain and resume her active life. She knew she needed help. Her doctors had let her down, and she didn't trust that any one doctor would address all her needs in a holistic way. Then he spent hours researching everything she could on healing that she could find, and she wasted a lot of money and valuable time trying various remedies and strategies. She got some relief, but she still struggled, and she was still suffering. After all her best efforts, she was getting impatient about ever feeling like the vibrant youth was suffering. She was ready to let go. So Lindy was excited about having a plan that was personalized to her needs. She was especially ready for a supportive lifestyle change that would holistically address the hidden causes that kept her. She knew she needed to make a smart decision. She stopped trying everything that looked promising, and she stopped feeling like she needed to keep chasing after all the answers. Here's the thing, Jen. Lindy experienced rapidly weakening all the difference in the way she felt when she made decisions to do the work with us, etc. She made a smart move, a strong decision to join the program, and very quickly we went through a lot of the sections and helped her get her personalized plan clear, focused, and specific to her needs. By the end of the program, not only had her pain gone, her life was back. Her transformation was powerful. Jen trusted her gut. She took a leap of faith and she invested in herself. She did it for Joanne. She did it to help her marriage, and she's now able to help a lot of people. So just a quick question for you, Jen. With the right offer and support, do you think this is a good possibility for you?
Got some good things in there, Geraldine.
It's still too long.
It's long, but again, everyone's, it's, I guess that's normal. We're trying to strip it down and make it like shorter and punchier. And the other thing is, obviously you were reading it,
Right,
and like, I don't know how you were reading it,
right.
but there was great things in that. That if you can speak those words without sounding like it's being read, that's you've got some really nice things in there. It's just shortening it down and then saying it like you're not reading. It was like, it's here's the thing, Jen, like you read it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got that.
that's fine, because you are reading it and you're practicing, but this is the importance of rehearsing. And so then it's like, it becomes natural. So here's the thing, Jen. You know, it's like, here's the thing, like what happened was, and you're reading it, but you're acting it. And that's practice. And you only need to do that one story. And then you can, and this is the thing, it is about letting go of who you think you are. It's like, oh, I'm not good at reading script, or whatever. Like, there's no, where did you learn that? Like, you all learn these stupid things. I'm not good at doing this. It's not, it's just, you are good at doing this. Everyone is. You just got to do it and become it. So really good effort, really nice stuff in there, just shorter. And like when you get better at it, like it's like you're not reading it. All right, really good. I like the bit about children. She did it for kids. She did it for kids. And she did it for her children. She did it for a relationship. And you know, Jen's now living life she's always dreamed of. She didn't think she'd ever get that. I mean, it's something you think would be possible for you, Sue, with the right help. I got nothing in front of me. I'm just going off what you just said. It's all the same principles. So really good. Nice, well done. Happy? Yeah, just chop it down and make it short.
Yeah, I feel like I can have it flow in a conversational tone once I get familiar.
Of course you go, of course you go, 100%.
But my question is, did I put too much content in there? I was trying to cover objections in the different things, but it felt so long.
A little, but there's everyone's done the same thing. And again, you can create multiple stories around that story. And just
And then
remove,
it's sort of-
yeah. Like unless you can do it really quick, like the objection handling stuff is the one that I try and get in as much. like there's like any in a story. Like with Jack, Jack, he joined, he can make excuses, he didn't have to do all these things, like think about it, speak to the spouse, go sleep on it, meditate, do none of those things. He made a strong decision, took action, whacked it on his credit card, and now he's in the program and he's making this happen. See, that was like what, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and I handled 4 objections. So the more you do it and practice it, and that's not, you can practice it anyway in the car, right? Speaking with the mirror. I know it sounds wacky, but it works, helps. Right? David, Tyler?
So I'm gonna. I'm gonna do it on script.
Go on.
And then Tyler's gonna do it script.
Go ahead.
We're gonna see which one.
Okay.
Carry is common. Oh, we're gonna try. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. Gonna use those. And this, I'm seeing how it's shit out.
Go for it.
Alright, so. Wow, I really get all that. Matter of fact, we've got a guy in our program saying it's Trevor. It's just like he came to us, he was completely overwhelmed. He had been going to all these other different programs for the last couple of years. He's even joined a couple of them, he's part of a couple of them right now, but he has no direction. He's got the education, he's got the resources, but he just doesn't know where to go. There's no guidance from these other programs. So when it came to us, we were able to take him, get him focused, get him building the relationships he needed to build, the networking that he was doing, create a plan for all that. So he was able to focus all those efforts down and be able to reach out to build those relationships. And now, not only is he structured and focused and no longer overwhelmed, he has very high net worth individuals reaching out to him, asking if he has any deals available because they want to invest with him. So he didn't need to go talk to his wife about it. He didn't need to,
That's good.
He didn't need to go talk to his wife about it because he knew he wanted to join. He knew that he'd already been doing this for 2 years, so no way to be able to do this out for himself. He's tired of all the due diligence he's been doing. As a matter of fact, he's part of 2 other programs right now that really isn't helping him. And he knew this was the right time for him, and so he made that move. So let me ask you a question, Paul. With the right guidance and support, do you think this is for you?
Yes. Good. That was good. Wasn't it out? Yeah, it was really good. So you see the there was conviction there. There was very specific, the due diligence, the point A to point B where Trevor was, and then he got to point B, which was people reaching out to him. So it was very specific, but not too much detail and very short and punchy. So for a freewheeler, it was really good. Didn't sound.
And did people feel smooth, and
Yeah, I did. I felt like it was going to work for me.
Yeah, I felt comfortable listening. And Jason, you also have me, what Jason did there.
Yep.
To Jason was keyword and verb, so.
Yep.
What you do is you write a script like this, being 50% of all, say the same thing. That's what we're nice. So you do, but with that there, it's powerful. You can like, on this, yeah, good stuff.
But David's got the advantage. He's listening to everyone else. And then you get out the end.
That's true. I think I should look at it.
Yeah, I was thinking that's like, follow up.
If that's the thing, when he had a script, I'm like, oh my God. I usually don't have a script and I just lock them off, like they just did with where am I intentional here? And I'm like, okay, so if I have a script, I'm going to be avoiding that because it's check. They did so good, and he got this little moment where he's like, with the adventure. Yeah, I mean, that happens to me too. And I'm like, that doesn't even happen to someone that's so used to do it like him.
Happens over all human beings. I never remember it, but it's mad.
Yeah, but
Stuff people know.
it's like.
The script gets clout and you keep thinking about the wrong things, and the script just keeps you focused on what you're meant to be saying. You can go off on tangents and you get lost. So yeah, it was really good, David, really good. So this is scripted good. Won't be much longer than getting into some lunch.
So you were right, you remind me a lot of, Trevor had a lot of attention for local number, how many different directions we can go. He's an analysis type of guy. Trevor proved we could research the goals for over 2 years and not make any life-changing products. Eventually, Trevor was sick and tired of all the conflicting messages in the market, keeping him stuck because it was taking up all his time. When he started gathering information, what started as gathering information quickly turned into over 2 years of wasted time and unnecessary research.
Nice.
He knew he needed a lot of help to make up for the 2 years of lost time. So Trevor told us he was committed to implementing everything from one mentor and getting out of the waste of time, analyst paralysis things. He then made the wise decision to decide to join. When Trevor joined, we were able to find out what made him do this endless research and stay in that state for so long. We discovered it was actually quite easy to fall into the analysis paralysis trap. One course led to another. We were able to get him out of his own way. But when he committed to himself to implement exactly what we said, he started attracting accredited investors, leveraging the right team to help build his multi-family. He got a major position and a few multi-family transactions. Trevor made a strong decision to join because he couldn't let his family wait for him to make things happen. So I have a question. With the right guidance and support, do you think this will be out of reach?
Doesn't matter about the content, one of it's on the. Anything you want. Now, that was good. There's some good pieces in there. I love the 2 year thing. Like wasting 2 years and traveling, wasting 2 years with one. Following that, really want to do that. Analysis paralysis, researching, it's like, oh, we talk about this, so it's all the stuff that they're doing, and you know the prospects are doing, so calling out. So I think between you both there, you can come up with something really good, chip a little bit of it away, and yeah, it's good, pretty good.
Now you guys know what.
Yes, you're so good together.
So Avery, it's here up.
Right. You remind me a lot of the student I had actually a few months back. She was 19, she was working in a restaurant in a small town, just fighting for proper hours. She was always scheduled in the wrong hours. She didn't want to work. She was also struggling with inconsistent patients. It didn't take her long to decide to take the program because of the affordability. So immediately we started one-on-one training. She learned the technique. She utilized my fast track steps to build her first at-home business. And within that same week, she had a 20-person clientele. This gave her the ability to cut down her hours at the restaurant. It allowed her to focus more on her social media advertising, and now she's making $100 an hour. And this was within a few days of taking the program. Now she plans on moving from her small town to move to a big city. And I believe that with the proper guidance, you and I can accomplish. Sorry. I believe with the proper guidance, you and I can accomplish the same sort of success for you to be able to.
That's right.
How committed are you to fixing this problem? Our best students get the best results. I'm reading the wrong page. The very swift success for you to become your own boss overnight, but this requires your dedicated time. Are you ready to focus on yourself more than your current job and to create your solutions? Holy cow!
It's nice.
Well, that's not a war, so
Don't get too caught on the time.
She's kind of really like.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, really good effort. Avery there, really good. Like what you're trying to do there is compare the job, not getting enough hours, being messed around at work, wanted to take control of the life, but didn't know how. So that's what you're trying to say there. So when we worked together, I was able to get a clarity on what she was meant to do. We work together, what did you call it, the fast track?
Fast track steps to build your first. business.
Yeah, so you could even just say my fast track home business building or something like that. So, you know, we went to that and she was able to get a business up and running in the space of a few days. And within, 4 days, she was actually making more in the business online than she was on the job. Just by some of the things we went through. It's like it's that closing the gap of where she is and where she wants to go. And the rest of it was pretty good. That was actually a really good effort. Yeah, really good. But just thinking it's simple. It's like she was in a job, this, that, and the other. Right. Yeah. Well, that's perfect. It's wonderful. Right. How does everyone feel about the storytelling? Powerful. It is powerful stuff, but it's practice. It's you practicing it, and like Alex said, chop away now all of those things, and I'm happy to come and grab me throughout the rest of the couple of days, and I can have a read and go as well. Right. Any questions? Everyone's hungry? Yep. Right. Lunch is up. Well done, guys.
Right, everybody.
Welcome back, everybody. Hi. Everybody good? Yes. Yeah? How is that food? Well, thank you. How was Carl's section this morning? Good, huh? Very good. So, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to share with you all the techniques I used to actually close this deal. That's what I'll be teaching this afternoon.
To blow chess.
Might be, let's say, for.
She was really hard to get. Oh my God.
Oh my God, you want to hear all the objections?
Give us the
How many
highlights.
times she said no? No.
There you go.
And Alex is there. I made notes of myself.
That's exactly. Yes, we're recording. Okay. Okay, so jokes aside, thank you for that picture. I like that picture. I'll take it. It's nice, huh?
Yeah.
So, obviously what we've covered already is handling objections before they arise. That's what Carl has been speaking about. And it's a very powerful, and sometimes when they're on the phone, you can even sense they're about to start giving objections. And you say, actually, Tanya, before you share that, I want to say, you remind me of Avery. When you go into this story, and then you can say, so Tanya, what was it you were going to say? And Tanya's like, nothing, because it's all been obliterated. So these stories are very powerful. You can write them in many different ways. So basically, it's what we call sales-driven marketing. Ty said he's never heard of it before, but I think I am nowhere near smart enough to figure this stuff out on my own. So the sales call is where I then gather all of my information to go back and rebuild my marketing. And the cool thing about sales calls is that you can do a sales call, and if you close the deal, you can share that with the world as content. You can share it with your community as content. If you don't close the deal, you can review the objection and actually then look at creating content around that. And you can always create content that will bring more prospects in. So if you use it and know correctly, you will learn. You can take that to your power content, your pre-call training. You can put it into your sales script, but you can also use it in content to write a story and post it online. What are you laughing for?
I got my joke.
Chad just starts laughing. I'm like, what are you laughing for? Because they got my joke. Okay, Chad, stand up.
I guess we knew who took the gummy out of
Let's go ahead. We keep moving.
Okay. You create content. So, hey Chad, you remind me of Carl. When Carl comes to me, just left the army. And he really wanted to learn sales, but he was struggling with sales. And in his first month, most of his sales tracker was red. What Carl did, Chad, was he committed. He immersed himself in the training. And the very next month, the very first sale, he closed the deal. The second sale, he closed the deal. Okay, the third one, he didn't close. But thereafter that, he was a closing machine, Chad. And he actually made over $93,000 the following month. And you remind me of him because you have that same tenacity, Chad. So just, you know, little story.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
That was good.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's just you can find those stories, they can be quick and snappy, you can listen to them and make them up on the fly. They don't have to be this one-off time, doesn't have to be this big, long 3-minute thing, just be quick. Now you remind me. All right, so I'd love to hear two things. Number one, because my voice, I'm sure you can hear my voice is just like on a horse. I'd love to hear what breakthroughs you've had around sales, and I want to go to another one. So I want to hear some feedback from you. What breakthroughs have you had in here? Yes. So you heard my one from yesterday about the problem that you can solve. Yes. Being able to use questions in order to get them to educate themselves. Yes. So I don't. Yes. So. Yes. Today, going through the steps to story selling. One thing Ty and I have been doing is we have been gathering data from our prospects. Yes. So they can't schedule a call with us unless they take the survey. Nice. So it's good. In there is what some of their problems are having, some of the obstacles. Yes. And we were going through that with Carl earlier, and it's like everything he went through, finding all the objectives, and all this, they've already told us. Yes. Everything's already there. When you say create the materials, you mean the story of the individual. Oh, so absolutely, it's like yes, you just gather all that information that they give it to you and you can relay it back. But also before they get on the call, you've got all that information. So you just say, you just literally pull out the things they say the struggling. Hey, you remind me of Ty. Ty was experienced X, Y, and the other thing is that they always forget what they put in the survey. So nobody remembers what they wrote in the survey, line item by line item. So you just say they're like, God, this sounds familiar. They actually cannot pinpoint that. This is what I wrote in the survey. And you will expect them to be smart enough, I promise you. I've never heard anybody say, that's actually what I wrote in the survey. So every single application, you can take that information out and then make a unique story. So that's pretty cool. What other breakthroughs have you had around selling? Yes.
Okay, I know that maybe this might sound silly and maybe a lot of you are gonna say, Jenny, that's the basic of it, but I wasn't doing it. Get into calls prepared. I used to go into a call having just a couple of questions to ask, being really tiny little bit prepared, sometimes even coming into the call and being like, wait a minute, while people plug into Zoom, let me check, where are my questions in my tablet, and running out of that, and maybe I'm not really the only one doing that, but I was doing that, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute, I wanted to raise my closing rate.
Yes.
If I would just prepare a little bit for calls and I'm closing this much, what can happen if I prepare and I have like story selling?
Yes.
I'm going to make it, baby.
Nice.
For sure. For sure.
Good. You need to make sure that you're prepared going into it. You need to make sure that you've got the phone number ready. You've got to make sure you've got the name ready, the application ready. You want to make sure the phone number's in the dialer. As soon as it hits the hour, you press the button. It goes boom. I got a a 6th century church outside my house. What was it 1500, 15,000, 1500, 1500-year-old church, and it just goes doing on the hour. Just like, you know, every hour it just like makes this like, so it goes doing. It's press the thing, and it's like, hey, is that Regina? Hey, how's it going, Regina? Alex Jeffries. Always say my full name, by the way. I don't just say Alex. I just say, hey, is that Regina? Hey, Regina, Alex Jeffries. Hey, oh my God, Alex, so great to be speaking with you. Absolute pleasure to be speaking with you. Oh, the pleasure's all mine. So did you see the presentation, Regina? No small talk. I'm just in. I want to like, cause I can lose people. Like, you know, I get into small talk and I end up like, I'm like, what the fuck am I? Like, oh, Virginia, is he from Canada? Oh my God. And the conversation gets awkward. I want to be in. Like, so, did you see the presentation? And I'm always doing it with this tone of voice of like, there's an enthusiasm I have. Every time I give a script, I play a game with myself. Actually, it's like, that's something I want to teach you all. I play games with myself because sales could be a boring sport, especially when you have the calendar like Carl, where it's red, 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 red. It is brutal. And you get on another phone call, go, what the hell is the point of getting on the phone? They're going to reject me anyway. When they don't answer, you're like, yes, they did not answer. And you're like, I just paid for that phone call. You're saying yes. Nobody is saying yes, they get chokes, you want to be rejected. So what I do is I play a game. And I always remember there's more of them than me. I always remember that I am of value. So like you are of value because of all the people you've helped. So you will just tune back into that. You can look at the testimonials you've created. You always just look at that, you know, I play a game. Hey, is that Regina? Hey, how's it going, Regina? Alex Jeffries. Oh, I'm doing good, thank you. Such a pleasure to be speaking with you. Yes. Yeah. So did you check out the presentation? Oh, nice. What was your favorite part of it? I'm enacting. And I'm looking at how I'm doing. So as I'm saying this, I'm like, am I sounding good? And I'm always self-critiquing myself. It keeps me entertained as I'm doing it. And it always makes me want to become better. So I'm always doing that. Brilliant. Okay, well, just so you know how the call goes, and just so you get the most out of this call, I do record all my calls, so everything's on the up and up. Is that okay with you? I'm smiling when I'm doing it. I'm in the room with my. Is that okay with you? Brilliant. Well, and I continue my script. But as I'm doing the script, I'm not like, hey Jeff. Oh Jeff, I do. Yep, cool. Did you see the presentation? Oh, what do you like about it? Huh? Nice. Okay. No, I'm not doing that. I don't want to sound too scripted. I don't want to sound too excited. But I want to have some enthusiasm. Hey, Chad, how's my buddy? Brilliant, good. So my voice sounds shit anyway. So. And on that note, I was thinking of sharing this with you just now. I think this is another important one. Sales is definitely a tough sport. And I went trampolining before with my kids, and my kids were teaching me how to do flips. And I learned how to do front flips. And then I did a front flip and I landed on my thumb. And I poked myself in the eye. And I abrased 56, but I'm actually blind in this eye. Like I can kind of tell it's like I can see all of you, like I can say who all of you are, but pretty much I'm blind when I go outside. I thought I lost my eye. So I abrased 56% of my eye. I woke up the next day and it felt like somebody got a baseball bat, smashed me across the back of the head. I had to close all the curtains because of the light was so bright. I'm in bed and Adam was in Las Vegas. He's in Vegas for his birthday. And I got back-to-back sales calls. I'm like, Dad, I've poked my eye out. He's like, oh, I'm in Vegas. Like, there's no way I'm doing anything. And he's like, there's all of these calls are booked in. It's like, nobody else is going to do them. You're going to do them. So I ended up doing all of these sales calls. And I'm looking at the script with this eye, so much pain. Like, hey, Jenny, how you doing, Jenny? What's the biggest takeaway? I did it.
And even though I wish I wasn't having to do it at the time, by doing it, I realized that when my voice is good, or like when things are good, sales is it's a pretty relaxed thing, you know, like if you're willing to do it there, it's relaxed. And then also I've had the flu before when I was in the UK, when Carl came down, I had the flu and I had to take calls. And people must be like, why the hell is he on the phone with me for? When you're paying for the phone calls, and they're all there, you know, it's thousands of dollars and $10,000 of cost and tens of thousands of dollars of opportunity. I'm like, I'm taking the calls. So even if my voice was like this now, I'd say to somebody, hey, just so you know, I was at the mastermind, we were talking, lots of talking. I apologize for my voice. I'll try not to speak that much. I'll get quick, you know, like I'll still take the calls at this. Okay, what breakthroughs have you had around selling? Give me another one.
Handling all the objections and fucking lose the fucking job.
Overcoming objections before the objection arises is just gonna level up your conversions.
When it comes to, not moving on, not letting them get away with half assed.
Yeah.
So making sure they answer, to the way you need that.
Yes, yeah,
Before moving.
yeah, you call them out on it. Hey Kai, you don't sound so confident. What's up? You didn't sound confident just now. Then ask the question again. Then you go back into it again. Ask the question, see if he raises himself up. Well, like, and then if he levels himself up and you're listening to you, like, are you doing that just to like, 'cause I don't need you to be compliant with the guy. If you don't want to be here, you know, like this is about you, buddies. Like, you know, like hold them to the fire a bit, you know. I used to take people through a sales call and be like, oh my God, they're saying yes, yes, yes. I'd rush them all the way through the sales call, gets the end. Objection. Like, I got no ammunition on them now. I got no ammo. I've lost them in the dark. That was my fault. All right, so what worries?
But we're doing learnings.
Learnings?
We're learning. You were asking questions. I was giving you an answer.
I'll give you an answer.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not about money. I know I keep saying, I have to tell myself that, but it's not about the money. It's not that they don't have money. It's that I could sell anything if I knew my value as a Ferrari.
You're correct.
Right. So. The second thing is use the no. I can use the no every single time to
Yeah.
grow, so that I can get a yes.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
A yes. Okay, wasn't the funniest, but I'm working on it.
Well, Ferrari,
I am a test, well, maybe not a test rose. I don't know what kind of, I'm a
I really like Carl's analogy of this.
I'm a half a
Of the
million.
wall?
Screen, like
Compartments?
Yeah.
Yeah, compartments.
Yes, yes, yes.
Submarine.
that.
Yeah, you need to close down the one compartment. I wasn't here when you said it, but you close the one compartment, you move to the next compartment, deal with that there, and close the compartment, yes. Yeah, that's definitely, you've gotta lock down these parts. There's elements of the script, you're locking them down through. You know. One of the big ones, I think, is just listening to their tonality. Do they run with it? Are they, you know, you just gotta listen to them. It's again, we do this scientifically. There's an art to this, you know, and that's what I kind of lean into. I just like, it's like, oh yeah, I just do the, it's like, oh, I love the stories. I don't bash them over the head. I'm just in the art side of it. I'm just listening, like, right, you said this, now you're saying this. Come on, and you know, when Chad, when you really know, let's just go into what Chad said. When you know your value, and you know your value from what other people say about you. So if you want to become more valuable, go and help your people. Like go and help people and listen to what they say. You know, it's like, even when I have my down days or I've had down times, the people tell me like this like how valuable I am. sometimes it doesn't resonate with me, so I just sit with it and read it, and I just look at it. I go, okay, I'll just take that, you know. But you wouldn't be doing it if you didn't think you're valuable. You wouldn't be doing it if you didn't think you're valuable. People wouldn't have given you money already if you weren't valuable. So, what worries, concerns, or fears do you have still around sales? So as we're here.
Maintaining that confidence over a 2 minute, spiel like a story, right? Like, that's why I got to rehearse it.
Huh?
That comes with rehearsing and practice. And then you do it.
Practicing, you got to practice the script so much, but each time you give a presentation, you're practicing it. Every time you're on the phone with somebody, you're practicing, you're rehearsing.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm never going to pick up the phone and say, hey, Jeff, how you doing, Jeff? It's like, I can literally be, my kids are like, okay, all right, I love you, I'll see you better. Hey, how's it going, Alex Jeffries here? As soon as I turn that camera on, they go, hey, Alex Jeffries here. They're like, okay, kids, all right, I love you. Get out of here. Hey, how's it going, Alex Jeffries? Welcome to this presentation. In this presentation, I'm already just elevating that energy, not to like this hyping, but just I'm elevating my energy. On the phone call, I'm like, hey, Tanya, how you doing? Hey, how's it going, Tanya? I want to I want to sound excited to see them. Hear from them. Yeah.
So, here's about sense of having doubts, what you call, that was something to work on to get it done. My fear, hate to say fear, but challenge is when it comes time to add something else to the phone, it's not gonna be.
Yeah.
When it comes to that, I would recommend finding someone to call, listen to our scripts a lot better, because I've heard people get these $30,000 calls or $500 calls, just to like recording calls, see how we improve, just so we know, teach that person, or just will.
No, because I wouldn't look at, again, close rates. They're fine. But average call value. That's what you want to look at. You want to look at average call value of cash collected and average call value of contract collected. Right? You want to look at those numbers. So then they become your base. You'll have, Dave will have his base, you'll have your base. The game is to beat each other. It's competition. And then when you bring somebody in, you're gonna have a script. Like anybody else on the outside, you're gonna have a script. You're gonna have a control, a number, your average meeting value, your average call value, and you're gonna stick this person on the phone, and you're gonna give them a go, and you're gonna let them into it. Carl was with me when I was doing sales calls, and literally one evening we're there, and Carl's just listening to me, and he's having a flick through the script and stuff. And I said, you're up. I pressed, it's going ring. He goes, what are you doing? I said, and he's like, kidding me, right?
That's a true story. I never done a sales call. I didn't expect it. We were in the office. And that was exactly what happened. The Skype, we Skype for the calls. And did anyone use Skype? Yeah. So that was on me walked on when we were up and like the little white microphones there on the desk. And I quickly sat down and went, hello there. Hello, how are you today? Reading.
So bad, wasn't it? That was terrible.
Yeah, script. So tell me, what is your problem today in your business? What are you struggling with? It was like an interview. It was like, it was like an interrogation. So, you know why? It's about me. That's all it is. It's about me. I feel like stupid. You don't feel me that. It's all about me. And I didn't even have a clue what it was. It's all about me. And that was the good way of doing it. Throw in the deep end. Learn to swim quick. So every time she gave me an answer, I didn't know what she said. And no, I don't want to listen to us. Yeah.
No, yeah, like this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. Hey, and tell me. Oh, look, everything is burning out, and then we were flying about. Like that was the lesson, but I wasn't listening to what you were saying, I was just like waiting for my next question. on the script. You don't care about how I'm going through the script. You may not even need to ask all the questions that are in the script, they may say one thing, one question, stay in it for an hour.
Yeah.
Digging into the bottom of it, but where I was new to it, asking any questions on the script, didn't close.
Yeah. And then
You recorded that, right?
I think so. And then the next day, in the daytime, you went back on there again, and it was like worse. But think about it, it's just like, you know, if somebody's like interested in it, and like they're there and they're immersing themselves, and he was there with me for hours listening to me on the calls, like taking notes. It's like, go on and have a go. You know, it's like, have a go. And then it's like, you know, what do you expect him to be? So fucking, hey, what's going on? Hey, no, he's kind of bad, you know? It's like, bro, okay, that's what I have to do. And then, what did it take him? It took him like a month until he's doing, you know, 100,000 in a month. You know?
One is
One,
really.
one on that, I was just prepared to be. I was prepared to like fall down.
Yeah.
I was prepared to look bad, I was prepared to not to. You all have to be a master of something or you prepared to fail a lot.
And then just to go to, you know, try, it's like I was just prepared to like lose some deals to like get somebody on the phone and give them a go and, you know, find out rhythm, you know, but as soon as he had a taste of it, he's like, what books? And give him the books, and he studied the books, and then it was all of a sudden, it was just this pure immersion that he was in the sales. You know,
You should kind of get in as to find that person. It's more about their hunger. for
Yeah,
learning.
yeah.
I don't mind running calls, for a period of time, because eventually I close to $100,000 or whatever, that's a pretty good investment. But finding someone who's willing to fall and reply with not that, you know, I'll invest. But build up an interest, kind of look. I bet. No. Wow. We bought green. You got me, you'll go forward and get me. No, it's fancy, I'm in the middle. Well, good. For salesperson is to ask questions. And actually say, you know what, I can do this out. Yeah, I don't think it's the right fit for this. Yeah, see how they react to that question. Or to that statement. If they go, okay, thanks, appreciate the time. So now, so if they go, appreciate you saying that, but why, how the heck did you know you haven't seen me in action? I don't agree with it. Good. Long view, because they're not gonna go well,
like when I was salespeople, anytime somebody's walked in my office and said, I'm going to be the best salesman you've ever had. If anybody ever says that to me ever again, I'm like, get the fuck out the office. Leave now. Because they've never, ever been there. Ever. And then you'll just have like somebody random, like just, you know, it's like I said, as long as they have the hunger, they're willing to face rejection and they're willing to put in the hours, and you know, it's a tough job, sales, you know. If they're willing to do that, success is inevitable. And that's for all of you. You know, it's each and every one of you. Forget about, you know, delegating it to somebody. Let's just go back to a thing. Like basically, number one, get on the phone, you and David, get your controls, you know, get your own numbers. Like this is my average call value. This is cash collected and contract. Because what the problem with conversion is somebody could be just taking $20 deposits and their conversion's 80%. I got 80% close rate. I'm a killer. If you're taking $20 deposits. That's the problem with conversion, because it can be manipulated in so many different ways. Average call value, cash collected, that's how much money I brought in, and contract value, that would be, you know, like say it's, you know, $10,000 product you sell, 1 in 3, the contract value would be 3,333. And if they collected, 5,000, the average cash collected was like 1,700. Right? So you just gotta like look at that, and then you'll just see like you and David will be either completely different or not. You could be kind of the same, but as you bring something in, you've got a level to bring them up to. Now you got 3 of you at that level. And I wouldn't even hire a salesperson. I wouldn't, like, I'd hire Jason over a salesperson, if I was looking for somebody, I'd be like, I'd rather Jason than like somebody who says they're a salesperson. You gotta train a lot of stuff out of a salesperson. I don't think we do sales. I think we help people make decisions. And I feel like I feel like when we sell high ticket stuff, like coaching and stuff, I feel like it's really like a people, like we're not selling pro, we're selling like it's people skills. We're not going for close. Like, yeah, we want to close the deal, but like I want the person to decide that they want to be a part of this. So salespeople, they just don't have that, I don't think. Yeah.
Understand the person and just what are the gaps in this message solution to our program. So
Yeah. Okay. What is this you sold me? What is this?
That's fine.
Is it only laughing at you? It's subtle. It's anything but subtle.
Great.
Wow.
That's
A lot. It's like taking, it's like the healers of a non-alcoholic person.
Okay, question.
Yes.
One
Yeah.
It's the fear is, okay, people leak. People leak. So as a leader, I'm always aware that vision leaks. So after a certain amount of time, how come they're not doing what we were all excited, but now it's the same thing with sales. I want to be able to be consistent with my energy.
Yep.
And consistent with my,
Yes.
that level. I want to be in that, after this, I always do better on my sales,
Yeah.
right? Because it's just like,
Yeah.
I got the stuff here, right?
Yeah.
Couple days later.
Yeah.
So how do you?
Really
keep
good
that-
question. So you need to start looking after yourself more. So you really want to make sure you get more sleep. Sex chat.
Get
I'm
married
taking
fast.
that.
Get married fast.
Is there a typo?
Get married fast. Oh, you know what you're gonna say. Get married fast.
You want money, you gotta-
It's like you gotta get more sleep, eat cleaner foods, look after yourself. Like, really wanna look after yourself, because I watch you, Chad, when you're okay, and when Chad's not okay, Chad's like knee wobbles like crazy. He's doing this with his fingers, and you just see he's stressed, and it's like, and he's gotta like make the money. It's like, Chad, in that moment, get out the office. You are no good in the office in that time. And that's the time everyone's like, they stay there and they want to be like working harder, biting nails more, knees going more. I've got to work, I've got to work. It's like, take the day off. Right? You've got it. Huh? I like to go on walks. Yeah, I go on walks. Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Can that also-
Well, there's a song by Calloway, I Want to Be Rich. That song will
Like,
get.
and everyone's different, like, when I. But seriously.
Huh?
So like, so you find that, and like, when I go to the boots, I think it's the funniest thing, like, I pray that leopard, like, all the way in my car.
Yeah.
Because it puts me in a mood, like, I'm powerful and strong, and I go eating, like.
Yeah.
shoulders back, head
Yeah.
up. So it's not really helpful, something very-
Yeah,
something
good.
that gets you
What Carl used to take was a boom boom stick.
What is it? Stick.
So the sniffer thing?
Yeah, a sniffer thing. So what he would do is when Carl would close a deal, he would sniff the boom boom stick. So every time he'd close a deal, he'd sniff it, so he'd anchor that in, and then before a sales call, he would sniff the boom boom stick before the call as well, to anchor himself back into that place.
Really,
Yeah.
you know, they make it work, it's an LP, so then put some stuff into your system. And I remember it's Natalie, right? She paid in full. After the deal, continued to roll, and I went to snip the leaders of this day. 50 years ago, and that's never that comes back. This is pretty. Hands and mad music, strawberries, you see some push-ups.
Yeah.
You get state of mind.
I just didn't know that you got sets. So like, that's why I play those games for myself, because I want to beat my numbers. So I'm not like on this call going, oh man, got the call. I got to get into acting mode to beat my numbers. Like this call is going to increase my numbers. Like this week, I want to beat last week's numbers. This month, I want to beat last month's numbers. So every call counts because you're playing a game. And it's not just about making sales. It's about increasing your numbers. It's about seeing yourself getting better over time. Because that's how the confidence builds. If you can see this is where I was last month, and this is where I am this month, this is where I am this month, and this is where I am. Not just by the money, by the close rate, the average contract value, the average call value. You see these things going up. It's very powerful. All right. So let's look at the investment when we say to somebody.
Oh, please.
So, do you know the investment? They should say no, unless you've done some pre-marketing like we do with our events. It's like with our seminars, we'll let them know the investment, but they've been marketed to for 3 days. They've been marketed to for 2 days. So by the time we tell them the investment, they think $25,000 is cheap. Like $25,000, that's it, I can't believe it's so cheap. Actually, people auditory laugh out loud. Just 25,000, doesn't it? It's incredible power of marketing. Huh? Do you know the investment? When they say no, your response is it's extremely expensive. I used to say it's just, I don't know how much it is. Now you want to say it's extremely expensive because it braces them for something extremely expensive. And then you say it's, let's just say, you know, how much is yours, Avery? You say, yeah, do you know the investment? They're like, no, you're like, oh, it's extremely expensive. Like, well, how much? Like 1,400. They're like, okay. Okay, that's doable. You're bracing them for something that could be way higher. And especially if you build the value up on the call. So you ask them, so how much are you making in your job? They're like, well, I'm making $3,000. How much would you like to be making as a beautician? I'd like to be making like double that. In fact, really, my goal is to make it 10,000 a month. Everybody's fucking numbers that. Like thousands of calls, $10,000. For some reason, like that number just is a number that the public want. All right. 10,000. And what would you do with that? Like, oh man, well, that's just the start. You know, I'd like to get there, but that's the start. I want to grow bigger. Like I'd love to have this impact. They tell you all about this other stuff that they want. So by the time you've got all that out of them, you're like, so you'd like to be making like, you know, you're making 36,000 a year now. You'd like to be making 120,000 a year. Okay, cool. Well, you know, definitely as a beautician, you know, it's possible. And you continue in the conversation. As you get to the end, you say it's extremely expensive. Then you go, it's 1,400, you know. Definitely helps with that sticker shock. Okay. So overcoming the no. Don't take no for an answer. So let me just give you a little understanding here. In 2019, I did 300 sales calls. And of those 300 sales calls, 5 people said yes to me. So I made $75,000 in a year from people who said yes. That left me with 295 people. No, yes, 295 people who said no. I had 295 people who told me no. And I then sold 95 of those people after they said no, which equaled 1.4 and a little bit of change million. So I had 100 sales. If I accepted their no's as an answer, I would have got 75K. But because I didn't accept no, I got 1.5 million. That's the difference in 1 year from yes and no. I was the only person on the phone. 300 phone calls. 300 phone calls, like it's only a call a day. It's not like crazy amounts of calls either. You know, it's like Monday through Friday, it's like 1.6 calls, 2 calls a day or something. Right? Huge difference, isn't it? It's massive. It's like, that's where most of my business comes from. After they say no. So expect the no, embrace the no, control the no. After the no. After the no. She said yes.
And maybe.
The picture of you on the cover.
Oh, actually, I'm thinking of a name for my book. I come up with this upstairs in bed last night. Meeting money. Because it's all about, you know, meeting money where you come into more money, but also meeting money where you're making money out of these meetings. How to make money in these meetings. You like that? Yeah, I like it. Do you like it?
Yeah.
It's a personal as well.
Yeah. Well, the procrastinated one's done. I procrastinated. I procrastinated on publishing that. But the procrastinating one's done. Of meeting money. Cover notes. Meeting money, beating. I don't know. But we can think about it. Well, I like it anyway. I like it. All right. So I want to change the frame here. So we're going to do some stuff in a moment. The thing about sales is that they're going to say no to you. As you just saw in that example, most people said no to me, and then I closed them. So I closed 1/3 of people. Like my close rate was 1/3. My close rate now is higher. My close rate's most probably double that from what we're currently doing. So I'd say like somewhere in the 60–65%. If it's at the seminar, my close rate's like in the 80s, maybe even 90%. But that's just because they've just been completely preconditioned. But outside of like, you know, great seminar lead, you know, you've got to close the deal. Like if they say no to you, well, you're just gonna let them go. So there needs to be this pressure, there needs to be this container. But I don't think it's high pressure sale. I think it's high standard sales. That's another way to look at it. It's like I'm bringing this person up, this person. This is the way. This is how I look at it. They're inbound leads. They've approached you. So that's why it's important to get inbound leads instead of outbound. Even if you're doing outbound marketing, Facebook, email, whatever it may be, you've got to get them to come to you, fill out an application, fill out a form. That way, they're showing you intent that they have the problem based on your marketing. So then if they're coming inbound, your job is to level them up. That's why I'm talking about high standard signs, to level them up, not let them stay where they are. Because they're gonna want to stay where they are. Where they are is comfortable. You know? So when I go for the close, it isn't a one-time activity. Like, and I want you to understand this, ladies and gents, these seconds and these minutes are crucial to your profit of your business. Like, as you're going for the close, what you say, how you say it, the confidence in your tone, the assertiveness you have, the words that you use, they're just so important. So here's just like some of my, smooth sentences. So I'll say, so, the investment's just 5K. Should we get things rolling? It's just something I would say that just could roll off my tongue. Now, I don't use the close just once. So I can have these things here. I can just go back to speak with and come in and get another one. So, so are you already a customer of ours, Ty? Okay, well, what would you like to get you set up here? What's the best email? I'm starting to move you through your process. So, so like, I don't have to say all of these in line items, but I could say, Jason, so should we get things rolling? Jason's like, wow, I like the sound of this, but I need to think about it. Okay, we go through that. I'll deal with the objection, go through that process, which we'll look at a bit. Then I can come back and say, well, look, Jason, here's where the rubber hits the road. Do you want to stay stuck? Jason's like, no. Well, let's get this going, shall we? Sure. You may say, wow, I need to think, you may go back into that. I know you said that. Okay, let's take the deal off the table. Screw the deal. Stay stuck. You're the one stuck. Then I can go through some of the stuff there, deal with it. And then when I feel the time's right, so Jason, look, let's just make this easy. Which card would you like to use? Visa or MasterCard? I can just come back a number of times and ask for it. But I'm going to ask for the close. This is not once I'm doing it. I'm going 5, 6, 7 times.
7 times?
Yes.
Have you had ever someone like said because you're coming back after they say no more than once?
No.
As long as it's on call, it's good.
Yeah. You can put the phone down if you want.
And if they say that they have to hang up because they want to.
Let's role play. Visa or MasterCard?
No, I already told you all that I need to think about this.
I really think that thinking about it is a good thing for you. So now we've got a bit of time. Let's think about this together. I paid a lot of money to think.
Yeah, I came to this call, because I wanted information. That's a proof that I was interested, but I really need to, sit down and have been looking at different options, and I need to go and check things out first. I came up because I was interested, so I am, but does not now.
If not now, when?
It can be in September, when the kids go back to school, but actually that would be like a better option. Yes, it would be a better option because, I have all those things coming on in the summer and I go camping with the kids and that's something that you don't know. You're gonna be really, really busy with the kids and camping, and it's not a good idea for me to start this program right now. I'm gonna be too busy. I'm not even gonna be at home. But what do you want me to start this for right now? It's not a great idea. So not now. In the fall, it will be better.
If I was, I'd be like, well, I'll give you the summer for free.
I don't have the, what I was doing there is I'm not speaking to her baggage. I'm just sitting there, she doesn't see me, I just press myself on mute, and I'm like I just literally don't have to, she goes, hey, Al, are you there? I'm here, mute myself again. I'm not gonna speak to all of her baggage. She wasn't saying this for the past 30, 40 minutes.
No.
This is now fresh. So this is incongruent to who she was. Now, I don't have the opportunity for the data with Jenny to like whack her over the head because she's taken completely out of context. But if I was on the call, I'd be able to ask some of the stuff that we've gone through. And I'd be able to say, well, whatever it may be.
Yeah, but at the beginning, the person told you that that she needed absolutely to do it now because she was in motion.
Oh, there
And
you
she
go.
wa-
There
and she
there-
wanted to have things done before.
there you go. Then. So now you, so there you go. So I got something.
Yes.
So cool. So Regina, I think you're right. Now, I don't know which one is right, because earlier you said you need to do it before you go traveling. And you need to get things in motion. And now you're saying something else where you need to wait until you're back to get it in motion. So I think you're right. And there's, by the way, there's two ways that you take this, right? This completely my mindset. I think you do both ways. Number one, I think you're right. I think you could wait, and you know that would be a really good option. It's an option for you to wait, and you'll have this pain, you know. And I could even add on what Tanya just said, that you know we can give you the summer for free. You have to put something down now. We get you started then, or I could say, Regina, you know, you said this before you said this now. You were lying at one of them. Which time were you lying to?
I'm not lying.
Which one was it? Because just earlier you said you have to do it now. Now you're saying you have to do it in the future. So am I speaking to the same person?
Yeah, but you know, I told her we like have all those things going on and you didn't know about the camping thing. So I wanted to know that I also have.
Did
this.
you forget about going camping when you were on the phone with me earlier?
No, you
So
know.
you knew you were going camping earlier when you told me that you wanted to get it going now.
Yeah, we do it every year. We go every year.
So were you lying to me when you said you needed to get it going now?
No, it's just like, you know, now that you're telling me this and I'm thinking about it with you instead of by myself, I'm
Yep.
like, you know, yes, I'm going camping. It's maybe not the right moment. I thought it was maybe a good moment, but I'm going camping. I'm not even gonna be at home. So why am I gonna start that program now? If I want to work on my home.
Don't start. So we're gonna come back to objection handling in a bit. And what I do want to say though, what I want you to all recognize, what good marketing will do, will remove this. Like the way that she's speaking, like the tone that she's speaking in.
Is it
Yeah, it's the tone that she's speaking in. It's this like kind of like,
aggressive?
like why would you be trying to help me? It's not help me, it's like sell me.
Mhm.
You know, it's like,
Yes.
so you gotta, so that's what good marketing, when they come on the phone, oh my gosh, you know, you don't have that tone with me. What they do, like I'm up for the fight,
Mm.
you know?
But what that proves is that that person didn't have the right marketing,
Yes,
since that person took this kind of attitude and
Yes.
just talk.
yes,
But very.
I have never come across someone like that. That threw me completely off. I was.
some people do, you know, that,
You know, it's wrong. Having someone like coming at you like this.
let's look at this, man. When they say, let me think about it, this is a big one. When they say they need to think about it. When they tell you that they need time, I've realized that they actually do need time. They need time to process it. And they'll try and get off the phone very quickly at that moment. I got a meeting to go to, I got to take the kids to work, whatever it may be, they need to get off the phone. But this is where the deals are made. This is where I tend to find myself closing deals. So what, and I did this with Jess, the first of all, because Jess was struggling with this. So I said to Jess, when somebody says no to you, set a clock and you do not get off the phone for 30 minutes. Even if they want to get off the phone, You do not get off the phone. Your job is to keep them on the phone for 30 minutes, even if you don't close the deal. It's in that time you start to find the rhythm of what you can do with people. Because there's a rhythm when somebody says no, it's not like shocking to me anymore. Somebody says no, I'm expecting them no. It's like, no, okay, well, let's take the deal off the table. You know, it's like, fine, you know, I know 95 out of 100 sales, they're gonna say no first. Why you get shocked when somebody says no? So, if you don't know what to talk about, you keep asking questions around the triangle of trust. You ask questions around pain, desire, needs. And you just ask around those places. Now, this is huge when it says at the bottom here. You spend time with them, which they need. They say, I need time. So you spend the time with them about them, not about selling them. So what I'll do is I will literally do this. I think it's the next slide. Okay. So like, I need time. Say, okay, let's take the deal off the table. Let's forget about doing business together. What's really going on with you? When I take the deal off the table, something happens with their barrier of trust, and it comes down, and they may tell you the truth. Not always, they may tell you the truth. But it's very rare they tell you the truth. It's rare people tell sales people the truth. Okay, back then. So what I'll do is I'll take this. Yeah. I see. Must have to keep a straight face. Fucking horrific. So this is real though, when they're like, oh, I need time, and they're trying to get off the phone, I can disarm the pressure. Because you know what they call it high pressure sales, because there is pressure on them. So I can disarm the pressure by just saying, well, look, let's just take the deal off the table. Let's forget about doing business together. What's really going on with you right now? And there's a genuine tone in my voice when I say it. So what I'm looking to do is I'm really looking to identify, then isolate the real objection. They may not have told you the real objection. So then I'll say to them, look, money aside, what's showing up for you? And they may go, oh, I don't have the money. Okay, well, money aside, what else is showing up for you? And I want to identify what is showing up for them. Once I find out what that is, I can isolate it and work on it. A lot of the time, they won't believe in themselves. They bought other programs before, and they don't believe in themselves. And they ain't going to tell you that. So they're just like, well, you know, I've just got to look at my finances, move some stuff around, but I'll be back tomorrow. They're full of shit. And they're not telling you that they're full of shit because they're embarrassed. There's shame around that. The other thing may be that they've invested money and they're like me, where they'll just buy things. I'm a real good buyer, right? And they'll buy things and then the spouse will think they're useless if they fail again. So they're scared of letting the spouse down again. They're scared of making a big mistake again. So you've got to find out what's showing up for them.
Actually, what you're saying, I'm realizing that I didn't set up the timer and I didn't stay long enough because that's exactly what I did. I took off the deal off the table.
Yep.
My tone was really calm and
Yep.
I'm seeing that you're going through something right now. She was crying,
Yep.
she was really upset.
Yep.
And what was coming up is that people in your family was judging her
Yep.
and saying that because she's doing so many things and being an entrepreneur, she's not putting her family as a priority.
Yeah.
But she was telling that to me, but that's what her family has been telling her, but I didn't know how to handle it. So I let her.
You
know
say,
because I didn't know.
are you the type of entrepreneur who doesn't put your family first? Are they right? Let's do it. Are they right?
No, my family is important to me, but you know, I work a lot. It's not longer the home becomes messy.
Would you like the home to be clean and your family think that you are there for them?
Yes, absolutely. That's what I want.
Would they be annoyed if you did that?
Absolutely, none of them will be happy here, but, okay, wait a minute, no. My mother-in-law will keep complaining because she hates, me.
Mother-in-laws always complain.
She hates.
She hates me
me.
as
So
well.
everything that I do. She didn't know that I didn't have to do it.
I'm just bringing it. I do try and bring humor in, because humor kills that energy. You know, that frustrated, that scared energy,
Yeah.
bring humor in. It's like I'll do something, my mother-in-law hates me as well. She starts laughing, rapport.
Yeah.
Rapport. It's very important, like I'm doing those things at those moments,
Mm.
you know? So, but look what I just, like, before she went off on one and I brought the rapport in. Like, I'm listening and I'm looking to say, let's fix that. If we fix that, would the family be upset? No. Let's focus on that. Let's make that our priority. Let's not just make you happy. Let's make them happy. Unless you don't want to make them happy. No, I do want to make them happy. Should we get the wheels in motion now? See the list of things? That's why I go for just one moment. That's why I go for a close again. You understand? I go for the close straight after that again. And if she's like, well, I'm not sure now, I'm just gonna wear her down. I've got to go for it a few times. And let me be clear, the amount of times that people have told me no, they keep saying no, and then all of a sudden, I say, you know, Visa or MasterCard, she goes, Visa. Yep, ready for number 436. She had the card in her hand for like a while. And I'm like, this wasn't like that was fast. She had the card in her hand already. Huh. So when she was saying no, she was on the fence. She wasn't giving me that signal, but she was like there with that. She'd already gone first. So I need to think about it. You know, you let them go, they're gone. God goes back in the hole, it's gone. So I'm asking multiple times, as soon as I do. So would the family be upset if we focused on, you know, you being there for them?
No, but you know, except for my mother-in-law, she always complains.
She always complains. She's just one of
Yeah, she
those.
complains. Well,
So is she gonna complain when everyone's happy? Yes.
yeah, she's gonna.
And what about the kids? Are they gonna complain when they see more money?
Oh, no, they're gonna be happy. You know, you remember that project that I told that I'm doing right now? That is really important for me, and that's something that I think that I'm not gonna have enough time because I'm doing this project.
I think we're wasting too much time here already. I think we should just get this going and fix it once and for all. Any reason you don't want to fix it?
No, maybe I'm gonna shoot that I'm making excuses, and that's not what I'm making, Alex, you know? I'm not making excuses here.
Let's
It's
do
a
it.
real thing.
Let's do it then.
It's a real thing.
Look.
Those are things that are going on in life. right now.
What card would you like to put on fire?
I told you that I want to think about it. Why do you keep pushing my boundary? I already tell you my boundary. I said no 3 times. And you keep pushing. I didn't hang out on you
I
because
got
I
it.
feel light, you know?
Got
But
it. Hey, let's do this.
this is a long call already.
Let's do this. Let's not do it. Okay? Let's just leave you in all of that shit you said you want to get rid of. Now, I don't have the list of stuff, so if I had the ammunition, now I could really go through it and really make it sound really stupid in what you just said to me. Because I got boundary issues too, and you said all of these problems. I'm not the one with the problems here, Jenny. You're the one who approached me with these problems. I'm not the one who is crossing boundaries. You're the one saying you want to fix these things. You're the one who's saying the children are not happy. You're the one that's saying all of these things are going wrong. And all things are pointed at you. So don't blame me. I'm here to help you. You don't want help? I'm happy to end the call. So let's take the deal off the table. And I have one
Okay,
question.
let's
Let's just
table
take-
then.
It's
let's
off the,
take it off
it's
then.
off the table.
Okay. Right?
So before I put the phone down, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, go ahead.
What was the reason you showed up on this call?
hang on to it. Okay, let's get going. Repeat the question.
But you know, it's like, and with a person like this, you know, like, I'm not even gonna really like try and sell this person. Like, I wouldn't even try and sell her. I would just show her how stupid she's being.
Yeah.
Like, she showed up. I wouldn't get to this point. I wouldn't make an offer if she's like that at the start of the call. There would be no offer made.
She was the one who asked for the call.
But I wouldn't make her an offer if she was acting like that. Yes,
Yes.
yes, I wouldn't even make an offer. If I now made an offer, she's acting like this, deals off the table, I would let her know my thoughts and feelings, and I put the phone down. And now I've got options. Number one, I can take that information and go back to my marketing, and I can make sure that these things don't show up. Number two, I can make the content about that. How this woman showed up with these things here, this, and then this is how she showed at the end. And I have boundaries, and I don't accept, and put that in the group.
Yes.
Seriously, so you create content around it, and somebody else comes and says, oh my God, I have the same things I would never speak down. You can have so many conversations based on the back of that.
Mhm. But I think that the real objection was coming in at the end, because she told me that the thing is that she just invested $1,800, no, wait a minute, it's what, $1,800 into a coaching with a coach, and it was like a mess. She wasn't going to work about it, blah, blah, blah. And she was like, I didn't even ask for a refund. And, you know, I really made a really bad decision. That was $1,800 a month. And she's like, now I'm in debt with that. So maybe the objection that you were saying, that maybe they invested in the past, and the husband is there, and the family, all those things, maybe are like the real objection. Do you think that that's it? That is? How can they find that?
I just don't see as many people like that showing up. So I wouldn't worry about like this one person. I'd get over her. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't. I would be like, hey, do you know what? I would never work with you. That kind of attitude, not in my community. I'll be honest with them. Like, why would I don't want to do business with you like that. Yeah, fuck that. I'm like, yeah, I'm serious. Like, when I'm on the phone with you, no, sorry. Now I can speak to other people like, listen, speaking to this person, she's complete.
So that was essentially you're giving like the example of what not to be, like,
Yes,
not to be a
yeah. No.
But that's-
Listen, we've made the mistake in the past when we've sold people that we shouldn't have sold, and it always bites you on the bum. And I swear I'll never do it again. I won't. I just won't.
So that all I just say is like.
Huh? Yeah, and it's just,
And they're the ones that invested the littlest amount of money.
yeah. So some big mistakes to avoid. Selling the product, not the result. So when you're on the phone, if you're selling the product and not the result, you're making a big mistake. Nobody's buying coaching modules, Chad. Nobody's buying T1, T2, T3, T4. Nobody's buying it. Never say it ever again. Okay? They don't give a shit about it. Honestly, they really don't. Like, so somebody sell me a mortgage right now. Sell me a mortgage.
Sell me a mortgage.
That's sell me a mortgage.
What do you mean by selling a mortgage?
So there, you know, that's what he just said. You know, you put it back on.
Oh, okay, so what is their problem?
Sell me a mortgage. Somebody in this room, sell me a mortgage.
So what is it that you called here for?
A mortgage.
Okay, well, I have one. When you want to get it? Today?
Yeah, good. I mean, you know, you've all asked questions. It's good. You know, you've asked questions. Nobody wants a mortgage. They want what? House.
The house.
Not a house, a home.
House. They go home. Maybe not a home now. Maybe it's a house. Right?
They want to know.
So the mortgage is the hurdle between, you know, where they are, what they want. Okay. So knowing this, then how would you sell the mortgage differently prior to knowing this? And I think you all did it well anyway. You asked questions. And that's the really important thing, you ask questions. I thought somebody was gonna come and sell me a mortgage of like, you know, it's the lowest interest and. That's what I was hoping. Are you all too smart for that?
You're a good teacher. You're a good teacher.
Huh? There you go, see? Wow, sell a mortgage, I don't know before.
When we were bail first days, and we were called into a salon. There was a lady on the door, she called us for a bed. And she was selling, she was completely selling like serum, anti-bacterial serum. And the whole time, she didn't let us speak. I just spoke about the ingredients, how powerful they are, where they came from, how this doctor created them. And we're just there, and she put it on Nat's face and stuff, and I'm just like listening, and they didn't even ask any questions whatsoever. Nothing. And at the end, I offered this advice. I said, can I offer you some advice? You're trying to sell. She wouldn't accept it. She just kept telling me about, I'm like, no, listen, I don't need, let me go on after. She's like, no, but this is like the best cream in the whole of the world. It's like the doctor who created it. You go on their website, it's $500. And it literally makes the person listening to it. You can't, it's a turn on.
So bad, isn't it?
Big turn on. Not once did she ask me a question.
Thank
She
you.
did say, do you want to go 80 when you're 50? Oh. And I said that to her. She was like, well, I would never ask her. Well, in the summer, by three, she could have maybe buy
Yeah.
$500 moisturizer like me.
Yeah,
If she was good.
yeah.
She didn't ask me one question. She just so easy, but she didn't ask any questions whatsoever. So the importance of the mortgage thing. Somebody comes in with this.
Just
Never gonna sell.
just thinking about that, just, you know, we could all, just each of us, I want just a little exercise, a fun one, to share with each other over the next day, like how you would sell that serum, you know, I'm just thinking in my mind, I'm like, so Carl, so do you want to look 10 years older by the time you leave bail?
10 years old.
10 years older? No, well, the problem with being so high in altitude is your skin gets all crinkly and crackly, and this serum is the only thing that fixes that, but you can't have that. Lock in that case down there. And the only way to get in there. I've lost my train, huh? Yeah. You just have a play with that. How would you sell a serum? You know, just that would be the beginning of my scripting, you know? Do you want to look 10 years older by the time you leave bail? No.
If you tell me that's the thing, I'm going to find the money.
See? There you go, see? It's like the altitude here really brings the skin and you just look a lot worse, but this serum brings the life back into you. You don't want this skin.
Going back to that, so we think there's a something you can get. Then she has some more on that.
Yeah.
It's mentioned in the war, so it's talking about the ingredients, so selling the product, what you do. It's telling me about the mini and
Yeah.
good grade, where the ingredients come from, how rare they are and stuff. Didn't listen to any.
Well, versus how nice you're gonna look when you go outside and you're gonna be glowing, and your pictures, you're gonna look the most freshest in the picture.
People are gonna turn heads when they see you.
People are gonna turn
And it's that person who's still
There you go. But Jenny's Googling it right now.
But you know what made me think about that? It's because when you were chatting with us, you were saying that your nose got really bloody and stuff. Because it was so dry.
Yes,
If someone told me that, and after I saw that from you, that's marketing,
yes.
I would be like, oh, wait a minute, if they are doing the nose and someone's coming to me, like say, selling that spray for the nose.
Yes.
I'm gonna say goodbye, and I never put spray for the nose.
Yes.
But I have a good marketing, good wording.
So let's just remember this. Thank you, Carl, for prompting up there. Don't sell the product, sell the results. That's a big one. You know, it's like for Robert, you know, the operations thing is not sexy. But having operations in place that you're hands-free and you're able to step away from the business and have time away from the business with good operations in place, that is sexy.
Yeah.
You understand? That is sexy. Like, that is really sexy. Like, that's lifestyle. If you're selling a lifestyle, you're no longer selling operations. You know, it's not like we're gonna come in and we're like the ops guys and we're the nerds, they don't care about that. It's the end result that, you know, you have these operations in place that you can step away from the business gonna run streamlined. If anything went wrong, somebody would be there to take care of it for you. You wouldn't even get the phone call if it happened without you. You enjoy time with your kids at Disneyland. It's like, I haven't been to Disney, I've been thinking about going there forever. And that's a random side story. This woman before, right? She said to me, she said, she's crying on the phone to me. She goes, I've never taken my children to Disney. And I want to take my children to Disney. And I just haven't been able to take them to Disney. And I want to be a coach to make money so I can take my kids to Disney. And then she gives me, it was when I was in Cardiff, so like it must be $9,000, the price point back then. She gave me $9,000. I'm thinking to myself, she could have just taken the fun kids to Disney. I was like, I just didn't, you know, I was like, I didn't want to tell her that. I was happy to take the 9,000. But like, she could have literally just taken the kids to Disney.
But then she had knowledge and she can go to Disney multiple times.
Yes,
Instead of only one.
yes.
And go somewhere else.
That's obviously what she bought into, you know, which is fair and it's true. Cool. So you know, sell those results. So
That's what I use in mine, actually.
Disney.
I said, if there's anything I'd love to do, it'd be a vacation.
Hmm.
But what I'd even love more is to be able to give you as much time, because you want to take as many vacations as you want.
What I'd like to do though is help you change that.
Yeah.
That's your wants. She doesn't care about your wants. I want to give you a vacation. She doesn't care what you want for her. Are you taking enough vacations? No. Are you happy with the amount of vacations you're taking? No. So it sounds like to me, you want a few more vacations? Absolutely, I'd love that. I'd love that for you as well, if that's what you want.
So how do you word that in power content? I guess is what that's.
Well, we're talking about a phone call now, we're not talking about.
Yeah,
power content, you know?
that's. what I'm
It's like if you're saying that I want, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want, don't talk about your wants. They don't care about your wants and needs. They don't care about you. Like, you gotta remember that. You know, it's like that's your ego. I know I can help you. I'm okay. Okay, so this is a big one here. This is huge. Actually, let's do this. Let's do the old stand up and Kai, give us energy break. Give us an energy break, Kai. Come on, Kai. I think this myself. How are we doing? We need Kai on. We need to get it on TikTok.
And then reverse. 10, 2,
You're supposed to be doing this.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, awesome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, child song race, 8, 9, 10, 10 because then out of the mouth. Four. Okay, now wait. Lock your hands down, so you're all. I'm ready. Quick side note question.
Yeah.
If we were on, we don't know. Your friends in the internet marketing guru space. If it's supposed to be all about the prospect, I'm 100% on with you. Then why the hell did they spend the first 20 minutes of a webinar talking about this?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I've never understood.
So. If you just look at the bullet points, you know, it's like, but if he's asking about the prospect here, it's like,
You
I-
guys
I
don't do that with power content. Why are they doing it on this perfect level?
I would say there's probably like sort of ref, I mean, I'm just. Let's think about it, you know, it's like. A reference, like for the prospect. Like, it's got a story that they can relate to. Buy into the person.
I like authority.
Yeah, like authorities.
It would that work better if we have a plan behind them and then we a bit more. We're not egotistical, but we have a plan behind them, which we know. So. Talking about it more, like, future or- Proposition.
Sort of thought.
Yeah.
I've never understood it. I've always wondered. So I figured I would ask some of the gurus. Right.
I would just like, if I said one word, I think just reference. Like. You have a hook, you come in, you have a hook. You have a promise. Now, you know, why should you trust me? Here's my story. So now they understand who they're dealing with. Here's my pains. Here's my successes. And then it goes into the, you know, the training.
Almost a half an hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I just.
Yeah.
You don't know the answer.
No, I really
It's
don't.
acceptable because I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I don't. I guess people buy into people. You know? So. You know. Most probably that would, you know, I can't answer it, but if I were to say, I'd say, you know, one word reference, but people buy into people. But back to the phone. I can't do this on a webinar, but I can do this on the phone, is to increase your value. Like what they believe you're worth. Is to create unique offers. So I used to have this script where I would read the script and I would read for like 7. How long do you think the offer was in the old script, Carl? The offer portion. How long? Like 7 minutes? Right? You're reading and the person's just quiet for the whole time. It's like, it worked, but like, I just removed the whole thing. This is what I do now. I create unique offers. So I use the triangle of trust. So after I've spoken with them, I say, look, this is what we can do. We can help you with these things. The needs. That's why in the needs section, anytime that I hear them, like when I'm doing the negotiation master plan, and I'm taking my notes, it isn't I'm just writing all of the desires down first, then all of the needs, then all of the pains, and bouncing around it very quickly. I'm going from, they say a pain, and then I hear a desire. They're not telling me it's a desire. They're, yeah, well, I've really been struggling, but I want to get my husband to retire. And then often, but I'm really stuck with technology. I'm like, right, fast. I'm like, you know, up in desire, retire husband, down here, and need like technology. And over here, struggle with technology. And I'm listening to them, and I create a list of needs, a list of desires, a list of pains. Like who built a pretty decent list yesterday in the role play section, where you're all role playing, listening with me? There was enough pains. What did you pull up? You got it with you? Like what pains did you pull up, Tanya? Yeah.
Not enough income for pay increases for staff, profit margins, personal expenses, speed, age. Growing up, big health.
Yeah, good. She has good writing. Good. Okay. So using a triangular trust with needs, like I say, so, you know, the main thing that we can help you with inside this program is to help you expand with more people. That's the very first thing we'll look at. And this is definitely, you know, the form that we use for people who want to get 1 million in revenue. What this is what's on that. And now the good news is once you have, you know, you expand and you put the more people in, this is when you're in a position to, you know, pay your staff more, take more vacations, stay in California if you like, you know. This is a unique offer. Like, oh my God, like I just had that, you know, expanding more people, it gives me all of these desires. And, you know, and obviously, you know, as you mentioned, that once we, you know, we fix this and we have, you know, we expand with more people, we can, you know, remove the low profit margins again, now get high profit margins, you know, and whatever else is here, you have one from both. What I'll do is I'll create an offer based on what they told me. And I'm not even going to go into all of the modules. I'm not going to talk about members area. I'm not talking about any of that stuff anymore. Now, if they then ask about the features, I can tell them. Like, what would you like to know? Well, how is the content delivered? Well, how do you prefer the content delivered? Well, do you have, you know, live classes, weekly? Do you have trainings? Well, yes to all of the above. But like, when I create unique offers, this is where people really buy into what I'm selling. Because it's what they told me that they want. It's what they told me that they need. It's what they desire. Like back in the day, I was like, oh yeah, you're gonna get, you know, a members area, and inside the members area, there's video training, and you know, and then there's these video modules, and you know, inside these modules, we're gonna teach you, you know, this, that. They're tuning out. So
My customers don't even want a member area.
yeah.
They told me that I don't want a website outside of Facebook.
So if I go through this,
Well, Alex, like what's the offer?
Uh,
When you make that unique offer,
when
like when you do it, after you do it, you have a lot of people still asking like, well, what do I get? Or is it
actually,
pretty rare?
to be honest with you, I don't. And I'm literally finding it fascinating that I'm not. Like, I would say the last 20, 30 people who I've sold didn't even know what they bought. I'm like, and my close rate's like 65%, somewhere around there, 67. I'll pull up my close rate.
They're giving something that they didn't realize they always wanted. It's almost like, yeah, like,
It's for them. It's like a unique offer for them.
Cause I've tried that before and I would still get people asking. So that's why I put like maybe a really light framework of it in.
But if they ask, then I can say, yeah, you know, like so do we got like coaching, like weekly coaching? I'm like, yeah, like, okay. And you know, those questions, like a few people come up with them, but I'm no longer like, and by the way, I'm doing this. Like, I'm even doing this after the investment. So like, so here it's like,
Tell us to buy after.
huh?
Like they find out what they bought afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Through the onboarding process.
Yeah, like the coaching agreement, the onboarding process, but like, I'll say like, do you know the investment level? They're like, no. Well, it's extremely expensive. It's 5K. Okay, well, that seems doable. Like, what do I get? Well, now I go into triangular trust. Well, you know, you said you want these, like this need, this, we'll take care of this for you. And I know it's important for you because desire. And we'll just make sure we remove pain. How does that sound like? Amazing. All right, so you get the wheels in motion. Brilliant. Let me check your account. I'm in now, closing the deal. Then they say, well, like not everybody, like, well, what do I actually get? Well, what do you mean? Well, am I getting coaching, like one-to-one, group? Oh, okay, any like members area? Absolutely, I'll be training the members area for you as well.
Yeah, because like, let's say that, because when some mess, you talk to Jason, but if you talk to me, I'll be like, okay, list out, like detail out exactly what's gonna happen, right? Like what each day is gonna look like, what you're gonna get, like, I want the details. Yeah, we're gonna get the ball rolling, but I still want the details.
Let's get the ball rolling, let's have the details.
Okay, yeah, so then,
So what card are you gonna put on front of the other ball? Would you pay for the details?
no, I'll still, give me the details first and then, give me,
What would you like to know in the details?
so exactly what's gonna happen each day.
What would you like to happen each day?
Well, you're playing the master, right?
So right,
You would know.
I do know, I'm just wondering what you'd like to see though.
Do you have like an itinerary, perhaps?
That'll be printed out, put on the table in front of you on the right.
Oh, I see. So it's not fully planned out. You guys are still planning.
It's probably,
Oh, it's planned out. So it's stored some, this information.
correct.
Okay, would you be able to send me this information?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Here's my email. If you would send it over to me.
Okay, cool. So let's take care of a few things first. I'll send it over to you. So what card do you want to put on file?
Well, why is my card relevant to me? Just getting information.
It's information for clients.
I see.
You're not a client yet. I'm not gonna give you privileged information.
Okay.
I mean, do you want to just steal the information and run away with it?
Okay.
What card would you like to put on file? Yes, like exactly what I'm doing is what I do. It's like he's laughing, I broke him down.
Right, because when he pulls out privileged information, right, it's like, oh no, there's no getting that. You know.
It's just break, you just gotta keep going again and again and again. Huh?
That's cool.
But he laughed.
Yeah, I got
It's like, listen, people are laughing with me, they're having fun doing it. I'm not being a dick to him, it's like he's just being stern, and I'm just like.
No.
Huh?
No, well,
I asked him,
For what?
Like, do you create, but I mean, I think I saw somewhere, just about the event, like, you're just not. Like, you're not actually having an actual offer, actually.
Let me just come back to that too. Let's take the first 2 seconds. What were you gonna say?
okay, so if it was just some random person that didn't know our actual like main selling point for us, right? I probably would have said no, and it's over. Just because it's like, well, I have requested this information in order to make a educated decision. Okay, and if I'm not getting the information I need in order to make this decision, and no matter what you're putting up this wall, I'm done. Okay, but that's just me.
Yeah, but what I could do though is I could say, what information are you looking for? So he comes back around and says the same thing to me about the itinerary. I say, okay, do you have a pen with you? So like, let's just go through the itinerary. Like, what would you like to see happen? Forget about the training, because that is privilege.
Sure.
But what would you like to see happen? Like, what would you like to take away from this event? So I can make sure that we can tailor it for you as well. Because it is about you, Robert.
I see. Yeah, so then I would go, okay, based on our situation, our circumstances, this is what I would like to see, right? X, Y, Z, right?
Wow.
And it's like, okay, I would like to see X, Y.
But what's XYZ?
So X, Y, Z would be like, okay, we want to make sure that we have a redundant salesperson, okay, or backup, someone who's capable to handle the backup sales process. And I think when, on the side, it's like, once we've already got
Just
this,
hold up 2 seconds. You know what I would do then? After he's given me the information, I'd write down the itinerary and send it back to him.
there you go.
Like exactly what he told me he wanted. But when he's with me, you stay there, Robert, and just email it to you. Email.
Yeah, perfect.
There you go, there you got it. Yeah. No business.
Yeah, so.
But what I would like to say though is I'd like to say, what would lose the deal, Robert? Because it sounds to me like you want to come, am I wrong with that?
So since we've gone to this point, I think that you would already know what I would want, right? If you had no idea what I actually wanted, and you didn't go through this like circular process of finding out, but you kept if you keep trying to push something that you don't know why I want it, then the deal's
Yes,
I would be.
yeah, but I've already spoken.
Yeah, so you
for like
already take care of that. So
35 minutes or something before that.
yeah, exactly. So I think it would be fine
Yes.
as long as it's like with this like quick method of yours.
Yeah.
I think it'll cover.
It does, and it's at the end, and it's very, and it's just all I'm doing is the same thing. It's like, because people are indecisive. That's all it is that you just help them become decisive.
Right.
And that's it. And we got him to that point, but he did it.
Right, and then I know some people who's gonna go more into like. They wanna know every nitty gritty detail, right? It's like, oh, exactly how you're gonna do it, right? So they're gonna ask into the mass, like that thing and. At that point.
Because I know you're an engineer, here's what happens with people. When they ask, when people ask for a contract, they say, can I see the contract before we do business, okay? Send me the contract. If you send them the contract, the likelihood of you doing business with them is very slim. Very slim. So I will not do it anymore. I say it's a client contract, not a client. I'll send you the client contract once you become a client. But I want to see the contract. I want to see what's included. What would you like to see in the contract? Well, what would you like to see in that? What would break the deal? And you find out what would break the deal, you find out what they want to see in there. Say, so if this was in the contract, you're telling me you'd want to do business, yes? Well, it's in the contract. Well, I want to see the contract. It's a client contract. Now, if I send him the contract for some reason, this is what happens. He's gained power. He's got what he wanted. And for some reason, he doesn't want to do business with me. Or he's going to send that. Yeah, he doesn't. For some reason, I don't know what it is. It's like they now, and this is not just me, this is like I've studied that. They got the contract, they got what they wanted.
They're taking the contract and we're shopping around.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we can get, let's say 5 contracts, we're gonna find which one is most negotiable. And which one we can leverage the most.
That's why this is so important here. Because I wanted to sell you what you want. That's it. Look, the contract, this is what you want. I'm creating an offer just on what you told me. It's unique to just you. So you were saying, Tanya, about Hermosi's.
Yeah, because we're previously I trainings and stuff, you know. And I've seen stuff come from you guys that has like a list of, you know, this is rates, it's all included. Even our leverage thing had all that stuff. So you're not doing that anymore?
When you say our leverage stuff, just explain.
Well, like when you did the leverage presentation and it was like, you're gonna get these masterminds.
Ah, right, okay.
This and this and this gonna come in.
So, yes, we do that on our presentation before they book a call.
Oh, so that's in
The PowerPoint, yes,
not talking about the events.
no,
So it's
no,
still there, it's just not in the sale. Okay.
yeah.
That's what I need to- when they,
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to, or you can, you know, it's just something we've decided to do. And we put our offering in the end of the power, whether it's right or wrong, listen, you know, it's like all testing.
What's the money? What's the amount? Do you ever have that before you get into a call, sales call?
no risk.
Do you ever put it on a WOW page? Is there any place you ever put the amount?
I mean, look, you can. Look, here's what I want to say about marketing, right? Like Hermosi's a great student, right? At the game. Everything Hermosi's, not everything, but like the majority of what he teaches, I learned way before Hermosi was in the game. It just comes from like Kennedy and Mark Ford. Pretty much, it's like when I listen to him, I'm like that's Kennedy, that's Mark Ford. Pretty much. He's just really good at execution, and he's just bloody good. He's just a great student and great teacher. Bathroom break, okay. So before we go to the bathroom break, in 2 minutes, we do have that in our content, and people do know that, you know, it's this long course that we're going to cover these things. It does cover that, but on the phone, I want to make a unique offer to them where it's like. That's exactly what I need. There is no shopping around anymore. Okay.
That makes sense. I just was like,
Yeah,
me as a buyer, if I.
no, and Tanya is a good example that I did a presentation. And Tanya didn't apply for the presentation, but she showed interest in what we were doing. So I went and spoke with Tanya, I'm like, what is it? She's like, well, and she gave me a feedback on some stuff. So I then went and redid the presentation. And then when we launched presentation again, I saw Tanya was on there. I was doing the presentation, hoping that it was good enough for Tanya. When I saw she applied, I was like, okay, it's hit those buttons. So the presentation is still live and we could start, we could run that again, we could discuss it, we could run it again and build and leverage this. But you were certainly, when it didn't happen at first, I would come to you and ask you questions, because you were perfect. I was like, why didn't Tanya? Like, she goes, I'm confused, I didn't understand these things. And then run it again with the changes, Tanya's like, love it. Here's my detail.
You missed the part earlier.
Huh?
You missed the part earlier when we were talking to you. Yeah. So, talking to my kids for a real exciting lunch. She's like, she's going from all my other kids, my best friend, everybody like, I'm joining the culture. Give this guy. Trying to get everybody to talk. Yeah.
Setting up like an.
We need to get a video camera on these two cars. We need to video this, you know? That's good though, I think we should video this, you know? No.
Frustrated because I didn't know.
How do you? It's my opportunity. My best friend, she had them all putting. You're crazy. What are you doing?
Oh, well, I want this on film, because this is, you know, because I think the truth of it is, Tom is obviously getting a lot out of it, you know, she mentioned that, you know, one more out in the past 6 months than the past 20 years in business. But I feel like Tom is in a place now in her life where she wants to like mentor, guide you. So it's like, you're the one who's gonna get the most out of this, ironically. Okay, let's do a bathroom break. We'll be back in a few moments. 15 minutes. Yeah. No, just,
I grabbed the tea, I got up here early.
Yeah.
We will. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really just for you. I'm downstairs. There's like one of those here, but.
Okay.
Think about 2 hours.
What does?
Chad's trying to maybe join up with us on Thursday.
All right, sorry.
I checked one more parking spots. There's bus spots left at 8:15. And then 10:30. Back down. Well, 10:30 and then whatever time you get from there, get a drive them out. Unless there's something.
I think it tries to.
I mean, what's the hours from there back to Denver? Is that 4 or 5?
4 or 5. It's 4 to Colorado Springs. Unless you get a route, I don't know if it's fast to the other way. Oh.
Another
Maybe 2, 4.
hour and a half.
Yeah. It's probably backwards than ones to go back through there.
Yeah.
I don't know how the bus shuttle.
Just checking.
hours, to be there by 5. Easily. I just didn't book the tickets on the bus because I wasn't sure if you were gonna go.
All right.
Yes, that's.
Mary, shut up. Please escort Mary onto the building. Sound like fun from the school. Oh, man, don't sit on now. All right. Good. I want to continue. We continue. Who got missing? Avery. Okay.
There's just a little thing is that Natalia bring out the ice cream. So do we should better put the ice cream in the fridge so we can keep going?
No, you didn't take the ice cream, but just keep, I'll keep going when you're. All right. We're missing Avery. Pleasure having you, Robert.
Thanks, sir.
You learning?
I'm learning a lot.
Good. Mary?
I haven't thinking too much. There's a consistent follow-up that I'm waiting to get out of the and I'm thinking based on what you just said, I should give my partner.
Yeah.
Or say, I don't know, like, how I need to do it, maybe you can do something.
Yeah.
But that's so good what you said, Alex, that the thing is that maybe, and I'm quite convinced, is that the marketing that I'm doing. If I got that, I am doing that, she didn't have the right marketing, so she came into the college, she becomes. So the thing is,
Forget it. Forget it. Is that like that all the time?
she's gonna come back, because she's staying.
Tell her to come back. Tell her not to come back.
I
Write the power in the group so she doesn't come back and other people do.
write about her, so she doesn't come back.
But other people do. This is what I do not accept. When I'm on the phone helping people, and somebody speaks to me in this way, they say these things, they say this, they say they need help now, and then they tell me that they need to wait 6 months. And now, which one is it? I'm like, are they lying to me? Like, in the same conversation, 2 things, when I try and call it out,
They put it on me.
they put it on me. This isn't on me. I'm just here to help. So if you don't want to be helped, don't come on the phone with me. And then people are gonna be like, I thought you were so helpful, Jenny. You're gonna get people running with you.
Yeah, because you're trying to help people and they put it on you like, oh, you're pressuring me now. I'm just asking you the question.
No, I told you to have stuff.
Yeah, yeah, because if I don't put them into the call and I'm not able to get it, I'm not in the call, I'm not going to be able to function.
Exactly.
I'm not going to be able to tell them. She was like, oh, I just need the information, I can do by myself. Yourself.
Right.
Don't come.
Let's go. Hey, Nat. Nat, can you tell them to come in, please? I want to continue.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So true. So true. You know what I want to tell you, that I think I'm pretty much trying to go through those calls that really went along.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, why did I do different with those calls? I really went, I really went well.
Yeah.
First, you want something, or yourself to me, that you need something to forget. There's some things that are something more than it's working. Yeah, exactly.
So Jenny just said something very important just then. She said, I haven't gone back through my old calls where I sold people and listened to what I was saying then, and what I'm saying now. When you have good calls, you want to go back and listen to them, replicate them. It's like, that's why you want to record your calls, because if I'm doing bad in sales, I can send a call to Adam and Adam goes, oh, it's a fucking tonality. Sound like shit. Change the tonality. By just changing tonality, a lot could change. All right, hopefully everyone's back. Most of you are. So here's what we're going to do. I got sold ice cream. Why have you sold it to me?
I take it away.
Yeah. So the best unique opportunity to sell is an opportunity as well as experience. This is going to be huge for you, Ty. I'll say the data, but it's going to be huge for you. You want to sell opportunities and experiences. That's the best offer that you can make. Think about this. There's an opportunity to come and learn how to make a load more sales. And you get to do it in Vail, Colorado. Like, you know, the opportunity is you're going to make a lot more money leaving this mastermind, and you get to do it in an incredible environment. There's an experience here that we're going to whoop David's butt in pool. You all get to watch it tonight. Good luck. I don't need any practice.
No.
So. We've already looked at this one with Jenny, where she was talking about you're too pushy. You know, somebody was saying to you too pushy. I didn't do role play with her, but she already got brought up with me. And that person wasn't a normal person. She just seemed like, you know, a rogue person. So you just forget about that. If they're not common, they're rogue. Okay. So we're going to look at this one. What's the price Avery? Is that how it's going again? I looked at it like, oh, did I spell check? Okay. What's the price Avery? Yeah, so I want to do a bit of role play with you. So, you know, Avery is struggling. Somebody asks her the price, and then she doesn't know what to say.
I was giving the price shit up and then. I'm gonna ask some questions to revert back and say, well, it depends on what you want to, what kind of, what do you want to do in this experience, do you want to do? This cover that's functioning a whole business on its own and profiting like 10K a month, or do you just want to learn the technique, or are you curious about actually becoming your own boss and your own entrepreneur? And keep asking them.
There you go. There you go. Big difference, isn't it? You know. What's the price? Price for what? For what you're selling? This depends what part of the call you're in. I'm not selling anything. What do you mean? Like, no, I can't say in our context. In Messenger, there's people can ask the price in Messenger. And if they do that, you can say, you know, we have, like Carl mentioned, you have on this one script. We have multiple different offers. It depends how much money you want to make with your, what is it?
In-home business.
In-home business. So, I mean, do you want to make a little bit of money? You know, like, no, you know, just go on the, you know, pop on a quick call and have a chat if you want to tell you about different prices. Can't guarantee I can bring your $4. Yeah, you know, you always want to be like a bit of push away from it. It's always got to be resistance on your side. You know, they can resist like you can do other things. You know, resistance.
That was good that you said, Alex.
Yeah. What's the reason for that, Mary?
That would make you resistant to the.
You've got to give. You have to give resistance, yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
It's like. I always go back to it, it's just like the one thing I go back to is like kiss cash, it's like, you know. Boys and girls in school, you know, or like my son, you know, like. If I stood there and I'd run at my son runs away, there's no verbal, I just run at my son, he runs away, I stop running. As soon as he looks at me, I run away, what does he do? Chases me. That there is the psychology, like that's what's going on here. So if, you know, if you're like, oh yeah, it's like a layover, it's like, you just don't want to be that person, you know? You want to have that resistance, you want to hold to be honest, like we're full, the program's full, I have a quick chat with you, but doubtful you're gonna get it.
And I never saw the experience. I was told, okay, well, in this course, you're gonna learn application and sanitation. And then
You don't want to know,
now,
never say that ever again, never tell them about sanitation ever again.
Spend time with family, and that's the experience in itself.
You're selling.
And who's gonna say no to $1,400?
I mean, you gotta raise your prices.
I know.
Do you
I'll let you
understand?
guys know.
Huh?
But it's too cheap.
Yeah, you gotta, what you gotta do is,
No,
yeah, you gotta realize as you start going with that, like 1,400, you're like, this is a bit too cheap. And then you be on the phone with somebody like, yeah, it's just 2,000. They're like, oh, fine. You know, it's like, wow. Like 3,000 is a nice little price for the phone. Oh, the in-person's got the time.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, the in-person's got the time. You want me to help you set you up in person and actually help you with all of this stuff. And like, everything you built to the company is going, you know, this incredible success we get this. And when you just like implement, you gotta have to tell you what's gonna happen. So you have benefit. Yeah, it's 10,000. And it's just, you know, it's just, you know, 1,400 down if you want. And whatever it may be down. It's like, but.
Not just the skill training, the business training.
And there's residual that you get from that, you know, 1,000 a month. There's 1,000 down, 1,000 a month for the next 9 months.
Can I say a little sentence that we put in the city?
Yes.
I would say that if by different prices for the program, we can hope to see what was the resistance in the market. And from 1,000 to 5,000, it was the exact same result. If they sell at 3, 4, 2, it was the same thing. So why would you say you sell your program?
6,000.
2 versus 2 instead of 4, if you know that your customers that pay 4 have better results, are more committed, and have better experience. So you want them to be more committed, have better experience.
Yeah, good. Okay, so if you look at this then, so we did Jenny, we did Avery, and now it's I'm on the fence, Jack. So let's give Jeff a round of applause. Let's get Jeff up here with me. Let's get Jeff up here, Jeff. So let's give a chair up here.
Is this because it's not actually part of that?
We okay.
I'll pass you one over.
Yeah, thank you, my lovely. All right, thank you, Jeff. Jeff. Yes. Thank you. I'd love to take the credit. Huh? I'd love to take the credit that I picked Jeff up. If it wasn't one picture. Okay, so cool. So look, here's where we are with Jeff. Jeff has you know, a great business model. He's very confident with what he has, and he thinks it's going to go to the moon. And
In stages.
these stages, which is good. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to go to the moon. He's had how many contracts you have outstanding right now?
In place or outstanding? Outstanding.
Outstanding. So there's 6 outstanding since Miami
Oh, in the last.
in the last week. So these average contracts are worth how much each?
About between 30 and 50.
30 and 50 grand, and there's 6 of them right now on the fence. Okay, so we gotta jump them up. Yes, it's good, it's not.
Good job, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good job. Well, the good job is, getting them to the fence. I know Jason's been helping them, and getting them to the fence. But now we're going to get them off the fence. So I want to do a bit of role play, and I'm not going to go all the way through, but I want to just I want to find, so we're going to use one of them, okay? And I'm going to have. I'm going to use some paper, and I'll sign it for you. So cool. So just brief this all a second. Who are we going to be sticking with?
Jeff Gray.
Sorry, Jack.
Oh.
Who's the prospect? Just
Oh, so any small,
One of the fence sitters,
yeah, one of the
Yeah,
guys,
okay.
yeah.
a solar company,
A solar company. Okay. Yeah.
25 employees, about 1099 salespeople and some admin.
And why? And what pains do they have?
They don't have a trained HR person in place. They're looking at growing to about 100 by the end of the year.
Yeah.
And without trained HR, they can't really do that. They've got an awesome company culture, but nobody holds them accountable.
Speak up.
Yeah,
So basically, we've got a solar company with 25 employees. They have no trained HR. They want to grow to 100 employees, which could 4x their revenue. Would that 4x their revenue? So they want to, 4x, and they need training. They need training and accountability. No,
accountability, accountability, HR, fractional HR or HR consulting for the person that. And they,
okay. Now,
They're acting
what's the downfall if they don't join?
a lack of company culture and very little growth within.
And why are they on the fence with you?
I just got the lead on Friday. I talked to them real quick on Friday.
Okay, and then when you spoke with them, you got this information out of them. Did you make them an offer? Didn't make them an offer.
So what I would normally do is get all the discovery.
Yep.
Right? And then put it into an offer letter, because everything is like negotiable almost. Like we just sold something for 65,000, not for a year, for 6 months.
You say everything's negotiable.
Well, as far as what they have, what they need, their needs, their wants, everything like that.
So you send it in
So it's not a,
you send it in a letter. So you do a call, then you send a letter to them, and then that just, you gotta stop sending proposals. Yeah, you don't send proposals.
in HR's scope of work. Scope of work and within.
Yeah, we can give them the scope of work once we decide the deal.
Okay.
Like that, the scope of work can be in the contract that they sign. But we're not sending the scope of work before, because all that's gonna happen is we're sending the scope of works out and now we're gonna chase people up. We're just chasing everyone up for scope of work responses.
Okay.
I've never said no.
So I'm getting on my. And then getting back on the phone with them and going through.
Yeah, so what's the point in sending it to them if you get back on the phone and going through it? Yeah. So, because he's basically saying he sends us a proposal, then he's gonna get back on the phone and go through it. So why not just do it on the phone, close the deal and say, I'll send you over the deal. Like I'll send all this to you in writing in the contract. Like it's done, the deal's already done. It's coming to you in the contract.
Onboarding call meeting.
Which we do anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna remove a step out of the process. It's like you're sending it to them, they're not reading it. It's just sitting in their inbox, They gotta phone them back up, now you're chasing them. They got what they need, oh, I'll read the jack, chase them. So, so. So now this person, so let's just do, so the scope of proposal, how much bigger is it than this?
Well, it goes through all their pain points, what we're gonna do, tackle them, the time frame, and
How long did it take on the initial call to get all that information out?
20 minutes.
Nice. Perfect. So you do a 20-minute discovery call, and then after that, you let them know that there'll be a proposal. Yeah, after that, I would actually just do it. I do the discovery call, and then I do a follow-up call instead of the proposal. I would do it on the call. So, and what's the reason they wouldn't buy? What would be the objection that they wouldn't buy?
same thing we went through this morning, like, there's all objections in the world. However, I have not gone to the cost thing like we were yesterday.
Nice.
You know,
Like the whole cost, like what's it gonna cost if we don't do this?
Yeah, because I'm not looking at his proposal and I'm looking at selling that. I'm looking at, listen, Jack, I'm not use you as Jack, you're the solar company guy. Listen, Jack, you know, I love your ambition here. I think everything could go well for you. Apart from, if you don't have trained HR in place, you're not getting to that 100 people. I mean, you know, if you want to, well, I want to grab some more information. So what pains? There's no trained HR. What are the pains they have?
Culture's going downhill, because nobody's.
Yeah.
So, accountability.
Yeah.
They're not currently doing all that's pains, well, they don't know what their state of their company is, because they're not doing.
Yeah.
How are you getting these, are you phone calling or are they calling you or what's the?
Most of the sales so far have been, my personal friends I've reached out to, or I've done a post and they've reached out to me. But now we just started our emails, cold emails, not really cold, lukewarm.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, but they're, we started on a small list, but it's more engaged now. We just need a.
I
better
mean,
offer.
we're getting over 50% open, so it's.
So with companies that size, 25 employees, 400 employees, is there not a big legal risk if they don't have a dedicated HR?
Yep. Lawsuits.
Yeah.
I know. See, so that's the thing, you know, so you start to build these up and as you start to learn more about the market, you know, I could just be like, so Jack, do you want a lawsuit on your hands?
$1 million.
You do want a lawsuit? Jack, the company culture, the way the company culture is going right now, it sounds to me like it's going down the pan. I love you. From our conversations, I think you're great. But like, I don't know how, unless you're gonna have to tell me, how you're gonna grow this to 100 people when the company culture is going on the pan. There's no accountability already, what you told me. How are you gonna 4x this business and not result in a lawsuit? Is that what you want?
No, I don't want that.
What would you like?
I've been doing HR for 10 years and I'm telling you, like, I don't want to do it anymore. I want to go, I want to work on the business, not in the business.
Okay, so she just take care of, we'll take care of the HR. What about the, you know, I'm now gonna start looking at adding on other ancillary stuff. Do you need, fractional COO as well, or just HR?
Just HR for now.
Okay, what do you just did, let me just do.
They elected,
Huh? Well, you just committed, I just make HR for now.
Ah.
I'm not even selling fractional COO, I'm just selling HR. Okay, well, we would just take care of the HR for you then, so we'll just make that happen. And I don't know how difficult these deals are gonna be. But like, if he starts giving me the resistance, it's like, buddy, I'm not coming in when the lawsuit happens. Like, my fees are gonna be so much more, the lawyers are gonna be so much more. I mean, like, the culture's already going down the pan. Why did you want it to go down the pan? It's a great brand. This solar company's a really good brand. Like, out there in the world, it looks good. I would hate to wake up one morning and see you in the newspaper because of all the inner mess. And if you can't see the red flags on the, can't see the writing on the wall yourself, maybe I'm not the guy to help you do that. Because like, this is going one way.
I guess I knew.
Just do it. And then whatever my wrap up would be, because I don't know, like, are you taking credit cards there and then? Well, let's just take care of the paperwork now, and I'll let you know then what happens next with the onboarding process. So first of all, are you the point of contact, or would you like me to speak with your assistant? Now I'm going to get the details, and you're going to be using AMX. So I'm going to be using Visa, MasterCard, and these other people. We're going to put this on the Amex. Okay, get the Amex, put it on file, cool. So we're going to run this for, what are you running it for?
It depends on the consulting side, it's depending on what
Yeah.
the scope of work is. On the fractional HR, it's a 12 month.
So let's just ask this question. So these people on the fence, they haven't given you resistance yet, they just haven't been made an offer. Okay, and do you have this information from them, like the lawsuits and all of this stuff?
Their pain points?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for it, you know, it's just like, there's just this, you're gonna go back. So the main thing here then is don't send proposals. You know, when you speak to them on the phone, get the deal with them, find out all their pains. Let them know you're gonna go away and review it for the pricing. You're gonna come back with a call, you have the price on the call. We can either do the business together or not. But I'll let you know there and then, I'll get you the best price that can pay out. I will take care of you. You know? As a buddy, I'll take care of you, everything we looked after. Get back on the phone. When I'm back on the phone, I'm gonna go back through all the pains. I'm gonna quickly remind them, let's pull up your account here, Jack, just one moment. Cool, so yeah, you're like fucking great solar power company, 25 employees, want to grow 4x, 100. Don't have any trade HR in place. I think it was your words, going down the toilet, there's no accountability, potential lawsuit. Did you say that to me, potential lawsuits? No, just saying, like, did you say that to me? Potential law, like, I'm asking on the call, you know, did you say, I want to bring back, I want to evoke all the emotion back up again. I'm not going to go into, here's my proposal for you. I'm going to evoke all the emotion back up. Did you say that potential lawsuits? Like, yeah, that's the problem, Jeff. It's like, yeah, and oh yeah, that's why I got it. Lack of company culture. We got to fix that. We've got to get the HR in place for that. Okay, well, you know, there's a lack of growth right now, but you want it to grow 4x, cool. So obviously we do the HR. So what about fractional CO? Do you want that service as well? So you just want the HR? Okay, cool. You know, and just, so you got to feel this out and basically go for the close. But let's just say they don't take it. Don't take it.
No, I don't.
You don't want it. Okay, well, I'm pretty glad you said that. Because I can smell a lawsuit coming. And it's going to take me a lot more work to deal with this than I wanted to. There's so many people who do fractional, you know, HR, that's really simple. You know, we get 36,000 from them, simple work. We help them grow 4x, go from 25 employees to 100 easily. But the way that you're running the company and the way that it's going down the pan, I don't think there's accountability. And I think, you know, I know where that comes from.
Hey, visionaries are not accountable people,
That's right.
so that's why they need us.
No, absolutely. He's speaking true.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the cost of the retainer?
Depends on the size of what's gonna happen. I mean, minimum 20, 25. Well, it depends on what they're doing.
What is on?
The lawsuit comes from the fee.
Oh,
1 million.
Maybe it could be anything.
Could be any,
Yeah, it could be, you know, it could be anything. So
they'll find out if it was.
So let's just forecast this then. So instead of the 36,000, you know, I would have put down, and I would have just put it down, it would only be 3,600 up front. Notice I'm saying past tense. It would have only been 3,600 down. You know, if I'm looking at a lawsuit, we future pace now that you did get into a lawsuit, I'm out of this conversation, like I'm not doing business with you anymore. I'm just gonna play some numbers with you, your future pace here. I don't want to be involved in a lawsuit, you know, we could have got out of that. You're looking at, you know, minimum 5,000 down retainer. So that's more than us fixing it. We would have grown you 4x, they're gonna try and take you down 10x. You know, I mean, do you wanna go down? Is that what you want? You wanna go down?
The mountain, yes.
You wanna go down the mountain?
Not business.
Okay, so what's the reason you don't want the HR that's gonna say,
I gotta talk to my partner.
ah, cool, okay. So should we three-way him in?
Her.
Huh? Okay, should we three-way him in?
No, that wouldn't be, that's an HR violation.
I do.
I was thinking about this before when you're like.
I just think this is, just, all I'll say to you in training our role players. I would just say, number one, you get the payment, it sounds like brilliant. Number two, don't send a proposal, get them back on the phone, make sure the decision makers are there. And make sure you invoke the emotion again. And then just let them know that you can take care of all of this stuff. They can just grow. All the growth is gonna happen, the vision's gonna go in. And you're gonna put all of the structures in place, where it's on the desires need side. And we'll just take care of that. Now, on top of the HR, do you need the fractional COO stuff? No, just the HR. Okay, we'll just take it to HR. Should we get the wheels in motion? Fantastic. What name, what email, who's point of contact, what's the AMX? I wouldn't even say Visa or MasterCard, I'm just like, what's the AMX? Yeah, that's
Hey Jeff, do you have anyone that's on the fence after you made the offer?
yeah. That's why I thought they all were, that's what I thought.
We're selling like 70%.
So,
And I don't even have this, like, I don't even,
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the sales process.
Yeah,
okay, so no, then.
Maybe you need to increase your prices.
Well, that's why I'm not really thinking about doing the fractional HR. Like, it's more consulting. We're gonna do it, but it's gonna raise the rate from 36 grand a year to 60 to every 60.
it's nice. Isn't it? It's like 120,000 a year contract. Even if you only retain for a year. Yeah, it just sounds bloody like, I've questioned it sometimes like. Sure, because it sounds fucking good. Almost sounds too good to me, I'm like, this one, like, sure. Yeah.
You're not HR.
But we don't have one many options in Canada, neither. We're like stuck with whatever we don't, like, there's not.
A government agency that monitors the stuff. like that.
All right, well, I think, any questions to me on this? Yeah. No, I think we're good for this segment here. I just feel like, he's closing. I thought those 6 people over at dinner last night.
Yeah, we didn't go to.
We already made the offer, so I was like, let me just go and attack that. Just $200,000 of cash right there. With just 6 people, you give him another month, 2 months, that's like $500,000. Before you know it, he's got too many deals on the back burner, deals are coming in. He's just going to be overwhelmed with all these lost opportunities. He's going to be a small business versus a business that's growing, huge because of like the close rate. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the difference. Like, do you understand like the leverage of sales, the sales meeting? It's huge, isn't it? The business is coming through.
So in HR, Jason and I have had a conversation about this too, but like in an offer, if it's like in a cold email.
Yeah.
Should there be like respond by Friday, or respond by,
Yeah, definitely. You want to create, there's all of those things, urgency, scarcity, limited. You want to use all of those things, like, there's nothing better than FOMO is just a huge one, but it's what's it called when you don't want somebody else to have something.
jealous?
It's like It's like, so it's like, it starts with an R, I think. So it's like, if there's two salons and both of those salons are on the same street, and I come to you first, and I say, well, I've got this for you, and you say no. So, okay, well, I come to you first, Tanya, but I'm gonna go to Susie's salon down the road. I'm gonna get her all of the business. They're gonna buy to spite the other person versus get it for themselves. Do you understand? So like, it's always good to know their competition as well. To be like, well, it's a shame, like, because I was only gonna do business with this, like one person in this area or in this sector. And like, these people were in communication with this company, who they should know. And we were looking at working with you first. We were hoping that we could get you it, because we want to see your solar panel bank go 4 times. Unfortunately, if you don't want to put this in place, continue as you are. But if if things continue as they are, it's going to be a slippery slope. More than likely, I don't know, I'm not God, but more than likely, lawsuit, not going to go 4 times. This is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. And I'm going to be over there working with this guy, I'm not going to have time to come over with you. Is that what you want? No. Let's just fix that today. Let's get rid of that problem. Let's just focus on growing 4x. Are you opposed to that? No. Let's get the wheels in motion. Let's do this. Awesome. Right. Okay. Yeah. Right. And it really is about the sales meeting. Like, he's got $200,000 of deals outstanding in a week or 2. Give him another 3-4 weeks, there's $500,000. Give him a month, there's $1 million. He keeps driving the business in, that keeps growing. He can be a small little business, or if he starts doing what we're talking about here, he can just be a multi-million-dollar business. And it's that there what we spoke about is the leverage of it all. And that was my hope for the whole of this couple of days with you here at this mastermind, was for you to get that, like the meetings, like do those deals, makes all the difference, rather than the reds, what Carl had, to the greens. Takeaway saying. With who? Jack? Yeah, maybe. But the takeaway sales are a good one. Okay, so the truth is the number one sales method. It's like, buddy, I am not going to pick up the phone when I read in the paper there's a lawsuit about you. I'm not picking up the phone. You better start looking at some other HR companies now, because I'm not going to get into that mess. We could have cleaned it up here today, and I'm not gonna get into a mess. This could have been so much easier for us, Jack. This could have been so much easier. Why are you making it so difficult? But the truth is the number one sales method. So like, now this is out. I'm not saying this is for Jeff's one here, but like selling coaching, like this is a really good, few lines. Name, I want you not need to help you. And what I found from taking hundreds of these calls with hundreds of different coaches is the ones who have the biggest breakthroughs and finally start seeing results in the business are the ones who show up and are honest with me. And if it's okay with you, you can expect total honesty from me too. Otherwise, if not honest, let me get honest. Like, is it okay if I'm honest with you? From that point onwards, when they agree, I am brutally honest. I am not playing because I'm negotiating for them. It's not that I'm being mean, because I used to worry like, oh my God, people are going to think I'm being mean. Yes, did that guy say I was mean on the phone the other day? What did he say? Thanks. I mean, I give the guy hell. I was brutally honest with him how he was showing up. I give him hell. And he said, thanks. There's nobody in the world speaking to him like I spoke to him. Nobody holding him to standards of that level. And it was a real situation for him. If I didn't tell him the truth, I would have got off the phone and I'd be like, man, I'd let that guy down. I don't want to live a life like that. So when you hold high standards, you've got to remember, you want to make them feel understood. So it's not about just bashing them over the head. It certainly isn't about that. Like, I'm going to be making them feel understood through all of the responses And then I'm gonna make them think, so I'm gonna make them feel understood. So all of the responses that, you know, I listen to them, I revert back to their needs. I know you need this, I know you desire this, and I know you have these pains. I'm active listening and I'm responding back to them. They feel understood by me. Because I ask them so many questions that they always say, well, you ask really good questions. Well, that's a great question. Wow. Like you really got to know me. Then make them think that you have a stronger frame of them. So as they start to drop their standards, as they drop, you hold them higher, you don't drop with them. So what I do is I really help people with, you know, high standard selling. I help people become decisive. Like you, even if you decide, no, I'm happy for you, but let's make a decision. There is no thinking about it, tell me tomorrow. It's either a yes or a no. There's no maybes. I'm too busy for a maybe. I'll just call it a no myself. I'll make the decision for you, it's a no. But I want them to make the decision more than me. But if it's a maybe, I'm going to call it a no for them. And then I'm still going to go back through and ask them the questions. I'm going to try and sell them again after I've made the decision of a no, because I'm not needed. But I really do help people make this decisive. I get people to become committed. Even if they commit to their bullshit, you can stay committed to that bullshit. I'm not going down there with you though. But is that what you want? Is that who you want to be? It's fine if it is. It's not what I'm going to deal with. And normally when I'm speaking, because if you go back to this one here, I make them feel understood, but I make them think that I have a stronger frame. So I'm saying, like, you commit to that bullshit, but I ain't going down there with you, because that's not what I have in this community. I would have expected, from what you were saying and the needs and the pains you're going through, I would have expected you to say these things. And I level them up to be more committed. I help people show up for themselves. Because, you know, it's like, let's just use the gym. I haven't trained since I've been here. So I definitely felt like, fuck, like I've let myself down in my training. And I saw you out this morning with the, you know, and you were Jenny in the chat. And I was like, I wouldn't mind go with it, but my throat was so bad. Excuse. My throat's so bad. But I haven't been training since I've been here. So I haven't showed up for myself. But there's, you know, when I'm in a rhythm, I'm not, you know, traveling or whatnot. Did you train this morning, Carl? Did you stretch?
$50.
50 bucks, go Jim. That's good. Huh? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, good for you. You know, it's like get committed to it, you know. You show up for yourself. But here's someone I'm not showing up for myself. Do you understand? So it's like I need that help to level me up. And it's like what happened for me was when I paid Wes Watson $7,500, I gave myself permission to get a six-pack. I paid him $7,500 for permission to get a six-pack. It was mind-blowing. But I helped them show up for themselves. I helped them believe in themselves. Like that's when I'm holding to higher standards to get that belief in there for themselves, that they can do it. They are worthy of doing it. And then to act in integrity. There's that woman, Regina, she was saying one thing and then saying another thing. Which is it? You gotta choose one of them. Do you want to buy into this story, this low level story of yourself, or this one? Well, let's focus on that one, stay in integrity there. And drop their bullshit. Like so many people let them get away with their bullshit.
If we do those things, we help people go grow to such a higher standard for themselves. It's crazy.
Yes. look at, you know, and then look at our community. When you come into the community, the first thing we do is we ask you to hold yourself 100% accountable. We get you to post a video in the group. You're 100% committed, 100% accountable. And then, you know, we hold you to higher standards in the community. People do show up with their bullshit, but we don't level them up again, you know?
Could you go back real quick, just the very, last slide? Just.
Yeah, and that's what I'm doing. So when I'm on the phone, I'm doing that with them. I'm really leveling them up. So coming up with payment plans. Let's just say they don't have the full money. So I just say this, look, the company's doing very well, it doesn't need your money. How much would you have been able to invest today? If they tell me a number, they'll say, like 1,000, 2,000. And then co-create a payment plan with them. Because what I do know is once the purchase has been made, the follow through is, over 80% of people who buy from us pay their payment plans. So like, it doesn't matter what I get from them, I'm gonna get more out of them 80% of the time. So it's like, I don't care if I get $10 out of somebody. Once and I don't say $10, but like, whatever it may be, I'm gonna get more from them. And it's just better to get more from them than nothing. So I just co-create a payment plan. Yeah.
So when she's like, the initial training,
Yep.
like 2 intensive days of training.
Yes.
So, and then they have the skill.
Yeah.
So how would you address that? Like, once they know it.
Yeah, it's like, it's integrity, right? You've got to, so, it's like Cialdini, it's like, you've got to, you say to them, look, I trust you in act in integrity. So once I help you and I'm gonna put, my time up front, I believe in you and the mission. I believe that you will then continue to make your payments. That's something that may be a flawed model, but it may not be. Like, there's people who pay us every month right now. Like, literally, that's just see. I haven't seen the person for months, but they're still paying because they wouldn't pay off their, because that's right for them. Not everybody, like 80% of people, or more than 80%, it's like in the 80s. So I can't really answer it. Is it one-to-one or group?
Well,
For the 2 days?
The 2-day one.
Yeah, like if I'm doing groups, I would say I wouldn't be so bothered because the majority, if it's one-to-one, again, I wouldn't be so bothered. I would try and get as much upfront. Actually, I'm going to come to this. Not in, what do you think about it? But first and foremost, Robert Cialdini has, what's it called? Where it's consistency? What is it? Huh? Yeah, but is it just a consistency with something? And commitment and consistency, is it? Yeah. Just like, you're a really good student, you pay on time all the time. Like, we appreciate clients like you. It's like, again, I don't know, but it could be a flawed model, right? We'll discuss it further. I would definitely try to get the money up front for it though. But yeah, so just co-creating payment plans, because I co-create payment plans with so many people.
what do you mean by co-create?
Well, they're like, well, I don't, how much is your program?
Right now, 37.
I don't have 37.
So how much do you have?
Something like that. I don't have 37 on the agenda.
The company's doing very
Okay,
well.
the company is doing really well and doesn't give your money upfront. So how much have you, would you have been able to invest today?
About $700.
Any wiggle room? Any wiggle room?
Because yeah, it's any wiggle room, because if you want to increase, so I'm just going to start wrapping up here. But the aim of the game, as we said yesterday, was to increase the average call value, the average order value, the average meeting value. So we're doing calls an average call value. So you want to hold the line for, what's it, pay in full. You want to hold the line for the pay in full. It's 3,700. You want to hold that as long as you can. You don't want to just drop to a payment plan option.
Okay, so can I then in this part, so look, so okay, so what you're telling me, what, okay, there's something missing. You told me that you didn't have the 3,700. I didn't ask, what do you mean by that?
Explain.
So I'm asking to you, so what do you mean by that? You don't have the 3,700.
Okay, that's a good question. That's a good question.
So maybe the person you know, they only have, I don't know, 3,000, let's say. But I haven't talked about the scholarship offer. So is that a program to come with the scholarship or not?
Again, so here's, if you look at the script I give you, it can all be interchanged. This is definitely an art at this point. You're with somebody, like I can give you a scientific framework and say, just stick to this, but I change it all the time. Because there's just an art, you know, it's like I'm speaking with somebody, it's like, I don't have the 3,700. It's like, you don't have the 3,700. It's like, no, I've just got 3,000, that's it. 3,000, that's it. They're like, yeah, that's it. That's all I could do today. When could you do the rest? Tomorrow?
I have someone.
You know, that's, you know, you don't want to like assume and start going down to payment plans and stuff. You want to just start like mirroring and asking questions, and they sound a bit stupid as I'm doing it as well. It's like, so you want to hold the line for the painful as long as you can. But then if you do ask, you know, if they do say, I've only got, you know, like 700, it's like you ask what you did, any wiggle room with that, okay? And they always have wiggle room. Like 700, any wiggle room with that? Maybe like 1,000. Any wiggle room with that? Maybe 1,500. It's gone from like 700 to 1,000 to 1,500 like that in seconds. It's one of the best lines I've ever used. Any wiggle room with that?
You use it multiple times.
I tend to only use it once, to be honest with you. But like any more wiggle room, I may have said that, Jason. Like any more wiggle room, like that's like, you know. So you know, do you have any wiggle room? That just basically, I want to increase my average call value. Now remember what I was saying about like playing the game. I was, you know, Kai earlier on. I was saying about playing the game. It isn't so much about like getting the money out of this person. I want to see my average call value going up. So I want to hold lines for myself because I'm playing the game. Even I'm making a sale. I know I'm closing the deal, but I want to play. I don't want to just take 700 because my average order value is coming down. I want to start. I'm playing the game with myself on the phone every day. Otherwise, it's freaking boring in the room just phoning people. I've always got to be playing the game with the script. How well am I saying the script? How well am I like saying the questions? How well do I talk about the offer? How well do I hold the line? How, like, you know, I'm playing so many games myself. Then I look at a spreadsheet, I see my numbers. Then I'm like, okay, cool. Like my confidence goes up.
So since with your business, you talk about make money.
Yes.
I was thinking, for you though, would it be easier for you to take a very low sum with the fact that they will make money and they can pay versus buying a relationship fee, and maybe it'd be more risky for me to take?
No, because unfortunately, most people do nothing with most of what they buy. So it doesn't matter if it's make money, make love, make anything. Like they just don't do anything with that. It's like people buy gym memberships and don't go to the gym. Most people don't go to the gym. They've got a gym membership, they don't go to the gym. Some people go pay $50 just to get into the gym. But he's not like, no, he's not average. No, he's, you know, further from it.
And if they need to walk up, they probably wouldn't want to.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, you need to come in, we're gonna let you do it for free.
But what is?
So the other thing to increase your average call value is to increase your price. So, you know, if you're struggling with your pricing, how much you're making per call, you want to increase the price and reposition your offer. And like, you know, if you just listen to what David and Ty have just done, they was, how much we selling before? 3K. They were selling a 3K package. They then repositioned their offer. They sold it for 10K. They just sold 12 people into the 10K package. Huh? 13, sorry. They sold 13 people into the 10K package, 130. 2 seconds, I got to do the math. 130,000 divided by 3,000. That'll be 43 people versus 13. So they made the same amount of money in 13 deals versus 43. So your close rate can drop by half and you're still making a third higher. That's why I don't care about close rates. I care about average order value. Make sense? Because you can drop your conversion by half and still be making a bucket load more. So, and now they're taking that. So now they're repositioning they've repositioned their offer once. They're now going to turn that 10K package into a 30K package. So that means that their conversion could drop 10 times and still make the same amount of money. Their conversion could drop 10 times. That means you can put any freaking monkey on the phone and they can still make more money. Do you understand? You don't need closers, you need monkeys. I mean, you gotta be bad to close that bad, right? I mean, you gotta be really bad to close that bad.
And
So-
so this is obvious, right? But it's like, you don't do that on a call ever, do you?
What?
Increase your price.
Yes, I mean, there's definitely been times when like I'm not selling this person this amount, I'm selling. Like there was one time I'm on the phone with a guy, I'm like, there's no way I'm selling him this. I sold him a $25,000 package. I'm like, there's no way. Like he was a veterinarian in Australia. He just needed help with his practice, you know, and need to get his business partner out. And there's all this stuff. I'm like, guy really needs help. I'm like, I'll do some consulting with him, and I sold him a $25,000 package. Just made it up on the spot. So a $25,000 package. Give him some consulting and helped him get out of a business partnership, help him keep the company, keep so those things. But very worthwhile for him for 25K. I come up with it on the phone, yes. Not often, but what I'm getting at is like David has just done it with Ty. They've gone from 3 to 10 to 30. That's how you increase. That's what I'm talking about here. This. Because now, when you increase your average core value, you can spend a bucket load more money on advertising. Now I'm not spending $100 a day. Now I can go out and spend 1,000. You can spend thousands. You can spend thousands a day. Okay. So ending the call. Whenever I end the call with somebody, I always say to them, share something positive with me from the conversation. Always. So I never used to. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, just always just share something positive with me from this conversation today. They literally tell you just like the most amazing things about you. Like,
I thought that was pretty cool when you asked me that. I loved that.
yeah. Yeah. And people do love it. People really like it. And they start sharing all of these amazing positive things about you. Because even though I hold a tough line for people. And then when I say share something positive, they're like, you didn't take my bullshit today. Like you really helped me like get through my bullshit. Like I'm really thankful. Like this is like they start crying. Like this is life changing. Thank you. If I don't say something positive, it ends on like whatever it ends on, and then they go. And remember, people remember the last thing. So sharing something positive on the conversation, they only remember the positive when they think back on the conversation. All right. So just really remember that, and then just I'm just gonna just do some wrapping up here. Look, ladies and gents, what does KISS stand for? People shy away from the work. Okay, I don't want you all to shy away from the work. The work is the sales. That's where the money's at. That's where the business is at. That's where the difference is at. Go and make the sales. So people shy away from it. So first of all, we spoke about, the elephant in the room. We've all got confidence issues, right? Doesn't matter how much we dress ourselves up. Doesn't matter how much lipstick we put on. Yeah. Doesn't matter how much lipstick we put on. It doesn't. We all have confidence issues. We all, we're all wounded children in adults' bodies. We all have issues. And even though we can fix our childhood issues, life is brutal. Adult issues come in. It always affects us somewhere, some way. So really work on fixing those issues of the elephant in the room. Don't just put that away. That's a real exercise. It's going to really help you be more confident. And then focus on making sales. And remember, sales is the start of the service. Just really is, you know, that sales is the start of the service. So I want to do a quick exercise. I'll do a quick exercise here. So, yes,
Okay, so you talk about the average call value and
Yes.
the average contract value.
yes.
So if we increase the average contract value, usually the average call value increases.
But no, there's how much money you collect on the phone dictates the average call value.
Yeah, but usually you're going to try to collect more from you just.
So they don't,
They
they,
don't
they,
necessarily go.
no.
Okay, and if we need to focus on one of those two, are they exactly the same importance, or is more important to have the average call value or the average contract value?
I'd say the average cash collected value is the most important. Because if you're not collecting the cash and you get all these contracts, it's inflated. And if the cash doesn't come through, you're just basing everything on this inflation. So like, I would just look at cash. How much-
ARV is the cap.
average, yeah. Because this is where my mind would go. I was selling a $10,000 package and I was spending $2,500 a day on paid ads. $2,500 a day, okay, which should be originally good ad spend. And spending $2,500 a day. And all I wanted to do was get back $2,500 back a day. So if I could just close one person out of like 5 phone calls or whatever it was, if I close one person and get my cash back, I can just keep cycling my cash. And then they give me $2,500 a month thereafter. And if I had a 75% collection, let's say, I know there's another 5,000 after it. So every day I'm making 5,000 profit. But like that's based on the contract right now, the cash. So my average, yeah, you just want to make sure you collecting cash and you're increasing the average cash collection value, okay? And the reason for that is you'll stop letting people slip getting $200, $100. You're going to hold the standard a bit higher, you know?
So that's a little bit of where I wrestle. So one of it is letting two, it's like, when do you say no to a person when it's too low and they're not? I know you've said let go every once in a while, but I end up staying on for 30 minutes working with these people and end up getting something.
But it's good to get something, right?
Yeah.
But again, it's good to get something because you got the close. But you are affecting the average
Yes,
collected value.
yes.
And I'm playing a game with myself in the office, looking at a spreadsheet, trying to increase my value. So if I'm bringing it down, I don't even want that deal. But then I'm looking at the other variables of like, you know,
Yes.
calls to close. I still want my percentage to be high.
Right.
So I'm like, do I believe in this person? The person's going to give me money afterwards. If I don't, then I don't want the money anyway.
That's-
Because
that
you
makes
don't-
sense.
if you let them
Okay.
come in, but they are.
Yeah,
trying to be
okay.
able to pay for the rent.
Yeah, so I don't want that because it ruins my game.
Okay, that makes sense.
So then I got my standards. Now I'm playing a higher standards game on the phone. They're like, oh, this person isn't just trying to take anything from me. This person's like, and I'll show you my, you know, I'll show you.
That leads to
But
then,
that becomes about you.
Well, no, this is more about what it is. It's channel, stay with somebody, take $50 from them, but then they never give any more money thereafter. Yeah, so it's like, I would rather not have the $50 because it's gonna affect the numbers. That's all.
and it's, so
Yeah.
the same question I have goes with reimbursement.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, how do you lower that?
I don't just do that. If you get reimbursements, it just stays in the average call value, still the same.
Right,
I know
so
what
you're,
you're-
you're okay with that, if you have to give a reimbursement,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
If you get too much, though, you need to take a look into what's going on.
that's different. That's
something
yeah,
else too.
different, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at this. I want to do a quick exercise. We're gonna wrap this up so fast, but I do want to do this. I think it'd be fun. Okay, so you want to get people to say no in your favor. I don't know if you've noticed me getting you all to say no again and again.
Yeah.
I practice this Like I just keep practicing it all the time. So example. Would you buy this? No. Would you turn down investing in your success? No. Both the same result, both the same response, but one is in your favor. They're gonna say no either way. So get the no to work in your favor. There's once more for Tanya because it's a good one. It's good, isn't it? Isn't it? I practice this everywhere I go. Everywhere. Okay. So the aim is to get people to say no in your favor. They're going to say no to you, so you get them to say no in your favor. So an example, would you buy this? No. Would you turn down investing in your success? No. So it's the same response, but one is in your favor. So it's like, would you buy this? No. Is there any reason you wouldn't want to be a successful student of ours? No. So it's the same response, but it directs them another way. Like, you know, with my kids, clean your room. No. Would you want me to stop you from going go-karting if you don't clean your room? Oh, well, just mess that up, you know. But would you want me to stop you going go-karting? No. Don't clean your room then. But that's not even a good one now. But like, I'm always practicing it. My point is, I'm always trying to get the no to win for me. So I'm saying, Chad, okay. So anyway, we're going to do this next time because I'm on the spot here. So I want you all to look at a line where you would ask somebody, yeah, they would say no, and how could you flip it? There would be the no in your favor. Does that make sense? So just all do a quick exercise here. Think about your business when you'd ask them a question only. They'd say no, and it wouldn't be in favor. Like, would you like to pay in full? No. Is there any reason that you don't want to pay in full to get the extra bonuses? No. Make sense? Just try and play with it. Let's just all get a sentence each. And let's hear what people have got to say. Does that make sense, Jeff? Yep. Make sense? Anybody got any questions on it? I practice it all the time.
It's a do together or do alone.
Either way.
Oh,
Either way.
let me just think about it.
Just give me a question, Chad. You can only ask them. They responded or not.
Oh my gosh. Let's see, would you wanna? Something that they would normally say no to? Okay, oh, do you pay in full? That's all I think. You want to continue to live without, you want to continue being stressed in your life without fixing your time? Is there, you want to continue?
Well, there you go. So let's look at that one. So,
No, you don't say it. That wasn't part of this.
like for instance, with the stress, it'd be like that's like, no. If you want to continue with the stress, but they can go. No. Okay, make sense?
Say one more time.
No, that's just like being stressed. Example, like you know, is the stress killing you? No. On the flip side of that, I flip that coin. You know, you want to get down the price of knowledge.
I take my money.
I would play one sentence. Okay, babe? Here?
Is it a white one?
So. So what the best way I just figured out with Chad is I'll ask a question and like flip the question. Like that's how I come up with these in my mind. And I do it very quickly with everyone, like Chad's all the time. Kids. So it's like for Chad's one was, do you want like are you what was the question?
Stress killing them.
Oh, is the stress killing you? No. What's the flip side of that?
Do you want to continue to be stressed? So it kills you?
Do you want to continue being stressed or it kills you? No. So I'm always looking at the sentence, how can I flip that around as quick in my mind, as quick as possible, to then tell me no, that works in the favor. So is the stress killing you? They're going to say no. Actually, I'm okay. They defend the position. They always say no. It's like, is the stress killing you? No. So in my mind, I say, so, are you okay with continuing being stressed and one day it kills you? No. It is the same response, but now I've got them in a different direction. It's one of the most powerful things I've ever learned in sales. What did you get, Mary?
But your husband, you just, when you need to stop yelling, screaming and everything?
So good. No, say that again. It's so good.
If your husband, you just, if you stop yelling and screaming and everything.
So good. So good. See, you see how powerful that is? Like that's, and then what you do is this. You add one of those lines on behind it. You add one of those on this.
Oh, okay.
So you just literally bolt on one of those straight after it. So it's like, would your husband be annoyed if you stop screaming and shouting at everyone? No. Oh, should we get this emotion on so he's not annoyed? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta practice the follow up to it as well. You gotta look at, you wanna have something who's ready, but you also want to practice it everywhere you go. So what? You just keep. Oh my gosh, I practice it all the time. Like my most practiced thing. How many times do you think I've going to say no since you've been here these past 2 days? Have you noticed that?
Okay.
Have you noticed that?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I tried to say no a lot of bloody times. I'm talking over 50 times. I've done it to you. No, just in the room, as I've addressed the room, I've been thinking it quickly through, and I get a sentence, I change it to the what would the no be, and I ask that. Good one, man. Who else is going? Yes.
Do you want to keep on doing what you're doing? And the next year rolls around, you're still in the same place?
No.
Oh.
Good. Who else is going?
You want to continue to be out of compliance and in line for a lawsuit?
Oh no. See how good that is? See how powerful it is?
Yes.
It is one of the best sales techniques I've ever learned. And that yours there, it's like boom. Is it boom, boom.
You want to continue to be out of compliance or in line for a lawsuit?
Do you want to continue being out of compliance and in line with a lawsuit? No. Should we get you out of line with a lawsuit and in line with compliance? Yes. Let's do it. Let's get the wheels in motion.
Are you okay with not having consistent leads on a daily basis? That you're on the phone with every single day?
It's a bit too long.
Yeah.
But no, I'm saying no, but like, are you okay with struggling in business because you don't have the leads coming in every day like you would have given to, would have changed that, would have given to? I was no. Yeah, that's good.
You okay then?
Oh, there you go, Sean. You okay with waking up every day with an empty pipeline? No. Do you think the kids are okay knowing dad's waking up every day with an empty pipeline?
Do the kids going to be happy?
Yeah, that's what you do.
Shuffle arm, the leg.
So, for example, if someone, you come to the moment where they don't seem to be, that it's not important to get sold fast. Even I would say, is this not important to get sold fast? They would say, no. The way I speak it is, are you okay with letting the clutter pile every day and getting stressed?
Oh,
So is that,
yes, good. Anything that evokes a no response. That's what you wanted to say.
but that is in my favor.
Yes.
Because the other one is not important to get
Yeah,
sold
it's in your
fast.
favor, yes, it's always a no in your favor.
Do you like letting indecision cause you to miss out on opportunities?
No. But like opportunities would be better. Do you like indecision, allowing you to be so stressed and overworked, you miss out on all the opportunities at dinner table with your kids? And then- and it was like, and then it was like this, and then it was like this. What do you think, and if they don't buy it, it's like, what do you think the kids would do if they were sat here listening to you and saying that at the dinner table tonight, you're gonna be stressed in the office, and they're at the dinner table without you? And you could have fixed that today. Do you think they're gonna be happy if they were stood here listening to you? No. No. And is that the dad you wanna be? No. Is that who you're gonna continue to be? No. Are you gonna fix that next year? Or would you think it'd be better to fix today? Day.
You think your kids gonna be at the bottom of the road talking about you?
Oh. Well, that's, you know, that's pretty much what I wanted to do here. I'd like you to all keep, I'd like you to all gather these, share them with each other. I mean this, these are real closing techniques. Like these sentences are what will get people to go, oh. Like, you know, it's all fair and well Jeff saying these things, but it's like, are you okay with being out of compliance and in line with a lawsuit? No. Well, that's the way you go. Are you comfortable with that? Are you ready for the lawsuit? No, no. Do you think the team are gonna be okay when the captain's gone to prison? No.
I think one thing about everyone who we to ask these questions, but with courage to be genuine and sincere enough to ask the questions. Because do it wrong, could feel like do it when you do it in sincerity and you go all and being genuine, then that's what that's supposed to be.
And humor. Because, you know, the thing with him was like, you know, it's like, do you think the kid's gonna like knowing that you have an empty pipeline every day? No. Imagine taking the kids on, you know, on what's it called? Work. What did you work there?
Taking the kids to the water park for water.
I'm taking the kids in the water park with them. Would you do that? No. Imagine taking them to work. What's it called? Oh, wait, take the kids to work. They say, kids, look at that empty pipeline. You think they're gonna be amazed? You know, like how proud of dad, like I went to work with dad's got an empty pipeline, you know?
That would not be okay if I was in government work.
Huh? Man.
Now we move to decide the facts.
All right, well, let's do this. So I just want to quickly just look at a few things here. We've gone through a lot of stuff with regards to sales. If you have business in America and your people don't have the money and they are in America, message me for our finance company link. I can introduce you to the finance company that can actually finance for your company. Okay, so you do finance options. We highly recommend them, and we've done finance with other people in the past, which, you know, was okay, but there's a lot of business out there for you right now. When somebody said, I don't have the money, you can actually discuss with them finance options. Okay, this only works so in America, if you want these people to use, So definitely message me if you want that link. So then with regards to drumming up business, you know, what I want you to think about, we're gonna hop off to the lake soon, we're gonna, you know, go off on a little adventure and have some fun up there. What I want you to think about though is where can you drum up some business right now? You know, with your existing, you know, past prospects. Maybe they said they didn't have money, people go back and say, I've got a finance option. Maybe there's people on the fence, there's bears on the fence. You know, you go back and, you know, doesn't have to just be finance, but like, where can you drum up business right now, knowing now what you know, from what we taught you, it's a lot of stuff, which is, would you say powerful stuff? Do you agree with this?
Absolutely.
Like, I just think this is it, you know, it really is. Obviously you need leads, you need to, you know, as Carl was mentioning, pre-warm them up and stuff, but like that meeting, you get people back on the phone. Also ask your clients for referrals, you know, people who are happy. So we're going to do with all the viewers, referrals for leverage. You know, ask people for referrals you're doing business with, you know, like who else do you know? You know, and then just brainstorm other ways between each other to get business. So, you know, you're already doing your, you know, your current, you know, lead generation, but there's money there right now. You know, you paid a lot of money to be here. And, you know, if I go back to the KISS thing, you know, most people don't do what they should do, which is with sales. They hide from it. That's why I said the pink elephant in the room. Like, clear up your shit. Like, you know, I think we did enough of it already. But like, now go out there and take the action. Go and hit those past prospects. I got an option. Like, and how I would go out to them if I had the finance option. Something's come across my desk. I think it's going to be amazing for you. I know we couldn't do business in the past. I know money was an issue. Money doesn't have to be an issue anymore. I think there's, you know, if you still, unless you've solved this problem, if you've solved this problem, don't worry, which is a no, right? If you solve pain, forget this. But if you know, if you still have this problem, I got a way of solving it for you. Like, start drumming up that business, you know, start going out there and contacting people.
But that word would say have a,
Once I'm on the phone, then yes.
so you go past the key points again.
Yeah, I would ask you this. I'd say, hey, Geraldine, so like, you know, you fixed all the problems. I remember we spoke in the past. How you doing, lovely? I know we spoke in the past and you had these problems. Have you fixed them all?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, cool. Well, I'm really happy for you. Good, you know. But the more than likely, we fix all of the problems. No. Okay. Oh no. Oh, gosh, it's been some time since the last time we spoke. What's been showing up for you? Evoke the pain. Well, most probably.
I'm still in the street.
Then I say most probably this isn't for you, but we do have a finance option, and you know our best clients are getting results going through this. The people who didn't have money no longer have money as a problem. Do you want money holding you back from getting this solution? No. Can I hook you up with my finance guys? Yeah. First thing I'm doing on the call, hey, how's it going, Jeremy? Good to be speaking again. How you doing? Lovely. So I know last time we spoke, you had all these problems. Have you fixed them all? No. Oh, no. Wow, what's been going on? What's showing up for you? Oh, wow. Start evoking the emotion again. Well, more than likely, this isn't for you. More than likely, this isn't for you, but we do have a finance option, and we're getting great results for our clients. And obviously, you know, I don't want money to be a problem for you. So do you want money to hold you back from getting this solution, like this outcome? No? Okay, I'll hook you up with my finance people.
Do you do the phone on the call?
You could do it by messages. I just think speaking, for me personally, doesn't.
Send a voice message.
You can do a voice message as well. I want a response.
Yeah, but they're going to be responding, so you can messenger like interact.
Yeah.
Yeah, can that be done like that? Yeah.
So who is here?
Oh, who is it?
My finance company.
Yeah, we'll have to get it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. The link is being taken on.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just had someone do that once to me on a call.
To give you finance.
Yeah.
Nice. Cool. So let's do this just to take just a quick couple of moments. We are going to wrap this up then. I know everyone's tired. We want to get out of here. But I do want you to write out your action items during the next 90 days. Yeah. Huh? Free Vegas? Yeah. So what are you gonna do? 5 to 10 items from what you've learned here. They can be single line items. What are they? Look back through chat. What are the things you're gonna do? That are really gonna blow your business up? Exponential growth. Not linear growth. What was the first one, Chad?
Prioritize my to-do list. I'm gonna write all that list down, I'm gonna prioritize it.
Okay, let's just do it now.
Okay.
Go fight. What about you, Jason? What have you got going down?
Start some strategic partnerships.
Yep.
I need to show you my sales numbers.
Yes,
Those are my.
there you go. I'd love to see the sales numbers. That you like to increase.
Let's do it.
That's this for some reason.
I bet.
Huh?
I bet.
That's good, isn't it? It's a no lose for you.
Yeah.
I was doing it the other day to this guy. I was telling, that's what's so cool about like this topic. I was telling somebody the other day about how excited I am about this, and he just hired me to train his team. I was ready to stop. I want you to train my team. I just believe in this stuff so much. What about you? What's some of the action items?
Totally honest and vulnerable. I don't know my numbers, so to know my numbers, consistently track them on Sundays, double my PM by January 20. That person to know.
I think you double, yeah. You could double. Okay, well, the first thing you need to do is know your numbers, okay?
Yeah.
But we can double it like by way before January. Double it like. Super, like these guys doubled their last month, like last month, they went from they more than doubled that.
Okay, maybe my lost it, or time.
Yeah, 90 days.
Okay. It's
Jeff,
Draft the proposal.
huh?
Scrap the proposal.
Scrap the proposal, don't have to get proposals. Yeah, fuck proposals. Yeah, there's no proposals. Just do it over the phone, you're just like, look, I wanna make sure that, I don't wanna just. It's the same thing with contracts, send a proposal, they don't get back to you. Alright, we're on a call, let's schedule another call, let's get the call booked in now. Do the follow-up call on the call. Are you, so any other partners, any other decision makers with you on this? Let's, what's the emails, I'll invite them as well to the meeting now. You schedule next meeting, all the people on there, here's where we are, blah, 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 the pains, this is what you're going through, this is what the problems you're facing, anything I'm missing, we can fix this. I'll put in this here. Like, they don't need to know, like, for instance, we just hired, it was an easier accounting, Trevor and Kale, we just hired them, right? Yeah, they're amazing, right? When I hired them, I didn't ask them about like Xerox and Zero and this and that. No, none of that stuff. Do you understand? Like, I still don't know any of that stuff.
Or you hear?
No, I just know that they're taking care of the thing that needs to be taken care of.
Proposal thing, usually again, a small screen, let's say a face, you know, the sound great. It really needs like something else. And if they ask us, I can send a proposal, I'll need $1,000. They don't, $1,000. They kind of work close to $1,000. You can do that, but the better ways of not sending. I've sent.
What's this decision numbers? Yeah.
So, before they pay, send them proposals.
Boards on boards. 6, well. 2,000. So you got 34,000 divided, you divide that by 14, yes? Yeah, just make sure you, the way you come out here. So, if I break this, so I got 14 calls, sold 6. And that's how much cash you collected. So I do is.
This contract has been gone. That's why it's counted all.
Yeah, but what I'm gonna do is, so we got 34,597. Right? Divide that by 14. That's 247. Yeah, but that's cash. This is a cash one. So 2471. So all of those 14 calls you did are worth 2,471 cash. It's good, isn't it? It's fucking amazing. So every call that he takes, whether he sells the person or not, is worth $2,471. Doesn't matter if he sells the person or not, that's what every call is worth. So you did 14 calls and made 34,597 cash. So now you got more calls. You know what I'm saying? So every call that books in is worth 2471. You say, well, I'll hold them 2 seconds and I want to make, 100,000. I need 40 calls booked in. Or whatever it is, right? Now the other one, so the other one is this, so it's 52. But I do one for the contract. Yeah, so you do 52,900 divided by the 14. That would give you a 3,718 contract value for the 14. And I go back and I just do the same thing here. But the cash collected 34,597, divide that by the 6. My average contract cash value is 5,766. So I divided that cap by the 6 sales. Okay. Yeah. And then the contract, so I go 52,900 divided that by 6. The average contract value is 8,800. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's great. Good, really good numbers. Fucking good numbers, Robert. So then they're good numbers. Yeah.
I think that this one is something.
Yeah. So I was going to say, so that,
I count it as initial.
yeah, I would break it up to initial cash collected and then rebuild cash collected.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would do cash collected on the phone call. Then anything after the phone call is under the rebuild. Yeah. 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 Just rebuild.
And when I do that, so I'll count this. Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's the leverage point then here? Just more calls?
With your close rates great, your that was good. It's very true as well. Huh? The leverage point, yeah, more calls, your close rate is good, your average call value is great, your average contract could be higher. The average contract 1,800 seems a bit low.
Yeah.
But then, but then you can have like an upsell after that, which increases the lifetime value, so.
Yeah.
But they're good numbers.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
Because we've been kind of building it as we've been launching, so.
Yeah.
Each person I've been talking to is like a custom kind of thing.
Yeah.
And some of them lead to more, some of them are good, just really expensive upfront.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like scattered right now.
but that's why the average is so good,
Exactly.
because it's scattered, but I know that every call that you have
It weighs
bought
out.
is worth $2,700. You book another call, doesn't matter where it is, it's average of 27 until the means change over a bigger group of people. Yeah, then there's the thing called regression of the means, which takes bigger data sets.
Yes.
But at the minute, like, yeah. If you were to say to me, how do I make another $50,000 a contract? It'd be, I want another 40 calls.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah. And after the 28 contracts, we'd have another data set that we can now make. Yes, but the data sets seem after a certain point, they kind of sit in a place.
Right.
And they could be this up and down, but like they kind of do just sit there. And again, study, regression means, what does it mean, study regression? I think it's,
They tend towards a certain.
yeah.
Okay, so it's gonna be a lot.
Yeah, and then until you make a difference like those guys did, which is take a 3K to a 10K, then that changes. All right. Give me an action item you're gonna do in the next 90 days that's gonna exponentially grow your business.
Exponentially.
Give me an action item that's gonna exponentially grow your business. So Kai already said his, which is know his numbers. That's gonna exponentially grow his business because if Jason didn't know his numbers and Jason wanted to make an extra 50K, I wouldn't know what to tell Jason. But now I said, Jason, how would we book in another 14 calls? And we could go and get another 14 calls a lot easier than the last 14 calls. So we can make 50 Gs like that. So I want to make 50 Gs. So Jason, I'll do that. Okay. Yes, you do.
So I have accomplished 3 per plan.
Okay.
So for mine is use the sales call to create prolific content like ads along with the 10 items that we need to address on front. Those 10 are listed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good. Solid. Solid. Yeah,
that's all you got.
solid.
So,
To create marketing.
and that fits perfectly for this page.
Yes, perfect.
But on Mondays, what you do is to get our stories in place for our sales calls. Get our free call, video in place to swap just in a suitcase.
Yeah.
Get, start using what I know for consultative questions. During the sales process. Then. Here's what I did. Only a 5-day challenge to promote and sell our 30K package.
And without the new thing, without the 5-day challenge, you just do those other things, you're gonna just see so much uplift. If he does that and you do that, there's so much uplift. You just focus on those things. Most people don't know what to focus on. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we call leverage. That's exponential growth. I'm excited for you boys. Nice. Really good. Let's give him a round of applause for that. Solid, huh? Who else? Something that's gonna exponentially grow your business, Mary?
So the beliefs that I identified yesterday with Carl, I'm gonna implement those in my marketing and in my sales script and rewrite and break down the story that I told today.
Yep.
Add that to my sales script. So that I can increase my close rates and keep my hold.
Okay, so you're gonna basically take actions to increase your close rate. Include in there the story of your dad. Fix that, like put that as a priority. Did you? Nice. How so?
I'm gonna do it
With?
myself. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, just keep an eye on it, okay?
And I have a stronger frame.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm gonna do some hypnosis again.
good, well done. Because I think that's gonna help you a lot. I've not been worried about you, but I definitely have a aired concern of you of Mary's not getting it, like Mary's not you're not getting it. Mary's not having that uplift that she could be getting.
There were where I was.
Huh?
I just crashed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, good. Really happy for you, Mary. Who else? One more.
This sounds simple.
It's always simple.
Go prepared into my calls.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah. Go prepared into your calls and track your numbers to make sure that go prepared into calls increases your numbers. So moving forward, you never forget to be prepared for your calls.
Remember this, Danny. Prior preparation prevents piss poor performance.
Prior preparation prevents.
Yes. Yes.
Poor performance.
It's a very British.
In the US, prior proper planning prevents this. Same thing.
All right. That, ladies and gents, concludes our 2 days. Pretty intense, huh? It's good, wasn't it? Right, Kai, we're gonna need you for one more activity. These want to catch some footage of positive roundtable feedback, so we're gonna just do a quick roundtable. So we just need some energy in the room. Before that, Kai!
Yes.
Yeah!
Well, I'm serious. Sean, some. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You want to be like all right, so 10, quick, talking down the wall.
Well done, Kai.
I have less action steps now than I am. And I'm so. proud of that.
That's the aim.
I'm so. proud of that. Yes.
There you go. It's the aim.
Okay, so with this, what I want to do, last time we went on for too long.
Yep.
I think firstly, be you, speak to camera.
Yep.
Just finish the mastermind.
Yep.
Well, the clients here.
Yep.
And they all want to say quick
Yeah.
15-20 second blast of their experience and how
Yeah.
what this has done for them. So
Oh.
literally just short, sweet, what this has done. It's been great. This is helping myself, like whatever you want to say.
Let me ask you this, you carry on, let me ask you this question. What is this video for? To get people into leverage?
Marketing.
Get people in, okay.
Yeah.
So marketing. Ready? Hey, my name is Alex Jeffries and my throat is sore after 2 days with these hooligans. So I want to just give a quick, I'm going to give the microphone here, I'm going to pass it around just for a quick 10 seconds into what they thought about the Leverage Mastermind here in Colorado. And we have one coming up in Vegas. We have lots more coming up in 2023. But for now, I'm going to put it over to you, being here for 2 days. Let us know what you think.
Where am I going?
I don't know.
Video?
I was playing on camera. I didn't know I was going to be on
I don't know
camera.
what I'm doing here.
Go!
Hey, everybody, you gotta try this. This is amazing.
All right.
Okay, great. Ready?
Do you want to continue to not know sales and get results?
No.
Some of the, just the tips, and I mean, just knowing a sales expert here and being able to be here and a group of people that want more for their life is worth coming here. But it's also just, I mean, it's the skills. I mean, I know I need sales, but how do I actually do it? And so I'm coming away knowing what to do. And I feel like I have hope.
Chad, what do you think about sitting across the room from Jason, who just said he made $52,000 in the last promotion, and you know Jeff's got $200,000 of business on the pipeline there, and Kai took his business from the last mastermind, it was like 6K a month to like 20K a month, and these guys over here just did from the last mastermind 6 figures. Now, Chad, what do you think about the Leverage Mastermind?
I'm jealous. And I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I had a terrible month last week. Got on a call, you got me back in on the rails, and I was able to make, whatever it was, I can't remember, around 10 grand. So
Not too shabby.
I just 10. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice.
Great enough for a poet guy. You know what he's like.
Ready, okay? Look to me.
I'm just gonna drink my Jenny's.
Before coming to Mastermind, I was doing calls. I was very implementing storytelling because I was feeling that it was really, really good for sales. But I noticed that I was doing all that. I was making huge mistakes when I was coming to my calls, that was causing them to just crash. And I was doing the storytelling thing bad. It's so bad. And I am coming out of this mastermind with the exact formula on how can I make storytelling. I just did that and it's crazy amazing. I can't imagine how wrong things could continue being if I continue that path. Thinking that because I was using storytelling, things were going to get solved. I need the book, but now I have it and I'm so excited with that.
My name is Dr. Patrick McHugh. My name is Dr. Patrick McHugh, and I've prescribed to you leverage. It's right here waiting for you. And is there any reason why you would not take this?
No.
Hey, everyone, I'm Mary College, and, for me, being here in this mastermind is not just about building business skills, it's about becoming a better human being. And really getting to the root of some of my beliefs that were getting in the way of me giving the outcomes that I want has been masked. So I'm ready for a big breakthrough and to start getting better.
Nice, very
Nice. Jeff, nothing here, well. Everybody, Jeff, nothing here, coming from beautiful Vail or Colorado. I'll be there all day. So what's it gonna cost you for not attending? Isn't that amazing? On the way to actually get it, and meet a bunch of great people, and to be honest with you, like, you could finance your business in just 2 days.
Nice job.
I'm James Butler Penick, as an ops guy, came here to, build out a redundant, sales, person, and, I find that, this system is extremely robust and, resilient, so highly recommend you guys actually learn and understand the system that it provides.
Save that for the next engineer.
Yes.
Everyone, basically, I just want to talk about like the leverage mastermind, like if you come looking for what you need for your business, you're gonna find it, and this is the place to be.
I'm Jerry Morgan. I'm so happy that I decided to come. And I realized one thing just a few minutes ago. I think one of the things that I've been walking about on what to put out this program is that I really want to have to be authors, and I've learned that it's fun. And it's so organic and it's so natural. And I really have a lot to help me to do it. So I'm really excited to move forward, and I just love being here with everyone. It's more than just what I learned. It's about pulling it apart and going back with this energy that it's. Thank you.
So, my name is David Monroe, and.
Not hiding in.
I'm David Monroe, and when we left the mastermind in April, I took away one strategy. That one strategy made my business partner and myself $118,000 in the last 27 days. So now, coming out of this mastermind, going to Las Vegas in October, I am going to be Mr. Alex Jeffrey's first $1 million testimony.
Oh. Nice.
Hey, I'm Tyler Patterson. This is my first time attending, and it was fantastic. I was coming with the objective to come one thing that I need for the company to help take us to the next level, and I'm walking away with 7. So I highly recommend. It's an amazing thing for business partners as well. Don't hesitate. Check it.
Do one more after the river. I'm gonna get in there, put them behind me. And sell it. We'll do one more
I'm
video.
Avery. Hi, I'm Avery Elliott. I came into the Miami Mastermind launching a brand new business, something totally new. I had no idea how to advertise whatsoever. Leaving, I left with the most valuable marketing tools I possibly could have ever learned from the top marketers in the world. And now coming out of this one, coming into this one, I didn't know how to close the deal, how to end the sale, how to get the money out of the person. I could get their attention, but I couldn't get their money. So now I'm really confident that any sales call, no matter what contraindications come up, that I'll be able to talk them through it and I'll be able to close any deal.
Very nice. Very nice to say.
Hi, I'm Tanya Russell. This is my 3rd leverage mastermind. I think the most value that I've gotten this last 9 months so far has really just been lots of business experience, but really amazing, awesome friendships with people that I never would have met from all walks of life that have all inputted into my life and have been there to support me through some difficult things personally that I've been through this last year. And so this is a family. It's not just business, it's friends, it's love, it's a group, and these people really care, and I love you all.
Okay, good.
One more.
Fantastic. So what I'd like to do is, when we're at the lake, I'd like to just shoot a quick video myself with all of you behind me and just capture it. I definitely want to build this community now, I want to grow this community, get people to experience it. So with that said, we are now off the little bit. We're off the clock. We can now enjoy ourselves, relax, just, go to some lake, if anybody would like to join us up there. Don't have to, if you want to, by all means. I hear it's beautiful. Then I don't know the itinerary, so Jessica will tell us the rest of the evening what we're doing. Tomorrow with white water rafting. Who's going rafting? Woo! Nice. I think there's 15 of us going. So that is the whole reason why we're in Colorado. Is it was on my bucket list to go white water rafting. And, I've been speaking about it with Carl for a couple of years, saying, I want to go great white shark diving with the great whites. Raise your hands, who would like to do that with us?
Oh, that sounds fun.
I'm just curious.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Why are we gonna do that?
Tahiti.
London, Tahiti?
With
the Thames. That sounds good.
My bucket list is to do the great whites. I'd love to do a safari as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good.
High tea.
Oh.
So I wanted, I wanted to bring like, certainly that's the point, the reason I got to Colorado was, because I wanted the white horse acting. So I'm very happy to be doing with all of you. Very excited, so.
Yep.
I want to thank all of you, that's what you want to thank all of you for playing part in this, it's been, it's been intense, it's been a great couple of days. You seem to absorb it very well, it seems like you guys took it in, and I wanted to run with it. There's just a few things, you watch that average score value, that average meeting value, and just let that thing go up. That's where the business is gonna grow, so very proud of all of you, I'm excited for all of you, and, let's get some competition things.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
David, time, boss.
Yeah.
Ties is more like,
Yeah, guys, I just want to say thanks as well, and special thanks to Jess and Nat for putting all this together. No, really, like the ordering of the food, the prepping of the food, the prepping, all of it was organized by Jess and Nat.
Very well
So
done.
you guys, without you, this wouldn't have happened, and it would have been a big mess. So
Yeah.
thank you for that. Thank you for you guys for showing up, playing all out as always. And we were sat on the balcony, stood on a balcony earlier, talking about you guys and saying how much of a wonderful group this is and how it's growing and how everyone's interacting. What you just said there, Tanya, is bang on. Like it is, it's like a family. And I'm gonna miss you guys going home. I'm like, I gotta go back to the UK, man. I want to stay out in the US. So we see this growing into a bigger community, and we see this being just not just this, like bigger and then growing. And you guys are like the initial founding members. You're the initial 15 people who got this going. So I think in the next year, 2 years, just expands and we get more people in, and the love is spread, the joy is spread, and I just think I see this going real big. So you guys are the start of that. I'm excited for that. So thank you for that. And yeah, Jess, do you want to say any words?
So who is interested in joining us at Piney Lake tonight?
At what?
Piney Lake. All right. And of those people, who have the cars?
I'm a jack.
Who is up to? Hey, can you
So if you want an extra thrill, join Richelle.
It's an experience, isn't it?
It's an experience.
In San Diego.
Oh, yeah, we did.
She said she thought it was gonna parking lot and it was like, we're on the far right lane.
Oh, God.
Like feet, maybe like 50 feet before the light was coming, and we had to be 4 lanes. Jenny just went.
You go in.
She just
Maybe
Was she mad when I passed her in the driveway?
Oh, he gripped it. He gripped it coming up the driveway.
He was like, okay, thank you, God, thank you, we got me.
All right, one last thing I want to do as well, because we want to do this every mastermind, just a selfie. I know we've had a picture of there, but a real selfie around the table as we finish. We did it last time and they look great. So if you just squeeze in, please. Get close, get personal.
Okay, just be sure that everybody's face is in there, so there's nobody like
Check.
face hiding. Stagger your head.
You all in?
Yep. It's Chad's face, yep. I'm in.
We go.
Is Avery there?
It goes. It's like,
Yeah,
it's transparent.
and we go by Jess then.
Yeah, go.
Go that way. Go Jess, go back there quick.
We go the other way.
Oh,
yeah, but
that's
there's no backdrop then. Okay, let's, have that way.
They try this, the light may work if you. Maybe the lighting will be one.
Yeah.
Oh, from the top?
All selfie from the top.
Oh, so-
Yeah, then we can just crowd around.
Oh, fun. I think this will work with the light.
Okay, it's not
Three, two, one, go.
Pineapple.
Contrarian.
Nice. Well done, everyone.
So I'm gonna message on the chat Piney Lake. It's about a 40-minute drive, so it is a bit, so try and get ready quick so we can set off, get your cars. And then later tonight, we're gonna couch and meet up at a bar in town. I'll also put that in the chat. Everybody good?
And it starts for tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow morning. Be here at 7:45 AM sharp. The bus to pick us all up, gets here at 8 and it will leave out.
Is it okay if Ty and I work in here tonight and then again tomorrow while you guys are gone?
You're not.
We got work to do. Oh, wait, I'm a pussy when it comes to cold water.
Okay, that makes more sense.
$1 million. Do you remember what my first half of the year goal was? It was to do $100,000 before the end of the second quarter.
Nice.
And we were 2 weeks in.
Nothing wrong with that, huh?
The goal was to make $1 million. We're gonna do it. Yeah. Yeah. I love it. Yeah.
I don't know. For dinner. Thanks, fine.
So who's up to an experience
Bob.
tonight?
I'm going to the bar. I don't think. There's no